Charlie. Charlie bit me. Ah. Ah. Oh. Ouch. Ouch. Ouch, Charlie. Ow! Charlie, that really hurt. No, Charlie bit me.
Yeah, you know they're gonna play games with me with the they're gonna play games with me with the reggae, man. Shout outs to everybody here. Let me see if we coming in clear. Hopefully you guys can hear me. What's going on, LT man? What's going on, Shaka Nulu? Cannon 12, what up? Shout outs to the cynical one as always. Shout outs to J3. Shout outs to Evan Duncan. Shout outs to Hollywood Shuffler. Give me 1 second. We getting started. This Player Talk Radio. All right, let's see if they'll let me. I'm still trying to set up the show. I got a lot of stuff going on, man. I got so sick yesterday, y'all. I got to stay in the house and take some medicine. It's been raining out here like crazy, but we're going to make sure we give you guys a show today. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get back into it. Let's go. All right, we are back. It's Player Talk Radio. Yeah, they try to stop me a little bit earlier. Shout outs to LT man. Gave you a shout out, but I guess it put you on the outs. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to set everything up. Good to see everyone here. Hold on. 1 second. I got a poll coming in the chat. Y'all, please hit the like button. I don't understand. We had like a good amount. We had like over 38 people in here. Nobody tapped the like button. Guess y'all don't like reggae. I was playing reggae earlier. They got me up out of here. For the the Damien, well, not Damien. Yeah, Damian Marley. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Shout outs to everybody here. I'm coming back off of a sick day. Give me 1 second. You know, hold on. Give me 1 second. There we go. Okay. Shout outs to everybody over on the Rumble side of the game. Shout outs to everybody over on YouTube. We got a lot of stuff to talk about on today's broadcast. Man, so many things has taken place. Since the last broadcast. I got sick. Back today. Made sure I gave you guys a couple of pre-records to hold you guys for the day that I allegedly was off. I have to go get some medicine and just go sit down. But we are back. So much stuff is going on in the world today. Man, they demonetized Destiny. Out of all people, they demonetized Destiny. Give me 1 second. Let's see if we still up. Yeah, YouTube is nuking the stream. Okay. Yeah, they demonetized Destiny. Give me 1 second. Let me share this stream. Can you guys please share the show so we can get back? Let's see. She said they got your ass. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Please hit the like button. So yeah, they got Destiny. Out of all people too, they got that shit. I wouldn't say it's like Asmongold. Y'all double tap the screen. You know. Any more technical problem? Mm-mm. They got me up out of here, LT man. Imagine, imagine playing reggae and they get you up out of here. They had it. They're like, okay, cool. We let you play Richie Spice. We let you play Damian Mar. No, we let you play Richie Spice. We let you play Collie Buds. They drew a line at the Damian Marley. They can't. You know, I'm getting a little too Jamaican up in here, y'all. They said nope, no Collie Buds for the. Finally the streams coming down like shit. Not even the herbs coming around. Finally the streams coming down. So yeah, I had to wait it out a little bit. But it's alright. It's cool. Yeah, he said stop posting your OnlyFans account, man. Look, wait till they go after OnlyFans. I told you guys. But you know what's funny? Everything I tell you guys happens. Remember, 2, 3 weeks ago, or maybe last week. Maybe I'm over exaggerating. When Cardi B came out of the courtroom and won her case, and remember I was saying that she was pregnant with another man's baby. Now it looked like a week, half a week and a half later, everybody's like, "Oh my God, can you believe it? Cardi B pregnant with somebody else's baby." And it's like, didn't I tell y'all this a week ago? Oh, we got a lot of stuff to cover on tonight's show. So tonight's show, and my bad, I didn't get to give you guys a show yesterday. I was sick and I was laid up in bed, but I did give you guys some pre-records, So didn't I didn't have the strength to really get up and do a full-fledged show today. These shows take a lot out of you. So when certain things occur, you definitely got to take a little bit of rest. So I went and got some soup and I'm not even gonna lie, my stomach was doing backflips. But I went and got some medicine and and some soup and took a little bit of a rest. But we're gonna be talking about destiny. You know, Destiny is like this. I guess they claim he's not left. I guess he's progressive. Whatever that means. I gotta really do a deep dive on all of these different terms to describe the same shit. That's really what it is. It's a bunch of terms literally describing the same shit, or just people that's just, it's just like a spectrum where people are just gonna grift between. That's really what a lot of this stuff has, turned into, when it comes to politics. It's just people jumping from gang to gang to gang to gang to gang, depending on how they feel, you know. And it's just goofy. You know. All right. Hopefully we're back. I don't know what's going on today. It's just another bad day continued. Like I was saying, was that we're gonna be talking about destiny on today's show, and I was talking about what's going on, Chris G. Yeah, I was talking to you. Said you need some Robitussin or milk. A little bit of Robitussin is good, but I just did some pre-records. I couldn't really. I didn't have enough strength to do a full show. But no, We were talking about Destiny. Shout outs to Chris G. Shout outs to everybody here. We were talking about Destiny, and I was talking about how he's a quote unquote progressive. Whatever that means. And I was saying that a lot of this stuff is just people jumping from gang to gang to gang to gang, and it's just some of these terms are just like areas for people to grift. They grift within certain little niches and stuff. So there's a streamer named Destiny that you guys should know. We've talked about him a couple of times on these shows. And for some reason, everybody that goes against, like, it's not even red pill anymore. Like, if people go against, like, when people go against, like, manhood, you know, um, people go against manhood, and it's not just necessarily quote unquote red pill. You know, they get humbled, and it don't even take people in the quote unquote red pill to it don't even take people in the red pill to check them on it. They get humbled and checked, by their own damn selves. You know what I'm saying? They put their own foot in their ass, and he like, I don't know what the hell he had going on. He was like dyeing his hair, and he was, what's going on, Tampa? Good to see you, bro. You said, who content you like better, Obsidian or BGS? I haven't listened to both of them in a long time. But and I threw this out there, but a lot of people don't believe it until later. The same thing, like I throw everything out there, people don't believe it until it comes out later. If you, a lot of people, they would rather listen to Kevin Samuels, but if you listen to Kevin Samuels, they're listening to BGS. Kevin Samuels took a lot of his stuff from BGS, so a lot of people don't even realize that they're listening to BGS if they listen to Kevin Samuels. But these people, they just listen to clips of Kevin Samuels. They don't watch, Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels. It's the same way people listen to clips of Charlie Kirk. They don't know what they're talking about. And the same thing with just everything in these sectors. They just listen to clips of people. They don't really know who or what they're talking about. It's just a lot of goofy stuff going on in the world today. And like, I saw like Willie D. He did like oh, I did my research on Charlie Kirk, and then he just got on and just started playing clips. It's like, bro, y'all niggas never learn. Y'all niggas never learn, man. It's the goofiest shit ever. You know. And LT Man said inciting violence is not free speech. You can't yell fire in a movie theater and say it's free speech. That's funny as hell. It's a fire. It's a fire. Shout out to Sin. No, I was responding to Tampa. What did you say, Sin? Let me see. I can see the comment. I don't think Sin said anything. Shout out to the Sin one in the building. But no, that's funny as hell. Yelling it's a fire. Somebody was like, when you get pulled over by the police, you should get out the car running and yelling bees. After like just wiping down bees and stuff like that. But that's funny. But no, he crashed out. So on the last show, I was playing I was playing Cornell West. Cornell West went on Piers Morgan, and he got into it with another guy from the space, Andrew. And I'm not gonna lie, Andrew kind of was in the wrong there. You know what I'm saying? He kind of wasn't really letting Cornell speak. I mean, and I ain't gonna lie, Cornell, even though I think he was agreeing with Andrew, and I mean not agreeing with Andrew, but he was literally saying that hey, I feel bad about Charlie Kirk. He was actually complimenting Charlie Kirk. He was saying that Charlie Kirk was a blessing and a whole bunch of other stuff. He was just he was talking about Charlie Kirk in a good light. He wasn't saying what a lot of people thought because a lot of people don't realize that some of these people they know Charlie Kirk. He's in those spaces, and the funny part is that a lot of black people aren't in those spaces. So you know what I'm saying? They don't know who's in those spaces and who's not in those spaces. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people would have probably watched it to a lot of people would have probably watched it to say, oh, he's about to go in on Charlie Kirk, when in reality he wasn't. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of people, you know, I guess they were there to see him debate, but it's like debate about what? What the hell is what is he gonna debate about? So anyway, on that show, after Cornell West got mad at Andrew, got up and walked off, Destiny came on a little bit later and crashed out. And that's where what I'm hearing is that's where this came from. You know, give me 1 second, y'all. So anyway, Destiny crashed out. He was doing weird shit a couple of years ago when he came in the Manosphere and was talking crazy about people in the Manosphere. And who really showed that his wife was successful? I think it was Sneeko. I think Sneeko, made his wife do some do some wild shit, and everybody was like, "Yo, Destiny, you gotta leave your wife and all this other stuff." And he was like, "Oh, y'all are red pill. I'm not listening to y'all," and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? And this, that, and the third. I think Destiny didn't listen. His wife divorced him and stuff like that. He dyed his hair back. I don't know. He's getting red pill. That's all I'm gonna say. But we're gonna get into it. I got a lot of stuff to cover on today's show. But shout out to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. Give me 1 second, y'all. Shout outs to this Amala. I keep forgetting her damn name. But let's go. It's Player Talk.
Many on the internet are calling for leftist streamers Hassan and Destiny to be banned from their respective platforms for inciting violence. We're going to look at their crazy statements today. today, but we're also going to have a broader conversation about the difference between incitement of violence and hate speech, since somebody on the right seems to have gotten those two things mixed up. I'm looking at you, Pam. Today's video, please like and subscribe. Today we're going to be looking at Destiny and Hassan Piker, two people who I don't like to look at very often. Let's be honest. But I'm going to run you a clip that's going viral of Destiny and him speaking about conservatives and how conservatives should feel fear to espouse their views. Yeah.
Need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. Like, I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games.
We need conservatives to feel afraid when going to events and when going to espouse their views so that they can turn to their leadership to turn down the temperature. So you guys want to turn up the temperature, and by turn up the temperature, he's literally saying make them feel afraid for their lives, okay? In order to get conservative leadership to tell conservatives to turn down the temperature, please make it make sense. And he's been brought on, I guess, Piers Morgan to talk about his beliefs and his stance on everything that's happening right now in the wake of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. He's been asked to condemn that action. He wasn't capable of doing so, and he said instead that we should be looking to Donald Trump to ask him to turn down the temperature and tell everybody to chill out. So that's where he stands on the issue. Now, mind you, I have never and will never say anything this crazy, like this absolutely insane on this platform or any platform ever, because I'm not in the business of asking people to be violent. I'm not in the business of asking.
Now, mind you, she was left also. All of them. Candace Owens, a lot of people. So, there's a lot of betrayal going. I wouldn't even say betrayal, but who am I to say that, hey, you know what I'm saying? If you're with a quote unquote political party and there's like, YouTubers and people that you used to follow, there's YouTubers and people that you used to follow. It's like, hold on. Yeah, so it's like YouTubers and people that you used to follow politically, with politics and stuff like that. It's like to see them jump fence and then talk crazy about you is I think people would look at that as betrayal. And you don't see too many people on the left really talking about how, okay, you see a bunch of people celebrating on the internet, but then at the same time it's like other than people celebrating on the internet, you're seeing a lot of your people or people that believe in the same thing that you believe in saying that they can no longer be a part of your party. And not necessarily saying that they're going not necessarily saying that they're going straight to the Democratic Party. I mean, not the Democratic, but the Republican Party, or they're going to the Conservative Party. They're literally just saying, yo, I'm seeing y'all celebrate and I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a part of it. Or not even that. They're getting fired. And the irony of it, too, if people don't remember Donald Trump used to be on a show called The Apprentice. Donald Trump used to be on a show called The Apprentice. The show where he points at the camera and says, "You're fired." Thumbnail of today's show. Oh, people are slow. Let's get it.
People to make others scared and fearful for their own lives. So it's very strange to hear this said aloud, but not at all surprising for somebody like Destiny. I'll remind you all that this is the guy that cheered on the death of that firefighter, Corey Compertone, at the Butler County, Pennsylvania Trump rally when a shooter went and took the life of that firefighter. So this is not, again, surprising from somebody like Destiny. Now, there have been calls to get him banned on his main platform, which is YouTube. As I said before, he's already been banned on Twitch as of 2022. So I'm very curious if that's going to go through, if YouTube is going to stand on business and actually get rid of him for that, because it does seem to be a clear-cut case of actually calling for violence against conservatives. But now we're going to move on to Hassan Piker, because I guess, you know, birds of a feather flock together. Here's his clip.
Kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Okay. Okay. You're crazy. That's crazy. That's wild. Hearing it out loud is one thing. I read this first. I read this quote first. It was popped up on some sort of like infographic about things that Hassan Piker said, and I thought, oh, I just need to hear that said before I judge. Maybe I need to hear exactly how it comes out of his mouth.
Kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Right. These people are crazy. This is crazy. Now, he's going to go on to say this is hyperbolic, which I hope so. I hope that's hyperbolic. He was on a recent, I guess, like news interview where he is asked to talk about these statements, and of course he attempts to defend these statements. I'm going to run that for you so that you can hear it from the horse's mouth and see how you feel about it.
Your own rhetoric. I noticed that Elon Musk has been posting about you.
Yes.
And I don't know the context of these particular statements, but here's a quote from you about landlords who don't want to rent out their properties. You said, kill them, murder them, let the streets soak in their red capitalist blood. Make you part of the problem with violent discourse.
This was in a conversation that I was having with a landlord friend of mine, and to be sincere. This is not sincere advocacy. It's not a real policy that I would ever advocate for. And that's precisely the reason why when Republicans were desperately looking for any sort of incisive language that they could present, they went back to a very obvious instance of LARPing, an insincere statement that is obviously hyperbolic from, I believe, 2018.
My question stands nonetheless. Doesn't that kind of language contribute to the sphere of violent, even lethal violence in the United States?
I don't believe that my insincere statements any of my
What's
beliefs
going on,
whatsoever.
Insane One? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, brother. Shout outs to Bronze, Flat Power God in the building. I'm just now seeing your messages. Good to see you guys. Welcome to the show. We got a lot to talk about, man. Y'all come on in. Let's play radio. Let's get it.
In 2019 has led to any sort of real world whatsoever.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how one like surefire way to make sure things like this don't happen is you cannot say them. That's one. Okay. Secondly, if you're going to say them and you're going to claim that they're hyperbolic and insincere, you should probably follow up your statement by saying that was hyperbolic and totally insincere. That was completely hyperbolic and totally insincere. Just so everybody knows, I had a moment of weakness where I just decided to scream and shout and talk about killing and murdering people and soaking the streets with their blood. But that was insincere. But he didn't do that, though. And the thing is, a legal standpoint...
I mean, I'm not even going to hold you. A lot of people been unhinged and just saying a whole bunch of crazy shit. What's going on, War Master? Good to see you, man. Welcome to the show. Shout outs to War Master in the building. Y'all, I got super sick and had to go get some medicine. I had to go get some soup. So my bad, y'all, if my voice is a little bit crackly and crazy on today's show. You know, I didn't have the energy, but I gave y'all some pre-records yesterday. Also, too, we're gonna talk a little bit about Jimmy Kimmel. I'm light skinned now. I'm super light skinned. I'm high yellow right now. Warmaster. He said that I turned white. High yellow. You know. But nah, a couple people that need to turn white in these day and age. Well, I ain't gonna lie. I'd probably be scared to be white at this point. But there's a lot of stuff we gotta talk about. So much stuff that I'm not gonna just take credit, you know, and it's not even about no damn credit. I really don't care. It's not like I got credit for shit I did anyway. My audience and you guys here, I want to give you guys a big round of applause because we've done a tremendous job. You know, we've done a tremendous job. How about it? Aren't we, you know what I'm saying, ahead of the world when it comes to this stuff? Haven't we sat here and called all of this stuff? You know, we sat here and called it. You know, yes, yes, yes. Let's see what y'all are saying with the poll. Let me know if you guys see the poll in the chat. The poll says, should Destiny and people get fired over radical statements over Charlie Kirk? Okay? And 38% says yes, they incited violence. 12% says no, it's free speech regardless. Another tie with yes is burn everything. And 12%, which is tied also, is we want war, but we need peace. Very interesting. Please double tap your screens, hit the like button. Please double tap your screens, hit the like button. If you are new here, introduce yourself, you know, subscribe to the tribe. I'm not gonna lie, and it did mess up my stomach. I was sick. I ain't gonna lie. I got caught in the rain again on the way back, and I got sick. You know, I definitely got sick. Shout outs to Insane One on both sides of the game. You know, so shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. An hour and 7 minutes into the madness. Yeah, I had to take yesterday off, but gave you guys some pre-records. I got a lot of pre-records coming, and I covered this on the pre-records. You know, about Jimmy Kimmel getting fired again. Donald Trump. You know, for a lot of people that's pretending to be confused, had a show called The Apprentice. And shout outs to Link. You know, Link, if you are around, big shout outs to you because I still got y'all think I still got all of the stuff that I had for the second or third movie night that we were gonna do. We did two movie nights. We did Uncle Tom's Cabin, and then we did She Hates Me on the second movie night, and then we still had Donald Trump and also what War Master suggested, which was, let me see, I got it, I still got it here, about Iraq. Hold on, Lord have mercy, did it move? I think it moved, but we still got it, and we still got to, I played, Wake Me Up When September Ends. We still, maybe towards the end of the month, I guess we can go over September the 11th, but this Charlie Kirk situation really overshadowed all of that, which is crazy, um but it's, it's politics as usual, guys, you know No, it's not an hour and 45 minutes. It's an hour and 9 minutes. But yeah, we had some technical difficulties and still having a little bit of technical difficulties. I'm working with what I have, y'all. I'm absolutely working with what I have. You know, I what did I want to say? I wanted to well, we got a lot of stuff to go over on today's show. Obviously, we got. No, I haven't seen Glory. It's a lot of stuff that I want to watch. You know what? And if you guys checked out the pre-records, LT Man and War Master, I gave both of you guys a shout out on the pre-records. Um, Actually, there were two shorts that they weren't supposed to be pre-records, but if YouTube is weird. Like, you got to go through hell just to upload a video on YouTube, and I was editing it and stuff like that, and I was trying to get it into YouTube short territory. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to expand our reach and stuff like that, because I think a lot of people need to, you know, hear and soak up this game that we're dropping. But I did a show asking, is the modern world turning into a dystopia? And shout outs to the other Ray J. He chimed in because, yeah, me and him had talked about this a minute ago, and he has a lot of great shows that talked about it. And what's going on, Big Cap? And we talked about is the world going into a dystopia? And I used Judge Dredd as like as an example. So I was like, hey, maybe we might have to play Judge Dredd. You know what I'm saying? On movie night. I remember also too. Uh, LT Man, he suggested Brokeback Mountain. He suggested Brokeback. I gotta catch up with Party too and see what Party suggested, because you guys got some good some good movie suggestions, man. Auntie suggested She Hates Me, and that was a pretty good movie. I didn't know. I forgot the actor's name. I didn't know he played in so much movies and stuff like that. But we're gonna get into it. But so much stuff to talk about on today's show. Not just Jimmy Kimmel, getting fired and stuff like that. I mean, you're a comedian. People are gonna laugh at certain things. I don't get mad at guys like Jimmy Kimmel because obviously you're a comedian. And I'm not gonna lie, when you host like a Tonight Show, y'all, the show kind of softens the blow, if that makes sense. Like, the show, it softens some of the jokes that's being told on it, and a lot of us, well, a lot of people don't, but a lot of people do, but a lot of people aren't ready to laugh. Everything is too soon. A lot of people don't understand, white humor. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I mean, if you really look at it race for race, white America is in a crazy spot right now. White America is absolutely in a crazy spot right now. And it's unfortunate. And Black America has always been in a crazy spot, but Black America gonna be in a more crazy spot if they don't mind their goddamn business. When it comes to this Charlie Kirk situation and shit like that. Another thing I told you guys, going into the future, especially into the winter holidays, Christmas is coming up and shit. People are cold blooded, man. Stop trusting y'all coworkers. If they're asking you about Charlie Kirk on the job and all that kind of shit, de-escalate. And I'm telling y'all, that was another show that I got. I just need to edit it. But the show that I gave you guys a shout out in War Master and LT man. It it's a pre-record and it's a YouTube short because like I said when I edited, YouTube added like an extra second onto it, and a second over 3 minutes now because they've changed everything with the shorts. They're changing everything now. YouTube is rolling out these goofy AI engines and all this other stupid stuff instead of making the platform better and getting rid of trolls. They trying to give you more AI. Okay, but y'all please hit the like button and please support the show. Hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. I'm giving y'all $1 billion worth of game. Watch out this winter and in general for your goofy ass coworkers. You understand what I'm saying? Watch out for your goofy ass coworkers because you never know who is jealous of you. You never know who is gunning for your spot. You may be, I'm telling you, you know, um, there's a saying that it's like, don't let your food get cold while watching other people's plate. Well, there's another saying behind that, which got a lot of game behind it, that I'm going to give you guys is that, thinking that you don't have a lot on your plate, or if you do have a lot on your plate, or if you're like, oh, this little low job, who's going to want this little low job? You'll be surprised. You know what I'm saying? Because, see, if you take that saying and you're not letting your food get cold while watching what's on other people's plate, you may underestimate what you have on your plate until it's taken away. And what I'm saying is the game that I'm dropping on you guys is you may not be watching other people's plate, but fate has it that somebody might be watching your plate. You understand what I'm saying? So, sometimes we kind of gotta, not get super wrapped up in the world that we live in, because the thing is that we think that people perceive, or you know what I'm saying, or other people are looking at the world the way they're looking at the world, you know, when in reality people aren't. Other people aren't joking the way people joke. Some of this stuff is too soon for everybody, and honestly, you never know what other people are thinking. So I'm gonna give y'all some game if you ever knew that saying, and add on to it. You know, even though you don't watch other people's plate while their food is getting, while your food is getting cold, never underestimate somebody watching your plate. You understand what I'm saying? And even because you don't do any crime or do nothing wrong and you're a civilian or whatever, you got to keep your head on a swivel. I mean, shit. You can make the argument saying, damn, I pay this expensive ass phone bill. I should be able to say what the fuck I want to say on my damn phone. You know what I'm saying? Which is true. But you never know who has a vendetta against you. You understand what I'm saying? You never know who has a vendetta against you. You know? Alright, let me check the comments real quick. War Master said vertical is wrong. You know? Let me put this up here so you guys can see Trump's emoji that War Master is using. Alright. LT Man says, don't let your food get cold while watching someone else's plate. I like that. Yeah. It's a saying. It's a saying, LT Man. I'm probably butchering it, but but it's like, don't let your food get cold while you're watching other people's plate. You know what I'm saying? And you know, it's a lot to it. But I'm adding on top of it, don't estimate who's doing that, who's watching your plate and may want what you have, it's a thing about jealousy. But this is the thing. See, jealousy, y'all, it gets taken to another level when somebody can actually do something about it. It's not like a safari where you're like, in a Jeep or a Land Rover, and it's like a cage there, and like all the animals can't really do nothing to you because you're within the cage. Keep your hands to yourself. Nah, these people can These people can do something to you. And then not even that, ruin your reputation, make you look crazy and stuff like that. And let me tell you something. You didn't have to come on the internet tap dancing or talking crazy about Charlie Kirk, you know? First of all, I'm still surprised there's YouTubers and people that still, still covering, this topic, as crazy as it may sound. This is something. I mean, obviously, people ain't gonna move on away from quickly, but this is something that you got to be careful with, and people are so misinformed about Charlie Kirk, especially black people. I can't tell you how much times I'm seeing black people just go off of clips that are out of context. And so many black people talking about some. Remember, I told y'all, oh man, I heard this, that, and the third about Charlie Kirk, and it made me go down the rabbit hole. You can either run into some bullshit after that saying with Negroids, or you can run into something real. Like I said, I was just watching Willie D, and all he played was clips, and it's like, okay, old school, you're not doing your research really. And I ain't gonna lie, you should know better as a old school player to do your research on this shit. Not saying that young people that are adapted to the internet have an excuse, but I can understand why a young person wouldn't do their research versus why a older cat that want to talk about politics don't do his research. I mean, to tell you the truth, politics and history go hand in hand, you know, and so does I wouldn't say so should, but what trails behind it also is a man's philosophy. You know what I'm saying? Politics is written with people's philosophy, how they think, what they would like to see, what they do, etc. Ethics, you know. So people are doing their disservice, not even doing basic history, which is funny as hell, you know, doomed to repeat it, you know. But it is what it is. You said, I think it's don't let your food get cold watching other people eat. Okay, okay. It probably is, it's some variation of it, you know. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people, they're not understanding that, you got to do your research and stuff like that. Like, people ain't trying to I mean, people will, but people ain't trying to hear, you know, 5 weeks later, oh my god, I was so wrong about Charlie Kirk. But then again, people will watch anything on the internet, you know. So they'll watch somebody be wrong about 500 times, you know. It's crazy, you know. All right. What's going on, James? Good to see you, player. Good to see you, brother. Give me 1 second. Let's get back into this. Let's get back into this real quick. We got a lot of ground to cover. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Let's get back into it. Let's go.
You get to just claim you're being hyperbolic and insincere when you said something like this? I mean, I'm sure you can. I don't know who's going to pick up that defense and run with it, but this is his only way. And I wonder if he has gotten any legal counsel, because there's a lot of money hanging in the balance of him being banned on a platform like Twitch. He is one of their biggest creators, so he's making tons.
But Twitch, I heard he got banned from Twitch in February. So they're throwing Destiny in the fire like Nick Fuentes. People on that side of the game ain't as nice as they claim. They're throwing Destiny damn near into the fire like they did Nick Fuentes. And honestly too, with AI coming in, a lot of these platforms, I'm not gonna say they lost their golden goose, but they're trying to replace their golden goose. You know, when some of these YouTubers and people get big, guess what? They abandon the platform. They go to the WWE, or they go to all of these other places and stuff like that. Obviously, you definitely want to use YouTube or your job or whatever you got going on to springboard you somewhere. But you know, they got AI now, quote unquote. That's studied YouTubers for free. Which YouTubers, monetized or demonetized, should get checks from. They studied YouTubers for free, and got a formula. Like I said, information is always more valuable than money. You know, and I don't know. I guess the information. I guess the AI can't jump ship on you. Y'all put two and two together. All right. Think about it.
Tons of money.
Or can it? You never know. It probably can.
He's a millionaire, of course, off of what he's done on these online platforms. So I'm assuming he's gotten some legal counsel and they've told him this is how he's meant to respond to questions like this. Now, mind you, Hassan Piker was recently tasked with writing a piece about political violence for the New York Times in response to this whole Charlie Kirk assassination, which the New York Times should have done a little bit more research about his very own speech before asking him to do that, because this is not the individual that I would go with. And in the wake of Charlie Kirk being assassinated, as Hassan Piker watched the actual video of him being shot in the neck, Hassan Piker made some sort of just weak, superficial call for gun control. What is going on? Okay, so do these two individuals deserve repercussions for their clearly violent speech that is literally calling for violence? I would hope so. Now, is this tantamount to hate speech? No. And I get so upset about people who want to talk about hate speech, hate crimes, things of that nature, because who decides what's hateful? There is a very clear distinction between speech that is calling for violence, speech that is threatening, speech that is inciting violence, and hate speech. Now, what Destiny and Hassan have done here is speech that is calling for violence. They are literally calling for violence. They deserve repercussions for having done that. And we'll see if Twitch or YouTube circles back on any of this and does anything. But somebody who is getting this mixed up is AG Pam Bondi, the Attorney General Pam Bondi. She seems to not know the difference between hate speech and speech that incites violence or threatens. I'm going to run you a clip here of her speaking about it.
There's free speech and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything. And that's across the aisle.
Okay, pause. Back it up like a Tonka truck. Okay, we need to rework what you just said. You're gonna go after people for hate speech. And what does it mean? Who defines what hate speech even is at this point? I don't know if she misspoke, actually. She's going to claim that she misspoke, and we're going to get into her statement right after this. But we need to be very clear that we are not going to be targeting people for hate speech. Okay, that is the work of an oppressive regime. That is the work of an authoritarian regime. You do not go after people for hate speech. People are allowed to share hateful rhetoric if that's what they want to do. It's not something that I would personally do in my own life.
Well, this is the thing. It's a witch hunt. It's really a witch hunt because, if somebody didn't like you anyway, they're just gonna use this as a reason to go after you. And it's crazy because if you think about it, all of the other creators, right, like content creators on the platforms, again, like I said, they're your co-workers. They're your co-workers. So again, like I said, you never know what people are jealous about. You never know what they're jealous about. Do your job and take your ass home. you know. And like I said, be careful of your coworkers. They will turn you in. They will turn you in for a check. I mean, shit. Look where they at for a check. You don't think they're gonna turn your ass in? You know, you're the raise. Think about what I'm telling you. They're like, should I ask the boss for a raise or should I kind of turn in Kevin in sales? You know what? I really don't like Kevin in sales. You know, I really don't like Kevin. So they're gonna turn you in. You're the raise for now. At least you're the Christmas bonus. It's amazing what people will do for a ribbon. It's amazing what people will do for a ribbon. And when times get harder, man, people start to worship money. People start to worship things they have no business worshiping. But let's go. See what I did there? Business worshiping. Okay.
Life, although I'm accused of hate speech all the time for talking about my conservatively held beliefs, talking about the trans movement, talking about different aspects of the sort of culture war that we're currently in right now in our society. And I don't view that to be hate speech. And there lies the problem with saying we are going to go after and target people for their use of hate speech.
It's not even about hate speech. It's about speech. As I said, I put up a video about it. Like I said, you guys can go check it out with Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel actually made more jokes in that segment about Trump than he did Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was kind of like a proxy, of that joke. It was a proxy. And the funny part is that Jimmy's not the first person to actually make that joke. I've seen another comedian or people like the world is weird, right? When it comes to making these videos, because these videos, the nature of them, all of them can have a tone, and it's the same way with like jokes and how they're written or the vein that they're written in. So something that could be considered tragic can also be flipped into a joke. And the joke doesn't necessarily have to be dark. You understand what I'm saying? So somebody else posted the same video and the caption was similar. It was like, in the midst of, what happened to Charlie Kirk, his friend Donald Trump, this is what he's doing, like they expect Donald Trump to be talking about Charlie Kirk every single day. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people are looking for Donald Trump to talk about Charlie Kirk almost every single day, not because he was just assassinated in the same way that they tried to take Trump out, but because they want to pin. They're more so focused on pinning that Charlie Kirk. My bad. Charlie Kirk was radical. They really want to pin that he was radical, but he wasn't radical. And I was wondering why they keep. I'm like, why they keep attaching like the Martin Luther King element onto Charlie Kirk, and then I thought about it. I'm like, oh, it's the Christianity thing. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and this is a wild comparison that I'm about to just throw out there. If you think about it, Nick Fuentes is like the Malcolm X. Is like the Malcolm X. And Charlie Kirk would be considered the MLK. I know that's a wild comparison, but there's actually a joke somewhere in there that I just didn't craft. All right. There's actually a joke somewhere in there that I didn't craft. And black people and people that never watch them or black people don't even watch those type of debates. They're not really into those type of debates. There's too many $50 words being flung around that niggas don't know and stuff like that. The black people don't really care about the getting. They care about the results. They care about the results. So they're not really, the majority of black people ain't really sitting up there, watching these debates, in the way that it's just not what they do. They're not watching these debates. Somebody has to literally force these damn debates down their throat before they're like, oh, what he talking about? That makes sense. You literally got to force this shit down their throat. You got to become a dentist. You got to start pulling teeth. Just to get them to try to make sense amongst each other. Because I'm gonna tell you the truth. As smart as a lot of brothers and sisters are, a lot of people don't want change. A lot of people don't want change because change will insinuate that you can't be the victim anymore. Change will insinuate that you actually got to take responsibility for certain things. Change will be, you know what I'm saying? And you got generations of people that don't want to be like, hey, man, you're the downfall of the generation or the downfall of a certain group of people, no matter how much they are. If you look at it at a certain level, and that's the reason why you have the generations today, talking about certain political parties and things like that. This is the reason why you have them right now, not trying to take accountability. Like, oh, is it the Democrats? Oh, is it the Republicans? They don't want to take the responsibility or the accountability of saying, hey, we kind of fucked up, guys. We got to kind of take a step back, or hey, we kind of fucked up. The Republicans are going to be in office for the next such and such. You know what I'm saying? Because of some of the stuff that we got going on right now. Or, hey, you shouldn't get on the internet and say that because it's going to make us look this way, So it's a lot of stuff that's going on in the world right now today. And all of this stuff is happening on a bunch of different levels with different people. You know what I'm saying? Black people just don't know what the hell is going on in a lot of cases, And the ones that do know what's going on, they get called a coon or ostracized by people that didn't even give a damn about them anyway. Okay, hold on. Warmaster says, Warmaster jumping on the YouTube side of the game, app switching. Warmaster says, Kuda, people can't curse or lie to their audience on broadcast TV. It's not cable or the internet. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's like regular television. Okay, I see what you're saying. But this is what I've been saying. And you know this, Warmaster, because YouTube was going to replace us with them anyway. Why the hell hasn't all the Tonight shows, all of these sportscasters that want to be, uncut, why haven't they came over to social media? Like, it's like a no-brainer. But then again, you have to understand that there is no 401k with YouTube. No matter how much stress we got to work under just to bring you guys content, right? You got to understand that there is no insurance. There is no bonus. There is no, again, like I was talking about, half these people, they don't know how to set up an audio setup or a camera and all this other stuff, even though they've made enough where they can hire people to do it. The thing is that, there is somewhat job security. But after the stuff that's been going on for this past week with a lot of people and how they speak, is there a such thing as job security? Is there a such thing as job security? And Jimmy, I'm pretty sure he prepared for it. I just don't think he thought it was going to happen just like that. But then again, you're seeing what all of these people are saying about Charlie Kirk. And to get on the internet today and say, man, I didn't know people were losing their job, that's disingenuous. Because I'm pretty sure even in the real world, if you're not on the internet, you know somebody that face some type of repercussions for talking about it. Social media is a fucked up place for a lot of different reasons. But let's get back into it. It's player talk.
Never happen in a pluralistic society. So for Pam Bondi to say that is very, very concerning. Okay, we should all have, the hairs on the back of our neck standing up. We should all have red flags and red lights, okay? Because we do not do this. Now, she's come forward and clarified in this statement. Let's go ahead and read it. She says, hate speech that crosses the line into threats of violence is not protected by the First Amendment. And already we are off on the wrong foot. She needs to rewrite this. She just needs to say speech that crosses the line into threats of violence is not protected by the First Amendment. There's no reason to put hate speech in there. Now you are confusing people, and then she seems confused. And as somebody who is the sitting attorney general, you should not be confused about these phrases, okay? So we are already messing up the clarification as well. She goes on to say it's a crime.
Internet jargon and algorithms are seeping their way into politics. What a time to be alive. Let's go.
For far too long, we've watched the radical left normalize threats, calls for assassinations, and cheer on political violence. That era is over. Now, she cites
that's millennials.
Some legal measures here. She goes say you cannot call for someone's murder, you cannot swat a member of Congress, you cannot dox a conservative family and think it will be brushed off as free speech. These acts are punishable crimes, and every single threat will be met the full force of the law. Free speech protects ideas, debate, even dissent, but it does not and will never protect violence. It is clear this violent rhetoric is designed to silence others from voicing conservative ideals. We will never be silenced, not for our families, not for our freedoms, and never for Charlie. His legacy will not be erased by fear or intimidation. And that's all good, fine, and well, but Pam, go to the beginning of your statement and get rid of the word hate. It's very easy. And again, this is not something that she should be confusing people with, and it sure as hell should not be a stance that she's holding. So I hope this is at its very worst a matter of confusion, because if it's anything worse than that and she actually believes that we should be going after and targeting people for hate speech.
You said hate speech. Hate speech is speech the left doesn't like. Yeah, anything can be considered hate speech. If you're a Redskins fan and somebody comes in and say go Cowboys, that's hate speech. Opposition.
We're going to have a really big problem. And I have no problem with calling out somebody who's labeling themselves as a conservative who is using this rhetoric, because this is all out wrong. Okay? Now back to camera one. In the case of Hassan and Destiny, okay, we are looking at
this girl, you know what she used to do? She used to hang the mics from the ceiling because she used to use the Lewitt. She used to use the ice cream sandwich mics back in the day when she was a Democrat. But let's go.
Calls for violence. Conservatives should feel fear when going to events. They should feel afraid for their lives, is essentially what he's saying. Hassan is saying, literally kill them, murder them, soak the streets in their blood. These are calls for violence. These are not pieces of hate speech, where I do not even believe in hate speech. It is of the utmost importance that we draw these distinctions and that we know how to analyze speech and place it into its respective categories before we are going after people and calling for them to be fired, calling for them to be banned from certain platforms, calling for them to be prosecuted by our court system. It is very important that we are clear in both our messaging and our follow through when it comes to these topics and the legality of these topics as well. So in the case of Hassan and Destiny, yeah, it looks like repercussions are necessary for the speech that they've shared. But am I going after them for hate speech? Absolutely.
But this is the thing. YouTube and all of these platforms was siding with the left. The left was one of those groups of people that you can't speak on or about, or you lose your job or something will happen. And now that it's backfired and the right is doing it in their own way, and I'm not gonna lie, a lot of that stuff, it just got out of hand. I mean, for fuck's sake, there's a whole, was it Australian or Indian news company that I used to share on here, and they're pretty big. You guys should know them more than I do, but I share their stuff all the time, as you guys know, called Lefties Losing It. And they're literally people sitting on the other side of the planet laughing at the left. There's a whole, they have a whole segment of quote unquote, and it is just like the title, Lefties Losing It. So they've had a lot of power on these airways and stuff like that, and they've abused it. It got to the point where they start tap dancing on people's graves. See, when it was Kevin Samuels, you know what I'm saying? When it was Kevin Samuels, it was all fun. You know what I'm saying? Because oh, he's a black man. Who heard about him? Who cares? Blah blah blah. Kevin Samuels. Who cares about him? Plus, look at what he was talking about. You need to respect women. You need to respect women. You need to respect women. So then, guess what? When he got up out of here, they tap dance. But now, when it's somebody that's political, not even political, because he wasn't a politician. You know, and that's something that I keep telling y'all and I keep saying. I'm like, okay, bro, he wasn't a politician. Which people that know. Which you guys, for the most part, knows. He was on his way to probably being one. But then again, somebody gonna have to stop that also. You know? So, you know, it's just the funniest shit ever. You know? But they got on they you know, they've been in power for so long, it's like, okay, let me get on here and laugh at, you know, this man a little too soon. Let's get the jokes flowing a little too soon. Let's go on Twitter and go crazy a little too soon. And guess what? It was too soon. And now it's too late. See what I did there? It was too soon, and now it's too late. You know, it's too late. And now they're starting, you know, the right got their own version of cancel culture right now. And that's crazy. Warmaster says the left used to cancel conservatives just because they disagree with us. Now they make them famous. You said now they make them famous the same way we didn't dig up 10-year-old tweets. We caught them within 40. Yeah, that's another thing too. Definitely within 48 hours of you know, acting dumb. Absolutely. Yeah. Like it's like getting caught red-handed in the cookie jar. You know, it's like getting caught red-handed in the cookie jar. You know, and it didn't take long because they're always doing something. You know, most people just stay up out the way. You know, you said Sky News Australia been roasting. Yeah, it's Australia. Okay, yeah. Lefties losing it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he probably was. He was at the top, you know, with Turning Point. What's going on, Link? Shout outs to you, bro. Gave you a shout out earlier. I was letting everybody know I didn't forget about you, bro. Link gave me and if you guys look at the thumbnail, Link gave me a Donald Trump documentary that we're still gonna go over. I didn't forget you, bro. You know, Link gave me a Donald Trump documentary. And you know, I was telling people that why are people surprised that you know, the Don man is kind of eating this shit up, you know, for heaven's sake, he ran a show called The Apprentice where he looked at people and said, "You're fired." You know what I'm saying? That was his shtick for a while. It's like, hey, Donald, you know, it was like some Shark Tank shit. Hey, Donald, I want to work for you and blah, blah, blah. Here's why I will be the best worker for you and stuff like that. You know, nigga, Donald Trump was like Coach Ramsay at one point. I mean, Chef Ramsay. You know? I am an idiot sandwich. You know? So, I don't know why people are acting like he wasn't that guy. You know? Link said, I wonder what would happen if Eminem went in like he used to. Man, Eminem, I'm not going to lie. Time had to be the way time was back then for Eminem to not get canceled. But today's youth would cancel Eminem. You know what I'm saying? Today's youth will cancel Eminem. Because also, too, remember at that time, in history, you know, there was a type of humor going around that most people in today's day and age wouldn't get. You know, most people don't even get those Michael Jackson bars that he was dropping. You know, so you know, at a certain time you know, most people wouldn't get the type of comedy, you know, that Eminem was throwing out there, especially if they're disoffended. Jimmy Kimmel really didn't say nothing, but it was a proxy joke, and I'm pretty sure, you know, it didn't flatter Trump. You know, I'm pretty sure it didn't flatter Trump. All right, let's get
Not. And Pam, please, maybe we run it back and get a third statement out. Third time's the charm. Third time's the charm on the whole hate speech versus calls for violence. All right, guys, those are my thoughts. Scary we're living in. Scary because of people like Hassan and Destiny, who are allowed to just sort of frivolously say these things out on the internet, and really not acknowledge the impact that they're having on their audiences, who are often young, malleable minds who aren't ready to be violent or ready to share just as violent speech as the speech that they've shared in their videos. And concerning because of people like Pam Bondi, who seem to have a little bit of confusion about hate speech versus calls for.
Now, Destiny nuked himself. You know, Destiny straight up nuked himself. Now, listen, y'all. I'm gonna play something in today's show. I'm not sure. We got a couple of more segments. All right. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. I'm going to play something in today's show that nobody in this space have played for you guys, and I've done this before, but something that a lot of you guys would a lot of you guys wouldn't see coming. All right. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. A lot of you guys wouldn't see coming. All right, Charlie Kirk. I'm gonna show y'all Charlie Kirk. There's two videos in particular. I just gotta go find them. Responding from the dead. I'm gonna just throw that out there. I got you guys. If you've been watching Player Talk Radio, you know where I'm about to go with this. All right. So Charlie Kirk responds. You know, from a certain place. Okay. So we're gonna get into that a little bit later. All right. You said Eminem will be fine. Great music covers up a lot of BS, but that's the thing. Today's listener don't have that ear. We have that ear, but today's listener don't have that ear. You getting a lot of feedback? Okay, I don't know what's going on with this thing. Hold on. Thank you for the... Okay, we should be alright. I don't know what's going on. Fuck, man. I'm gonna have to try to get a new God damn. Everything's going bad, y'all. Alright, let's go. Give me 1 second. Yeah, R. Kelly, they like everybody from yesteryear that we understand, they've turned them into a creepy old nigga now. You know? Everybody from yesteryear, y'all, that we understand, they're a creepy old and a pervert. Okay, so everybody from yesteryear that we know and that we understand, they're a creepy pervert now. You know, we understood that the 90s was a wild time. So Diddy acting and responding the way he didn't really throw us off, because it's like, bro, well, you gotta be a monster to take on Suge. Diddy had some powerful ops. So what you gonna do? You gonna let them trample you, or you gotta become a beast also and compete? You know, you gonna throw your empire away, or are you gonna rise to the occasion? So we know this, you know. Though these new cats don't. Man, these niggas don't even remember yesterday. You know, yesterday is a distant memory for a lot of these, you know, these younger folks nowadays. You know, what's going on, Paul? I'm not gonna lie, Eminem's beats back in the day. I'm not gonna lie, contrary to popular belief, to me they were kind of mid. You know, to me they were kind of mid. Some of his songs, they were definitely, the beats were fire, but a lot of his beats were mid. Like a lot of his beats, you don't see people freestyling over them. A lot of those beats, you don't see people really going, using them today. But the thing is that artists like Eminem, it fit him. You know what I'm saying? It fit him. You know, because Eminem used a lot of guitars and all kinds of other stuff in his beat. You know. You said piss in the mouth was wrong. I hate to say it, War Master. Listen, we're living in a day and age right now where eating ass is standard. Like you will lose a badina if you don't eat. If you don't eat no ass. Yeah, R. Kelly walked so this generation of people can run. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is standard. That shit is standard. You know? And people are into golden showers and shit. That shit is fucking standard, which is crazy. You said, I think his best stuff was against Benzino. That's just me. I was watching a Benzino. They were saying Benzino was crying on Drink Champs over Eminem and stuff like that because he kept getting asked about Eminem for like 20 years. I don't even really remember the Benzino and Eminem spat, to tell y'all the truth. But Benzino's not a battle rapper. And the thing is that I'm not even gonna lie. That was a crazy day and age because like it was like a transition. You had like a lot of gangster rappers getting one up by people that can put lyrics together and stuff like that. And, this is where you start getting your slaughterhouses and your your D9s and your I said D9s, D12, my bad, y'all, and stuff like that. You said bite your tongue, Cooter. You listen to Drake with no Xbox. I love Drake. Drake is dope. And Iceman finna sell. I got this picture I need to tag you in, War Master. I got so much stuff. I was sick yesterday, and I went and got some medicine and was just laying down, and I saw somebody. I don't know if it was AI or something. Somebody posted a picture of maybe a concept of yesteryear of the Xbox 720. Well, I think that's what it's called. It looked good too, And I saw this thing about PlayStation. There was this anniversary. They put out this matte black and this jet black PlayStation 1. That shit looked good too. Yeah, they got him drunk as shit. Yeah. I was like, it got to be the liquor. Sometimes you can handle your liquor, but when you drink liquor from a different company that you normally ain't used to, especially if it's like tequila and shit and you doing shots, man, you gonna be fucked up. You're going to be fucked up, Yeah, booty eating is wrong. I draw a line there, I draw a line there. Bad enough, the dirtiest item that you guys have on you is an item that you touch and see every day, which is your phone. Phones are filthy. People don't clean their phones or wipe their phones down and stuff like that. Phones got fecal matter all over it. And guess what? You put it up to your mouth and talk. So in another sense, a lot of people are eating their own ass. But anyway, that's just some facts that y'all don't need to know. you know, that could probably ruin your night or your day. Hopefully it's past dinner time and you guys are settled in and enjoying Player Talk Radio. Speaking of Player Talk Radio, shout outs to Chris G dropping a huge. I appreciate you, bro. Getting it started, dropping a huge $3 on the Cash App. Definitely please hit the like button. Chris G says, my nigga, Kuda, stay strong. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio. Definitely, it's going to get a little bit of creepy on today's show because, it's going to get a little bit creepy on today's show because, hey, I got you guys. Hey, I got something to show you guys. All right. You said, I remember eating cat was kind of taboo in the early 2000s and stuff. Yeah, that's true. Lil Wayne, even though it was before Lil Wayne kind of popularized it. The Pussy Monster and all that other stuff. Lil Wayne kind of popularized it. Definitely Lil Wayne, popularized that, and then also too, I mean, the diva era, the diva era, it was a different grade of women around back then. The women were more clean. They wasn't drinking and smoking and on antidepressants and all that other shit like the women of today and have to self-medicate and all that other stuff. They really wasn't on psych meds and stuff like that, their diet was different. They wasn't eating hot Cheetos and asking for phone charges and telling lies all damn day on the internet. The diva era was a completely different era and a completely different caliber of woman. You know what I'm saying? They actually carried themselves different, So you didn't have to worry. But, then they're not like these pirates that you got today that be drinking barrel liquor and got tattoos on their knuckles and stuff like that. And if they still carried themselves with decorum back in those days, like the Kat Von Douche and somebody was like, I miss the old white people that used to be cool, like the Rob Dyrdeks, the Rob Dyrdeks, the Tony Hawks, and the that shit was funny. I was like, bro, name nothing but skaters and stuff. But anyway, we got a lot of stuff that's going to be talked about on today's show. One master said Kuda is running his mouth about hip hop's Jordan, Kobe, or Wilt. Eminem is not Drake. Even he probably has an Xbox, unlike some people. Listen, I'm really trying to. You know what I was thinking about doing? I was really thinking about doing a marathon show and just doing a whole week of. I might do this either Sunday or Monday. We're gonna try to start on Monday, and by Friday, have an Xbox and probably either a new monitor or a new computer. I'm gonna try to do a whole marathon. So I said I'm just gonna kick in. I was thinking about calling it Streamer Mania. We cover the news as it comes in, and past news and past shows. Streamer Mania or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, I love Tony Hawk. I know. I love Tony Hawk. Tony Hawk is dope. What was I about to say? But this is the thing. So, listen. I don't got nothing against Eminem. I like Eminem. But my friend, and shout outs to my brother G, and my friends used to listen to Eminem all the time. So I'm like, all right, I'm kind of tired of Eminem. Even out here, they you know Eminem they play Eminem all the time. It's like 2008 out here. It's like, bro, please turn that shit off. You know. And then I'm a DJ and I'm a music connoisseur, so I've listened to obscene amounts of just all kinds of shit. You know. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's not. But I actually like Eminem. Um, I liked his first couple of albums. I was a huge fan of him. You know, people don't mention that he's a great storyteller. You know, aside from comedy that he delivers in his work. But my favorite comeback album from his, I didn't get to really listen to too much of his comeback album, but my last favorite album from his is what you call it, it's what's that album that he had with I don't think it was Green Day. Fuck, let me go look. Hold on. With that airplane on it. One of my last favorite albums from Eminem was Kamikaze. Kamikaze. I think he did a great job on that album, and I don't know, man. I mean, he's still selling a lot of. I think he just won an award the other day, and people got mad at him. This generation don't know real rap. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. This generation don't know real rap. They'll cancel him in a minute. They're like, oh well, he had his run. Which is effed up. You said Kuda is weird. You can try to sign in the Xbox app with the tablet. Man, I made a huge mistake, and I heard your voice. I made a huge mistake and went with a crapple product, and it's not bad, but it's old. I got a 7th generation, I think, 7th gen iPad, and I should have got a more newer one because they act a little bit better. And it's just slow, so the only thing I really do on it is I study. I read my books and stuff like that. That's what I did yesterday. I studied and stuff like that. I read my books, and I practice bookkeeping on it and stuff. So yeah. Yesterday I actually came up with I actually finished a book I was writing yesterday. So I had a I was definitely sick and in bed, but I made sure it was pretty productive. you know you said Eminem is the greatest rapper alive. If it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. Bushwick Bill. Yeah, I think Eminem is one of the greatest. He is one of the greatest. I can't even you know it's just that a lot of people, no matter how good you are, if you were rapping kind of like that back in the day, a lot of people, unless you really know, you know what I'm saying, they don't give people like Eminem their props. For example, who was rapping his ass off and he's just as good, but he don't really get his props, or you don't hear his name really coming up in conversations like that, which is preposterous. Ludicrous. Yeah, ludicrous. Ludacris is a beast. Ludacris is one of the top MCs like of all time. But guess what? He made music that made people laugh. His albums, just like Eminem, they were funny. They had skits on it, and that was just the aesthetic back in the day. But see, it didn't age too well because guess what? You know, you had the second reemergence of gangster rap, right? You had the second reemergence of gangster rap. So if you're not talking about gangster shit, you know, you're not really a rapper. You can't, you know, and that's the thing about a lot of artists and stuff like that. Because remember, back in the day with music, you didn't want to rap super gangster because guess what? You'll lose certain endorsements. You can't really pitch your you know, like movies won't really pick up your music and stuff. And remember, that's how a lot of these people got big, like R. Kelly and a couple of and a couple of people of yesteryear. You didn't have to be the best artist and you know, all you really had to do back in the day was really get on a movie soundtrack. You know, a lot of movies, some of y'all favorite movies, if you go look at the soundtrack, it's like, oh yeah, this movie did introduce this artist, or oh damn, I forgot this movie did put on this artist, or this person did the soundtrack to that movie, you know? So you didn't have to really give a damn about rap, you know. You could be like, hey, let me do the movie soundtrack. And the movie soundtrack really catapulted you up out of here. You know what I'm saying? And you don't see that nowadays, you know, unless it's like a big movie and they got like a rollout. They got to go looking for the artist, where the artist used to go looking for them. You know, a little fun fact. You know, you said a lot of folks don't like you if you're not from the Northeast. Well, I mean, in the Northeast, they're in their own world, and respectfully, I mean, Cali is in their own world too. You know, some people like, if it ain't Cali rap, I ain't gonna listen to it. You know, because there's certain instruments and certain things being used. You know, in West Coast, you know, West Coast rap and stuff. You know, what's going on, Morbid Trinity? Good to see you, man. What's the news today? Well, we're talking about a lot of people: Jimmy Kimmel, Destiny. You know, people that are firing themselves essentially. And remember, I've been telling you guys for the past week. You know, a lot of people are gonna go down the rabbit hole and be like, "Oh my God, I didn't think Charlie Kirk was as racist." Let me show y'all something. Speaking of Bushwick Bill, War Master, Willie D did a live. I want to show y'all
Clarify,
something.
y'all made me obsessed with Charlie Kirk. And this is the video that earns you an immediate follow, my good brother. Now, that used to mean a little bit of something from me, but it don't really mean much these days. I used to have a follower on this here app.
You let him hit it raw. You didn't have second thoughts. Now you a single mom. Now you a single mom. Well, is Drew ever alone? Baby, you got a body like a band. And I don't mean no disrespect, but I'm just trying to drive a Sprinter van.
But they took 2 of my accounts, so now I'm just a civilian. I don't know if y'all know anything about me. I get on this app, I like to laugh. Charlie didn't make us obsessed with him. You people did this shit. The hate did this shit. Think about this shit. He talks about God and Jesus all the time. And then you celebrate when he's shot in front of his family? You don't think we finna research these people? You don't think we finna go down a rabbit hole to see exactly what he was talking about? You people made me a Charlie Kirk fan. Let me just clarify. Y'all made me obsessed with Charlie Kirk. And this...
See? That's how you know Negroes didn't do their history. Imagine having that much to say about somebody you don't know about. Think about it. Give me 1 second, y'all. Now, look at the difference between, speaking of Bushwick Bill, Willie D and the younger brothers. Take a listen.
What's up, family? Ever since conservative podcaster Charlie Kirk was gunned down by an assassin's bullet, there's been much public discourse on who he was. People are calling him racist,
Oh yeah, that's
xenophobic,
Miami.
homophobic, all.
All right, hold on, more master. Yeah, the whoop. There it is. That's Miami. That's called booty music. Pause.
Kinds of things. And I was like, man, this is crazy. Rather than forming an opinion based on others' opinions of Charlie Kirk, I decided to do a little research. And fam, I gotta say,
now, this is why you can't trust other people's research unless unless you know them. Not know them, but you know that that their word is good. And even then, that don't mean shit. You still go do your research. I tell y'all things in a way basically telling y'all, hey, look, you don't gotta believe me. You can go look it up yourself. And you'll see what I'm saying. Maybe, too, the reason why I would like you guys to do y'all research on a lot of stuff, especially some of the stuff that I talk about, you might even find more. I actually like when you guys do your research on things because guess what? Now we can take it to an arena and we can talk and really have really chop it up. But listen, and this is what black people have been doing all week and making a fool of themselves. Look at what Willie D calls.
Very least, he was an interesting guy. But rather than sharing my findings with you, I thought it best to let you hear from the horse.
And he didn't have to find it. He didn't have to find it. People talk about something. I found these Charlie Kirk clips. No, them clips found you. If you were talking about Charlie Kirk, the algorithm that's spying on you says, hey, let me put these propaganda clips on your timeline. And that's all he gonna share with us. He didn't do no damn research. Looking at clips ain't research.
His mouth.
Unless you're looking at them to see how far out of context they probably are. Then you go down a whole nother rabbit hole. It's like, okay, so you gave this to me out of context to put a battery in my back for what? What's the motive? All right? And I hate to say it. Y'all, please hit the like button. Please support the show. I'm going to say something that's actually controversial. I'm going to actually say something that's controversial. But I'm going to kind of cover it up a little bit. All right? Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. Y'all demonize people so much, and it forces people to go down the rabbit hole. And not even schools back in the day to a certain degree, or smart students, it forces people to go down the rabbit hole. People get tired of hearing about certain people, and they're like, you know what? Let me go see what this person actually really fucking did. Because, hearing certain people talk about certain things, they be lying. They be lying. And you know who they end up finding? And they're like, hey, this person's not that bad. And no, y'all got this story misconstrued. You will look at history, right? And you'll be like, dang. Let me actually go see what Benito Mussolini was talking about. I keep hearing this fucking name. Let me actually see where he's coming from. and see what he's talking about. Was he evil? Was he actually evil? Or what exactly was he getting at? Let me see what the hell Benito Mussolini's talking about. Stalin. Let me go see what Stalin is talking about. Was Stalin really that evil? What did he believe in? What happened to him? Y'all know where this is going. Bismarck. Let me go see what Bismarck talking about. Plato. Alexander the Great. Let me go down the rabbit hole and really see, where was he buried? Let me see what he's talking about. What is this person? What does this mean? Funny mustache man. Oh. Half these people can't even tell you another Martin Luther King speech other than the I Have a Dream speech. And they barely can tell you that. It's like TikTok all over again. They only tell you one little part, and then the rest, they kind of start muttering. And this is the group of people you're supposed to be loyal to. You know? Like, I wouldn't tell you as a man to give up your life over a bullshit bitch that keeps putting you in position to lose your damn life. At some point, if you survive that hoe, something gotta click in your mind to say, you know what, that motherfucker don't like me. Love wouldn't put you in that bullshit several times. Like, it's going from, is this love or failed assassination attempts? Like, at what point, like, what would your girl or your woman would have to put you through before you realize that you're not defending her? These are failed assassination attempts. ... From her. Some of y'all wouldn't believe me if I told you your broad tried to get you up out of here several times. Wouldn't believe me. Because you're too busy protecting. And usually the one that you would take a bullet for is the one holding the gun. Sad as hell, ain't it? Sad as hell. But yeah, don't let certain things influence you. Go do the research for yourself. And somebody that didn't want you to know the truth about certain things wouldn't tell you to go do that.
Charlie Kirk really was. I think that you'll appreciate this more.
Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, there were less.
I'm not gonna lie, black people think the same way. Like, oh shit, a brother flying the plane, that's what's up. Shit, I hope you know what to do with this motherfucker. I hope this bitch ain't going down, but let's go.
They were less murderous. There was less.
So all he gonna do is share the fucked up clips that makes Charlie Kirk
break-ins. Why is that? And the data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened?
A certain skin color now gets their own summertime celebration. Oh, wow,
look at that white woman that's pretending to be outraged. Black people are saying, hey, you know, hey, we need to restore the nuclear family. We kind of was better off in times that we claim that was way worse. You know, we kind of was better off in fucked up times, you know.
how far blacks have come. It has now become a racial complaining day. Remember what BLM stands for: burn, loot, and murder.
Yeah, DEI stands for one of the biggest. Earn it, just so we're clear.
Can we also acknowledge, due to the laws under Jim Crow, that black people were significantly hindered from economic advancement?
This is a really important question. The data shows not really. Black Americans are poorer today in 2024 than they were in the 1950s. The disappearance of the black father has been the #1 driver of black poverty in this country. At least agree that black dads not being around is a bad thing.
Anyone's father not being around is a bad. Starting in the 1980s.
I love that response.
Now you see how goofy this shit is because it's chopped up. He has no idea that black woman, which if she was around, a whole bunch of other black women would be getting bullied, by the way. Keep that in mind. He doesn't understand that Rick James black woman is nuts. But let's go.
Anyone's dad not being around is a bad thing.
Funny how black people speak up against racism but are radio silent against feminism. Uh-oh.
So what happens here a lot is black people may have the exact same experience as others, right? But anytime black people have a negative experience in life, it's always exacerbated. It's blown out of proportion. It's, see there, see them, this, that, and the third.
Continuing onward, there's been a war on drugs. Is this correct?
I like the war on drugs. Blacks commit more crimes than whites do.
You really have to wonder. In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson.
These are all clips. These are all clips. And if y'all are mad at Charlie for saying this, then get a load of black people on the internet, because I've heard a black man say every single thing that he said. Way worse.
Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
Now, in the midst of a clip like this, and y'all please hit the like button and support the show. Definitely giving you guys some really good game. In the midst of all of this, Obama hopped his frail ass up on another show, and you know, I'm not gonna lie, he did say something about his wife, so he has every single right to, you know, say what he said about Charlie Kirk. He's like, my wife does have the processing power, and you know, and blah blah blah, you know, he kind of did get the last laugh on that one. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people are going in on Charlie Kirk's wife, and I think that's fucked up too. But you know, I mean, she's kind of doing wild shit on the internet also. But at the same time, she's really not. I mean, she's grieving, but hey, where has the sympathy gone today? Like there has been like a sympathy shift in America that no one, well, who's to say no one? I can't even believe that I'm saying no one. I have talked about till I'm sick in the damn head, you know. Selective outrage. Paul says, remind me of Drake and Lil Wayne. What, they were better on back in the day? Shout outs to Paul Hightower in the building. Good to see you, player. War Master says, that slow talking goofball wouldn't even finish his sentence. Listen, black people really need to know when to sit shit out, and I've been saying this the whole week, and I hopefully I've proven my point, and you guys, you know, have seen black people created an ass of themselves all week and continue to create an ass of themselves. you know, and that's that feminine spirit, minding people's business, don't know what you're talking about, and loud and wrong. And it's not about them being wrong about Charlie Kirk. It don't matter if you black and you like Charlie Kirk or not. My thing is that it's like, bro, you just got to know when to hold them and when to fold them. You know, you shouldn't be losing your job right alongside with Karen and shit like that. You know, like if y'all sat back and watched Karen lose her damn job, you could have probably moved up. Shit, nigga, let me find a fucking Karen lost her damn job at my job. Nigga, I am showing up to work with a USA hat. Nigga, I am showing up to work with a USA hat, a Charlie Kirk shirt. Justice for Charlie. Nigga, I'm putting a Justice for Charlie bumper sticker on my car. You got me fucked up. I'm about to, nigga, what? Get a fucking raise. You got me. Listen. Especially if I found out that's how my job feel. Oh, that's how y'all feel. Oh, for real? Here we go. Nigga, I'm ordering a cake. I'm gonna put a Charlie Kirk cake in the break room. Shit. Nigga, we about to get some pizzas from Pizza Hut, nigga. Charlie Kirk pizza. Nigga, we about to have an employee lunch. You know, I'm taking advantage of that shit. People gonna be happy because somebody that they probably didn't like is out the office anyway. You better capitalize on that. That week you can go to your boss and be like, hey man, you know, I just think I'll be more productive with a raise. You running for president at work at that point, you're gonna be the employee of the year. You know? One master said Kirk was talking about one or two women. Right. He wasn't talking about specifically black women. You know? He was talking about particular women in politics. Yeah. Brain processing power comment was not for black women as a whole. Obama needs to sit the F down. Well, technically he was sitting down, you know, when he said it, but yeah, you know. Morbid said, I've been trying to sit out the Kirk killing as much as I can, but addicted to the internet and it's all over. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hey, you know what I saw the other day, and I want to give you guys some mental chewing gum to put on your brain. I've heard that your phone has become the new cigarette. Alright. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show. I heard that your phone has become the new cigarette. Let that sit on your brain for a little bit, you know? Yeah, I never listened to the guy. I won't pretend I ever did. That's what's up. At least you know, that's mature of you to say that. So imagine people that never listened to him somewhat act like they did and got fired over it. That's even worse. You know? Yeah, I like them too. It still hasn't even sat on my brain that he's gone. It's like, damn, they really murked Charlie Kirk. You know? He said, I was a moderate conservative before Trump. Now I'm kind of politically unaffiliated, to be honest. I feel you.
Now, he just mentioned some of the most accomplished black women in the world.
And listen, what a lot of black people, especially like Willie D, aren't picking up on is that a lot of the stuff that those women did has held back black America. Black men talk about this all the time. And sometimes it's hard to feel and congratulate your fellow sisters if you're like, hey, sister, congratulations on your new position at work, or on your, on your promotion, but you're pushing heavy feminist rhetoric. And that, and we want to say, congratulations, or your mayor, or congratulations on your victory if if you're running for something, or you got elected for something. But a lot of the rhetoric that they push has poisoned black women and the black community. Hey, I want to show little girls that they can make it and stuff like that. But I also want to let them know that niggas ain't shit, and all kinds of passive misandry. How can a black man be genuinely happy for you, where it's like, yeah, we made it, but we only made it to a point where we can say fuck our man. Or on the back end, I'm using my victory as means to emasculate my man. How can we be happy? You tell me.
If they're not qualified to hold the positions that they hold in their careers,
they don't have to be qualified. If you do your research and stop gaslighting black men, you would realize that a lot of sisters get put in position to be guard dogs to stop other black men from advancing.
If they're not considered intelligent,
we know who does their history and who doesn't.
What does that say about every other black woman? This is why I say, fam, it don't matter what you do. It don't matter how law-abiding you are. It does not matter how educated you are. It does not matter if you are involved in community. You give X amount of dollars to charity every year. You hop out of your car and you break up school fights. It does not matter if you are a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen. It doesn't matter if you go out of your way to assemble. If you get on your knees and beg to be loved, it does not matter. No matter what you do, you will never be enough for certain people.
You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat serious. So it's Juneteenth.
These are all clips. How can anybody in good faith look at this and how can anybody look at this and claim that they're doing research? Lazy, man.
What exactly is going on here? Well, very few people are willing to actually call this out. From the first time that this was floated as a federal holiday, I am thankful and proud to say on this program we posted. This is not about out of men one. No, it's about...
And the messed up part is that it's to make him look like he's radical. You know, when Martin Luther King passed away, America didn't even get to see his radical side. America didn't even know. Black people didn't even know Martin Luther King had a radical side. This is how I'm telling you, black people didn't give two fucks about Martin Luther King. Black people did not care about Martin Luther King. That's a lie. You guys have to do your history. Black people did not give two fucks. Let me tell y'all something. Before Charlie Kirk died, Did you know there was a bunch of Negroes running around telling you that Martin Luther King and Malcolm X were tethers and that you shouldn't listen to them? Think about that. They were canceling Marcus Garvey. Because the thing is that, you know, it's easier to cancel the people that you're supposed to be studying so that you don't have to do your research on them. And they're like, oh, well, MLK, he wasn't a foundational black American. Says somebody that you don't even, says somebody that they've never showed you their papers. You don't even know if you listen to a foundational black American. And black people would just sit around and listen to anything, man. It's like, damn, y'all really about to let some goofball nigga that hasn't does his research come on the internet and talk crazy about Martin Luther King? Have the unmitigated gall to say something about Malcolm X? And you've never seen certain people practice a level of discipline in their life? What the hell? Wow. Even if you're not even a part of that community, you know, it's nothing for you to say, hey, man, they got to get it together over there. Or at least gesture. That shit is crazy, man. You know, that shit is uber ridiculous. You know? You said, why does he talk so slowly? I don't know. You know, he was in the group with the Ghetto Boys, with Bushwick Bill and stuff like that. It was him, it was Scarface, and it was Bushwick Bill. You know? You said Charlie Kirk, like a lot of Americans, don't believe in race. Yeah, they believe in they believe, I wouldn't say in, but they believe in certain principles of like diversity and certain things, you know, because people believe it's a melting pot, you know. But it is what it is. You said, have you ever read up Walter White of the NAACP? Not the Breaking Bad guy. You said he passed as white even though he was legally black, and infiltrated hate group. Kind of a cool bit of history. Yeah, there's a lot of little tidbits that you know. You said Kuda, the first FBA. Look, almost got crucified for saying that, War Master. He said the first FBA wasn't tether if you use their logic. I'm trying to listen. Oh man, they were mad. They were mad over the weekend because it was a video surfacing of Floyd Mayweather, and I forgot there was a lady there, and she gave him a compliment and stuff like that, and he was like, my grandpa's Jamaican. Oh, they were mad about that. He said his grandpa is Jamaican. But let's go.
A certain skin color now gets their own summertime celebration. The exact same thing that happens before NFL games where they play the black national anthem. This recognition of this as a quote-unquote federal holiday comes right out of the 1619 Project. Look who's most excited that this is a federal holiday. And they're not talking about this as a massive celebration. Oh, wow, look how far blacks have come. It has now become a racial complaining day. Now we have a full day to be able to smear and slander white America.
What's going on, degenerate? That's a black redneck is funny as hell.
So Juneteenth,
I'm not gonna lie, he's gonna get all his watch hours up.
was an opportunity. It's an opportunity for black folks to just spend the day slandering white folks. For the record, I could care less about Juneteenth, the celebration part of it. I could really care less about it.
Black people could care less about it, and it kind of proves its point. A lot of black people don't care about it, don't know what it's for, and they use it as a day to berate. Hey.
It did nothing to push us forward. It did nothing to address unemployment. It did nothing to
Absolutely mad at Carmelo Anthony.
Address police brutality. It did nothing.
Basketball player, by the way, y'all.
To address the economic situation that black people find themselves in this country. It does nothing to address racism or none of those things. It's just a symbolic thing. And black people were already celebrating Juneteenth anyway, something I've never did personally, but many black people already celebrated Juneteenth. So I don't even know what all the fuss is about.
Because black people don't do their research. And you got black people that will celebrate 4th of July and don't know what Juneteenth is. So do your research. Shout outs to Insane One. Insane One says, me either. But my retort to the whites is go and complain to their ancestors about performing slavery because they'll never hear the end of it. Yeah, I was looking at a clip of Charlie Kirk, asking a guy, I never owned slave. Were you a slave? And blah, blah, blah. And that's really not the argument. The argument, right, in the same one, is who benefited from those resources? Where are those resources going? Where are those resources allocated? So a lot of those families, because they don't know how to attack that argument, because they're not doing their research. But it's their families that benefited from the resources and stuff like that. So black people, their quarrel is to get that back. Hey, you got resources and you benefited from slave labor and stuff like that still in your possession and stuff like that, which is why, they don't keep a checks and balance. Black America don't really have a checks and balance. We need them to tell us how much money and spending power and stuff that we have. When in reality, if we do our own checks and balance, it might be way more. But telling black people to do their research is pulling teeth.
There are bigger hills to die on.
This holiday is a wedge, and I put in quotes, holiday is a wedge used to push for countless destructive policies demanded by BLM.
Right, and that's the thing, degenerate. By time Negroes hear about Juneteenth, it's like, bro, I'm like 13th, 15th, 14th of July's in.
Remember what BLM stands for: burn, loot, and murder. Black America really needs to get its act together.
I said buying lesbians mansions.
And stop sleeping around all the time. And needs to actually have the not.
Sister on Black Lives Matter right now going to court.
Why would you?
Because it's true. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. Because of DEI, it begs the question: when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified.
Let's stop right there. Let me tell you what I do when I see a black pilot. What I say. I know he's qualified. You know how I know he's qualified? Because any position that can be held, that people view as a top-notch position, a position that took a lot of work to get into, a position that requires hella skills, a high IQ, great discipline. They are going to be watching like a hawk at any black person trying to step into that position. The black student don't get the cheat. The black law student don't get the cheat like some people get the cheat. Because they're watching him like a hawk. They're watching her like a hawk because they don't believe they should be there. There are people out there who thinks that, oh, this position is not for you. You shouldn't be here. So even if I do realize that you are smart enough to do this job and be here,
He doesn't know how much corrupt people are in those courtrooms and stuff like that. They got people in law, black, white, and candy stripe, there for the purposes of breaking the law.
I don't like the idea that you're in this position. So anything that I can do to undermine you, I will do. When I see black people in those type of positions that require hella skill, hella intelligence, I give them the benefit of doubt because I know how hard it is on them to get in those type of positions. I know it. And I know how hard it is to maintain that position once you get in that position. I could tell you story after story after story of black professionals who had to go through all kinds of hell that their counterparts never had to deal with. So this is a theory that's easily debunked if one would just use their intelligence.
If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? It almost creates thought patterns that are not necessarily. No one really cares when it's HR managers. No one cared when it was, just kind of paper shufflers or even engineers. But now when it's like, wait, hold on a second. You're going to remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian.
Live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe. No. What do? I get charity every single year.
I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
Bill Clinton in the 1990s, it was all about empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage.
Empathy.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, switch away from it, cause, bro, all of those clips were taken out of context. Every single one of them. But instead of saying, hey, you know what, let me go do my research, you're like, I'm just gonna watch one goofy YouTube video and be done with it. Taken out of context, especially, I knew they were going to take this empathy one out of context. This is the one that people are talking about. They're like, oh, we shouldn't have no empathy for him because he said he didn't want no empathy. No, he was actually talking about sympathy. And he was also talking about, having feelings and something and stuff like that, how it could be a hindrance, how it can hold people back. And that's the truth. And how it's been holding people back.
Is a new age term that does a lot of damage.
Empathy is not a new age term.
There you have it. Charlie Kirk, in his own words. No more talk.
Charlie didn't hate Jews.
Give me 1 second, guys. Please hit the like button and support the show. Almost 3 hours into the madness. I'm going to show y'all something. Get back into the game real quick.
You've been quite active on social media since Charlie Kirk's death. When Erica Kirk posted Charlie's coffin, you responded, she tagged him.
Now remember, after I showed you guys Dr. Cornell West, Dr. Cornell West storming off of Piers Morgan's show because he claims that Andrew wouldn't let him talk. Destiny came on later and crashed out. And I hate it because, I'm not gonna lie, Destiny's using a microphone that I really like. I know this got nothing to do with it, but fuck it. Destiny's using a microphone that I planned on getting and using for my broadcasts, which is a Neumann BCM. They're dynamic mic, BCM. I think it's an 805. I said, fuck. I want a black one, but let's go.
Face emojis. In response to Alina Haber's tweet ordering people to fly their flags at half-mast in memory of Charlie, you posted on X buying flags and poles just to fly them fully erect. And you then posted yesterday ending every conservative debate call out I'd do in 2026 with don't dodge, bro. That's not what Charlie would have wanted. I mean, do you think that your response to the cold-blooded murder of Charlie Kirk has been appropriate?
Yes. I think that the only way this country moves forward into a better world is when conservatives can finally realize that they need to turn the temperature down on their side. We are 10 years into whatever this Trump madness is, and there is...
Everything is Trump's fault. Everything. When a crazy leftist assassinates Charlie Kirk, it's Trump's fault. That's crazy. That's a whole new level of Trump derangement syndrome. Narcissist. He's a sociopath. That's what he is.
It's not a single mainstream conservative that will call for a lowering of the temperature on their side. I think that liberals need to wake up and finally realize that if they're not willing to do it, it will never come down. If you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for the second term. Every time he's in office, this happens. People joked about when Biden came in, it was so boring, nothing was going on. 7 out of 10 of the largest protests in American history have happened under Donald Trump. All of the recent political violence that's happened in this country over the past 20 years, the majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, everybody gets mad because they keep asking Grok about it, has been conservative.
Who shot Charlie Kirk?
A guy from Utah who was raised in a Christian family, who was a 22-year-old
guy
white
described
dude. He wasn't trans. He didn't have a trans girlfriend. He didn't have any trans influences. He didn't have any trans bullets. Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys were wrong.
All right, I just want to say this too, and I thought about it. I was gonna turn it into a joke, but I want to say this: hard workers and men that know what they're talking about. It's really crazy. It's really crazy because of this, right? Conservatives, I'm not gonna lie. And guys that got it to like just been working and putting stuff together, y'all got to be extra careful, man. Y'all raised some fucked up kids, you know. And I think it gets worse if the person's like a middle child or something like that. Conservatives raise some fucked up kids. They really do. They really do, because it's like, it's sad because like the kids don't have to worry for nothing damn near. It's like raising rich kids. It's like, bro, why do you have this much power or feel you have this much power? You know, why are you a lunatic? Why are you you're a big ass brat. And it's like anybody, you know, I mean, you know, you get rich, your kid don't really have to worry for nothing. A lot of Democrats are raising Republican and quote-unquote conservative kids. But the funny part is that there are a lot of kids that just don't really know how the real world works, and they happen to have conservative parents, and when they're growing up and they don't understand that this is right and this is wrong, or these people are doing this and these people are doing that, you really can't do nothing to your kids. You got to let them kind of figure it out on their own. This is kind of the route that they go down. You know, some of those kids got to be like these weird, goofy, extreme, thinking they doing something Democrat leaning kids to realize, like, dang, the world really works this way. And I had to be fucked up to find that out. You know, that's what really tear people ass up, when they're like, dang, you know, I did some unsavory shit, only to realize that it was for nothing. It was for nothing. What you trying to do? Who are you trying to impress? And it's like a group of people that will turn on you anyway, or that they fake friends with you. They never was with you in the first place. And honestly, they jump and ship. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at if you are a Destiny or a diehard Democrat, or you're gonna get on here and say some radical shit. If you on the radical left, I know you got to be mixed, or at least somewhat upset that, like, dang, how does this go from celebrating to I don't want to be a Democrat no more? Straight up, these people looking in the camera saying I don't want to be a Democrat no more. You don't got no DP for them. You know, this ain't no D in, D out. And then some of them are just straight up saying, yo, I'm about to do my research. We're going straight, you know, conservative, or we're going straight, you know, Republican. Because they didn't have to do that to Charlie. I stand with them. Now they outside with the damn fire truck, touting about Charlie Kirk. And then some of them are just going to jump political parties anyway because they're losing their jobs over it. Hey, that's crazy. What's going on, Brother Love? Good to see you, player. As always. Good to see you. Shout out to my Brother Love in the building. Make sure you guys hit the like button and subscribe to Brother Love's channel. Please double tap the screen. Shout outs to everybody here. Shout outs to Brother Love in the building. Let's go.
On all of that.
To be clear, the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, has made it clear that their investigation has now established that he had been radicalized by a leftist ideology, which drove him to do this. That's just
I'm sorry, excuse me, when?
Yesterday, he said that.
No. When was he radicalized? In the 6 months that he did remote college?
I don't know when he was radicalized, but I do know.
What you just said
I do know the very reasonable sounding governor of Utah has made it clear that the
he hasn't made it
you may
clear.
not want
He
to
said
hear
this is an ongoing investigation.
You may not want to hear it, Destiny. But the reality is, the investigators, according to the governor of Utah, have established that he was radicalized to a leftist ideology that drove him to murder Charlie Kirk. Now, let me just.
Yeah, they just released the text messages between him and his male lover. And he was telling me, like, you know, I did it. I'm sorry I did it. But I was tired of his hatred.
Right. And who says he's pushing hatred? The left.
Yeah.
Now, this guy, Destiny, is trying to claim that it's no way this guy could be a leftist because he was raised by in a conservative household, in Christian.
Yeah.
I mean, Destiny was raised in a conservative household in Christian.
Right.
He's openly said he's a leftist, but this guy, no way in hell he could be a leftist.
Exactly.
It's impossible because his parents is MAGA.
Yeah.
He's an idiot.
Yeah.
He's just an antagonist. He just says the opposite of whoever he's talking to or debating. Yeah, but you got to be an idiot to put that argument out there.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's just not true.
Let me just
There's
ask
no
you,
way to deal with it.
Okay,
You're living in a
accusing the
delusional
governor of
fantasy.
lying.
Yeah.
That's your prerogative. But
sure.
If it turns out to have been somebody with a leftist ideology who wanted to shut up Charlie Kirk, would you condemn that?
I won't condemn anything until the president of the United States can go on air and say, all of us need to calm down.
Since when have they taken advice from Donald Trump? Yeah. He's waiting for Donald Trump, a man he despises. Yeah, a man he says is Hitler. It's a fascist. Yeah. You're waiting for him to tone down the temperature. Does that make any sense?
You won't condemn the murder of Charlie Kirk until Donald Trump says something.
I'm a YouTuber. Leftists and Democrats have been condemning and turning down the temperature, condemning violence, turning down the temperature for a decade. Donald Trump can't go on TV and say, all of us need to calm down.
Right.
Can you tell me why he cannot?
Why would you expect anybody, Destiny?
You can't answer that. Can you answer that question? Why can't Trump
you
go on
answer
TV
this
and say,
question?
all of us should be less violent?
Why do you
can't
think
Trump say that?
Why do you
Why
think
is your behavior contingent on Donald Trump?
Insane right now.
Why do you think?
Your
Let me ask you a
contingent
question.
on Donald Trump?
Let me ask you a question.
Because he's the president of the United States of America and the leader of the
Destiny. Let me
You have a huge audience of young men who listen to everything you have to say. So when it doesn't matter. You have a huge audience, and because of the fact that you have a huge audience, you have a.
So he thinks Trump is the king, and we need to follow whatever the king say. That's pretty much what he's saying. Yeah.
Responsibility.
Not to mention, he belittles his own audience. Yeah. He pretty much called everybody that looks up to him nothing. Yeah. He's just a podcaster.
By online rhetoric.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't been broken. I actually care about the country and want to bring people together. You do the opposite.
I'm going to tell you, I think Destiny has been losing his mind since he lost his wife. And hasn't really got a chance to heal. Every day, he gets closer and closer to the red pill. Every single day, he gets closer and closer to the red pill. And hell, we don't want him. I don't know why people think, oh man, y'all want new recruits. What, somebody else over here that don't know what the hell they're talking about, regurgitating, talking? Nah, we're good. Every day, red pill. Donovan Sharp was getting on here roasting him. Stay on that side of the fence, bro.
Donald
You
Trump to
represent
tell
the
people
worst
to
of us,
be.
Des. I don't understand you, Destiny. Your heart. And at the same time,
it's such a simple thing. If you're going to weaponize somebody's grief against the other party, of course, people have a right to fight back against it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of conservatives, man, they're kids. God damn. And people are gonna try to say, "Oh, well, it's because of the political party." It's like,
So now we can't even grieve on the right. Yeah, it's being weaponized. No, it's a natural reaction when you see a crazy leftist do something horrible to someone on the right. It's only natural. Now we can't even grieve. Where was this energy when George Floyd, who died over overdose, they made him a martyr, gave him a gold casket. People burning down the entire country. Yeah. Where was this energy then? Exactly.
I don't know why black people, why our race is so goddamn lost. But you're dumb as hell if you think that people were supposed to literally feel sorry for George Floyd. Like, any type of sympathy towards black people is optional at this point. Like, we have an ongoing history in the world and still haven't picked this up. But let's go.
He's a hypocrite.
I think that she has every right to grieve in whatever way she wants, but when that grief is going to be weaponized to do recruitment, political recruitment, and further radicalization of the other side, then of course you not only have the ability to mock it, I think you have the obligation to mock it. It's insane.
Let me understand. Let me understand your argument. So since others are using her grief to politically recruit, you think that it's okay to mock her specifically?
Since others are using her grief, she's the one who gave a 17-minute speech on TV where she talked about good versus evil. She's the one showing up in
Destiny,
TPUSA ads.
He's pretty much saying she needs to shut up and she can't call out evil. And he don't think it's evil to take someone's life because you disagree with their opinions. Yeah. He doesn't think that's evil. Yeah, he's definitely implying
And
it.
let me tell you something that's crazy at the same time too. And I'm not saying she is. I really haven't really got too much of a good look at her. And some of these guys, they will hate on Charlie Kirk because they think that his wife is hot. You got to remember where some of these guys in the sectors and stuff that they come from. But let's go.
Yeah.
To
Let
1
me
or 2
explain
days
something
after.
to you. If someone assassinated my husband, I would not be able to have the level of composure she had during that speech. I would be out for blood. I understand why she's angry and why she said the things that she said. Okay, you need to understand what being a human is, what it's like to actually lose someone that you love, that you chose to spend your life with, that you chose.
This dude is demented. Look at
he lost someone. He lost his wife. Or matter of fact, she left. And then what's funny? Destiny make gamers look bad because it makes it seem like, oh, he's just a little boy. He hasn't grown up yet. He just wants to play video games. He doesn't, he doesn't have the mental capacity to grasp, the situation. Makes gamers look bad too.
dude looks nuts. Yeah, he's like a ticking time bomb. Yeah.
Chose to raise children with, a person who was violently and viciously assassinated like that. This is why I've moved away
And when
from
something
identifying as
you got bullied online. It's so funny. It's so funny that you just said that you don't think about how other people act to define your behavior. Your entire political ideology now is somehow defined by the people that were mean to you on Twitter.
No,
if somebody
it's
cares
not.
about somebody,
See what I'm saying? He deflects, makes up a lie, and then destroys whatever he made up as a lie. He's undermining her audience based on the fact that people troll her because she has different opinions on X. Yeah. That's his argument. Yeah. And that's why she's saying what she's saying. Wow. Because she's too weak to stand up to the people that troll her on X. Yeah, Anna Gasparian, is that how you say her name? Anna? I just call her Anna. Yeah. But she's a true liberal. This dude, Destiny, he's not liberal. Even though he's on the left, he's not liberal. No, he's progressive. He's progressive. Yeah, Anna used to be progressive. Now she's becoming more liberal. Yeah.
who's
no,
grieving,
I understood
you tell that
what
person,
the flaws
you
on
tell
the
that
left
person,
happen
hey,
to be. The
maybe you
weakness
should
in their
step back for a
arguments.
couple of
No,
weeks.
no, it's
Maybe you
not
should
about
take
the
some
way
time
I
to
get
grieve.
treated.
You don't say,
Look how calm the two Republicans are. Look how calm Anna is while talking to this sociopath. Yeah. Man, if I sit on this panel, my heart would be beating through my chest right now. I think I would have the power to reach through the screen and grab somebody.
I understood what the flaws on the left happen to be. The weakness in their arguments. No, it's not about the way I get treated. I get treated like crap from both sides of the political aisle.
Do mass recruitment for our political party while everyone over here is calling for civil war. It's unhinged. When you've got people like Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire, the president of the United States calling for civil war.
Nobody's calling for no civil war.
And you know what Destiny does? He jumps around all over the place. He can't stick to one topic.
For civil war. Yeah. See where he takes the conversation down? Yeah. And why are you trying to say Erica Kirk is doing mass? What's the term he used? Weaponizing her grief. Mass recruitment. That's what he said. He keeps saying mass recruitment. She's not mass recruiting anybody. The death of Charlie Kirk has galvanized a lot of people to join Turning Point USA, have joined the Republican Party. Yeah. That's what's galvanizing people for mass recruitment. Has nothing to do with Erica Kirk. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Be okay with his own parents getting killed if they went to that Trump rally where that assassination attempt
and we're talking
happened.
to a
There's
woman
no
who went
reasoning
on and
with
did
you,
the whole
Destiny.
conservative media
There's
outlet with
there's
Tucker
no
Carlson
reasoning
and
with
Glenn.
you.
I mean, Piers, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You know, this type of ideology where you've got someone who's willing to mock Erica, who's been standing strong for her family, for her children, who's just she will never be able to be with them again, have more children, to have grandchildren, to have those memories, to raise them. It's all gone. Every single moment of that future that they had was gone because someone fired a bullet at Charlie Kirk that said, "Hey, fascist, catch." and now you have people celebrating it. And when you ask people
That's
about
not even
it,
the
they
bullet
say,
that was fired.
"Oh,
How are you lying
oh,
about this?
shut
even?
up, Des."
You're so shameless, dude. Oh my god, you're not even inside the right bullet. You're such a disgusting piece of shit. Holy fuck.
He's a disgusting piece of.
So I'm gonna tell you too. Like I said, when those kids in white America get the rebelling, and they parents and they don't have nobody really around them to check them, I'm telling you, they become quote unquote meddling kids. And I hate to say, this is how you get your Pearly things. This is how you get your Nick Fuenteses. This is how you get. There's a lot of other kids that we haven't heard about that's irritating as fuck in politics. Some of them, they know what they're talking about. Most of them don't. Most of them are just rallying after some of the names that I just told you. And when you want your individuality, sometimes they, just how how other races of children uses gangs to define themselves. A lot of these kids use politics. So let's go.
But not the shooter. That's bullets. There were certain phrases on the bullets. Yeah. Who knows what was on the bullet that unalived Charlie Kirk, because it shatters.
Might have confused the bullet cases.
Yeah.
That's just an honest mistake.
Yeah.
But Destiny's willing to call him evil for making an honest mistake.
Right. Yeah. He's actually
standing
Morgan up for the assassin, though.
He is.
What a pedantic point.
Are we
What a
even
pedantic
going to do
The
this?
guy's a professional
It's total
liar.
It's total pedantry.
He's a professional liar.
Destiny gaslights the hell out of everybody.
And he knows he's gaslighting. He's rebelling against his conservative parents. He's rebelling against the right. He knows he's full of it.
Right.
I think.
He does.
Maybe I'm giving him too much credit. Maybe he's just nuts.
Yeah.
Now, who was one of the first people that you heard get on the internet and told you how the kid is rebelling against his parents? And then I eloquently showed you how politics may be involved and how their children rebel against them all the time. Let's go.
I would like to let Jack finish his point, please.
Yeah, and they'll claim there's no leftist action. They'll claim there's no there, and then go so far as to lie and say there's some kind of Christian conservative connection when you could see the writing on the bullet casings. And so, these are very common symbols associated. Whatever. The point is, right? It should be very, very clear.
Yeah, it is very clear. Yeah. Yeah, but he was banned off of Twitch. Man. Because he's actually galvanizing violence against Republicans in the right.
He made a post that so much for freedom of speech. Dude, you can't incite violence and expect to have the freedom to share your opinions. That's not free speech.
Yeah.
Free speech is not saying death to all N's and J's and y'all know what I'm talking about. You can't say that. That's inciting violence.
Yeah, it's hate speech.
Yeah. That's not covered under free speech. Free speech doesn't give you immunity from breaking the law, you moron.
Yeah, and he's not going to jail.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not going to jail, so he has freedom of speech. He could say what he wants, actually. He's not going to jail. He's not being in prison or anything. You just not going to be on this platform.
Yeah.
Remember when all these conservatives was getting banned from Facebook and Instagram for saying certain things? And they say, start your own social media site.
Right.
You understand? Hey, Destiny, go start your own social media site. Why don't you do that?
You know what's crazy?
Start your own platform.
Yeah, you know what's crazy about that? We was actually getting censored, and we wasn't sharing anything that was remotely hateful. But they was calling it hate speech.
Yeah, because they hate what we're saying.
Right.
This guy is actually full of hate, and it's actual hate speech.
Yeah.
Good riddance. Psychopath.
All right.
Charlie didn't.
Hold on. All right, they keep putting me over to Tucker Carlson. What are they trying to say? The second time they played this Young Turks. Let's see what Tucker Carlson got to say, because they keep playing, they keep recommending this video. Give me 1 second.
Didn't hate Jews. He loved Jews. He had tons of friends who were Jews. He loved the state of Israel. He loved going there. He did not like Bibi Netanyahu, and he said that to me many times.
Well, Tucker Carlson's warpath against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is continuing, and he is defending Charlie Kirk and essentially excoriating Benjamin Netanyahu for exploiting Kirk's death for his own political means, his own political messaging. And I'm really glad he's doing it, because I found it particularly strange. It really turned me off, and it was definitely in poor taste. And so what's really going on here? Now, look, before we get to some of the other conservatives who are pushing back against Netanyahu, let's rewind a little bit and just remember what he said just one day after Kirk's assassination. So Netanyahu joined Fox News to discuss his relationship with Kirk, and here's what he had to say.
Say that we're just heartbroken. Myself, my wife, my family, my son actually, on his 2019 visit to Israel, had lunch with him and his wife, Erica. We're shattered first as human beings, because a great human being has been taken from us. He was an extraordinary friend.
Okay, so he's talking about his close, cozy, friendly relationship with Charlie Kirk. And then on Monday, Vice President J.D. Vance hosted the Charlie Kirk show and featured a number of guests, including Tucker Carlson. And Carlson took some pretty obvious shots at Netanyahu, but he didn't name him. So take a look at what he had to say in response.
I think now is exactly the wrong time to appropriate the memory of someone and the emotion that comes with that, the really intense emotion that all of us feel at his murder, and use it for your own parochial ends. Like, he stood for this, you know? And I think the reason that Charlie was able to bridge the gap, particularly in foreign policy, is because he had, for example, genuine affection for Israel, which he expressed to me in private many, many times. Like, I love Israel. I don't think we should have another forever war, regime change war against Iran. I don't think it's helpful for people to jump in, particularly foreign heads of state, to say this is what, you know, he lived for my cause or whatever. That's disgusting, actually. Don't do that.
So clearly he's talking about Netanyahu there. And then Tucker Carlson has a special in honor of Charlie Kirk. Our very own Cenk Uygur was part of it, and we're gonna discuss that in just a moment. But before Cenk came on, Tucker Carlson engaged in a monologue, and he didn't pull any punches. So here's what he had to say.
I was shocked and sickened by the reaction of the ghoulish and really repulsive reaction of the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to Charlie's death. Basically made it all about him and all about his country, immediately trying to take the energy, the sadness, the grief that people felt over Charlie's murder, and redirect it towards support for whatever project he's involved in. And by the way, Benjamin Netanyahu is not the same as the nation of Israel at all. Bibi is despised by many people in Israel, and if you know people who live there, you know that that's true. There are huge divisions within the Israeli government. I mean, there are certain parts of the intel world in Israel that do not support some things that Benjamin Netanyahu has done recently. So it's not the same as attacking Israel, attacking Bibi, but I don't think I've ever seen anything lower than his attempt to hijack Charlie's memory and use it for his own political ends, particularly because what he said was completely untrue.
What he said is completely untrue. So what does that mean? Does that mean that Charlie Kirk was actually against Israel? No, that's not what Tucker Carlson claimed at all. Instead, he talked specifically about what Charlie Kirk had said to him about his relationship with Netanyahu. So one more clip, and then I want to hear your thoughts, Cenk.
Charlie didn't hate Jews. He loved Jews. He had tons of friends who were Jews. He loved the state of Israel. He loved going there. He did not like Bibi Netanyahu, and he said that to me many times, and he said it to people around him many times. He felt that Bibi Netanyahu was a very destructive force. He was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. He was, above all, resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute his wars for the benefit of his country, and that it was shameful and embarrassing and bad for the United States, and he resented it. Didn't hate Netanyahu. He wasn't out there with a placard saying that, but he certainly expressed that to me and a lot of other people. And there's defenders on the internet will call me a liar or a kook, but that's a fact. And enough text messages exist that I think it can probably be verified in pretty short order.
Well, you know, Senator Ted Cruz, who is bought off by the Israel lobby, did call him a liar and a kook effectively. We'll get to that in just a minute. But Cenk, you know, we know Charlie mostly as someone who defended Israel and everything Israel was up to, but there had been some serious examples in recent years where he was critical of, you know, some of what the Israeli government was up to. Certainly after October 7th, he went on the PBD podcast and kind of questioned whether the government allowed it to happen, whether there were stand down orders. And now we have some IDF testimony where they're claiming that they were told to stand down. What do you make of what Tucker Carlson is saying here?
Yeah, I don't find any of it surprising or controversial. Let's start with Netanyahu. So he did not like Netanyahu. Is that a controversial position? 99.8% of the world doesn't like Benjamin Netanyahu. And in fact, I don't know a single person in America that likes Netanyahu. And that includes dozens of Jewish friends. I don't want to say hundreds, I think it might be hundreds, but of whatever the number is, I don't know a single Jewish American that says, oh yeah, Netanyahu's my guy. In fact, every Jewish American I know says, oh, goddamn Netanyahu, right? As we would say, as Turkish Americans about Erdogan, or a Russian American might say it about Putin, etc. That's the most normal thing in the world. Is there an obligation to love the politicians of our country? Is that a new thing? Is Ted Cruz gonna find that in the Bible? Like, oh, in the Bible, the Bible dictates that I must listen to Benjamin Netanyahu, not the money that AIPAC gave me. But the Bible says I have to bow down to Netanyahu. Is that a new standard? Do we all have to do that now? No, it's absurd. So any reasonable, thoughtful person would, of course, not like Benjamin Netanyahu, the butcher of Israel, right? And so there's a giant genocide, ethnic cleansing. Look, obviously, Charlie Kirk he had a nuanced position for sure. Overall, did I agree with Charlie on Israel? No, I thought he defended Israel's actions way too much. Way too much. Not even close, right? But did he have those moments that you're talking about, especially 2 weeks before he died, where he started questioning, hey, what's going on here? Now, is that a thing that's just about Charlie Kirk? No. You've seen Megyn Kelly shift her opinion. Piers Morgan very famously shifted his position. And the list goes on and on. Because why? Because in the beginning, on October 8th, 9th, 10th, you might say, oh my God, of course Israel has a right to
Well, I mean, a lot of people didn't shift because they wanted to. A lot of people was gonna shift anyway. They were just looking for an excuse. They're like, oh, there's my train. A lot of people were looking for an excuse. So
try to get Hamas, the terrible people who did October 7th. 2 years later, and they're starving children to death, you'd kind of have to be a monster not to change your position, or not to, at least for God's sake, question it. So, and the other thing that was happening, Anna, is right-wing voters and independent voters all started questioning Israel and have shifted massively on that issue. So what a lot of the right-wing hosts were getting were their own base bubbling up, going, why? Wait, Charlie, why do we have to give another $310 billion to Israel? Why do we have to finance all their wars? Why do we have to pay for a genocide? Wait, we're pro-life. Why aren't we bothered by the 20,000 dead kids? Where's that coming from? One, facts. Two, Tom Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, et cetera, saying, guys, it's true. It's true. This is not propaganda. Is not. No, Israel is actually doing these things, and the guy responsible for that is Benjamin Netanyahu. So, are people pretending to be outraged by that comment? I mean, that's an absurd thing to be outraged.
So I'm gonna get to that in just a minute. But as I shared on the show yesterday, guys, you have to also keep in mind, like, what Charlie's role was
was to get young people to support the Republican Party. Namely Donald Trump, but moving forward, whoever the Republican candidate happens to be. And so the way the organization is funded.
Why are people still acting like, hey man, if you don't do something, Trump gonna get in office? He's already in office. Oh my God. He said, I'm trying to get Vance in office. Why are people acting like Trump isn't already in office? It's about Vance. Why do you think Vance hosts this show? God damn. We don't know who he gonna get in office. It's Vance.
Is through wealthy donors. Turning Point USA is funded through wealthy donors. At the same time, young conservatives, the very group of people that Turning Point is communicating with, does not support Israel, sees what's going on for what it is. So there was this very...
These people are weirdos too, because it's like, look at this. A lot of the people that they think that are young men that are about to get radicalized, or that are already radicalized, man, listen, it only takes you, like, for the most part, let's say if you're super young, it only takes you like 4 years to grow up. And mind you, most of these guys' fans are not kids in high school. As you see, they're in college. And damn near by the time they graduate college, they damn near agreeing with Charlie Kirk anyway. Damn, I got this degree. Ain't no jobs out here though. How am I gonna survive? Now I got a student loan. Okay.
Uncomfortable tension and this tug of war between the pro-Israel donors and the, Israel critical young conservatives. And so I think that led to Charlie Kirk maybe thinking for himself a little bit on the issue. And those were the moments where I think he articulated correctly what was wrong with the current Israeli government and, what they're carrying out, especially...
These people are more worried about Israel than America.
In trying to egg on a hot war between the United States and Iran is not a good thing for the United States. He was vehemently against invading Iran, to his credit. And so I just thought it was really important to push back against what Netanyahu was doing. I mean, he's such a sick person, right? To use a political assassination for his own political means, that's the kind of guy Netanyahu is. It is amazing to me how people like him effortlessly make every situation about Israel. It really is incredible. But in regard to those, hold on, Jake. In regard to those who are pushing back against Tucker Carlson is Senator Ted Cruz, who was humiliated by Carlson on Carlson's show because he's just a dog for Israel and doesn't even know how to answer simple questions like, why do you think in order to be a good Christian, you need to support the current government of Israel? Didn't have a real good answer for that, did he? And also revealed that he doesn't even read the Bible, doesn't know what's in the Bible. But here's what Ted Cruz said in response to Tucker Carlson. I'm getting really tired of Tucker and his cronies falsely claiming Charlie agreed with me that Israel is terrible and the problem in America is all the damn Jews. Tucker Carlson actually said the opposite of that. He did not say that Charlie Kirk hated the Jews. I knew Charlie well, and indeed, the very last conversation we had was how deeply concerned he was about the rising toxic wave of anti-Semitism on the right. I just love how everyone who knew Charlie Kirk seems to be using like their final conversation with Kirk, allegedly, to push their own political views. But yeah, I've got some... Look, this is what this is who Ted Cruz is. I mean, he knows who butters his bread. Okay, so here's the AIPAC tracker, and it shows that he's received nearly $2 million from the Israel lobby.
No. The Bible says you have to support Netanyahu. That's why. The $2 million is irrelevant to him, right? So, okay, I mean, it's such a joke. God, one thing I love about this entire thing, right? The whole controversy around Israel and AIPAC and donors, et cetera, is that people are all waking up in mass. It's the donors, stupid. And is it just Jewish donors? Of course not. Is it just donors about Israel? Of course not. Big Pharma's been robbing us blind. Right? Big oil takes $35 billion out of our pockets. That's nearly 10 times what Israel takes every single year. The defense contractors rob us to no end, and almost every industry does. So when people notice AIPAC's contributions to some skeevy politician like Ted Cruz, and then they go, oh, that's why Ted Cruz is kissing Netanyahu's ass, because he's paid to. Then you begin to realize, oh, that's why they're all saying drill, baby, drill, because they all got paid by ExxonMobil and their PAC. That's why none of them will negotiate drug prices in a capitalist country. I mean, Tucker and I talked about that last night too. So this isn't about Israel. This is about how none of our politicians work for us. They're on hire, they're rented out by different governments and corporations and lobbies, et cetera. So now, in terms
of what does that saying? What the saying going like? If you want me to show you a corrupt person, I can show you a politician. Or if you want me to show you a politician, I can show you a corrupt person, somebody that can get bought out. That's really how this works. That's really how this works. Politics are for sale.
Of appropriating Charlie's memory, I mean, it would be. I mean, can you imagine?
We'll just be surprised who's the buyer or the puppeteer, the person that's behind the politician.
Like, okay, so I'll give you two examples. One is I came out and I was like, oh, you know what, Charlie Kirk, you know, the last thing he told me was that he loved Medicare for all and wanted Bernie Sanders the next president. Come on,
it's sick. Like, it's so sick.
Come on,
people doing this,
right?
Yeah.
So we're the only ones who keep saying we disagree with Charlie, but right, instead of pretending that he was 100% on our side as Netanyahu was, et cetera. So the other examples, imagine if someone on the right, more plausible, right? Heritage Foundation. If the head of the Heritage Foundation, very right-wing think tank, Project 2025, et cetera, right? If he came out, the CEO of Heritage Foundation was like, Charlie, before he passed away, he said, the Heritage Foundation is the greatest thing ever, and you should all support the Heritage Foundation. You'd be like, oh my God, what a cheesy jerk. Oh, it's just so distasteful. Now, Netanyahu does the same exact thing, and you criticize him as you would anyone, and Ted Cruz and everybody else jumps in, anti-Semite! Are you kidding me? Get the hell, I mean, you guys sound ludicrous. Because that's their one trick pony. One trick pony on this side is give me money, give me money, give me money, give me 2 million, 1 million, 3 million, give me money, okay? And then the other side is anti-Semite, anti-Semite, give me more, anti-Semite, anti-Semite. No one's allowed to question Israel. Well, guess what, Ted Cruz? Guess what, the entire United States government, yes, Joe Biden, yes, Donald Trump, we're questioning Israel. So sad day for you. Go cry into your money, into your bag of cash. Netanyahu bribed me.
Bro up here crashing out. Let's go.
Oh, I wonder if I'm going to keep getting bribes. I'm going to call everybody and say, we're sick of you. We're sick of the bribes from any source. And then one more thing, Anna. So there's a discussion of pro-Israel, right, that we're giving to Charlie Kirk, and Tucker in the show talked about because he had Tucker come on. And you remember that speech that Tucker Carlson gave that you and I called kind of historic? Such an interesting, the first time that a major figure like that on the right had come out and said, why? Why do we owe Israel? Why do we have to keep giving them money? It's a fair question to ask about any ally, UK, Canada, et cetera. That infuriated those pro-Israel donors. And they threatened to pull money, and then they did pull money. And so, by the way, is that surprising? Well, they're in favor of Israel. They want propaganda for Israel. So once they don't get the propaganda that they paid for, they say that I don't want it. But then I'm going to take your money away. I paid you to be pro-Israel. And if you're not going to be 100% pro-Israel, I'm taking the money away. Is that a controversial thing? Do you think ExxonMobil would keep giving money to any show that they were funding if they wound up criticizing ExxonMobil? So, but yet we live in this insane, ludicrous world where when you say things that are logical, that's not even offensive, they say anti-Semite. Oh, come on, guys, come on. So there's no pro-Israel donors that care about Israel and base their funding on Israel? Who would be ludicrous enough to say that? But if you say things that are obviously true, you get called an anti-Semite. Why? Of course, for their own political propaganda purposes. So it just doesn't work at all anymore. They look like ridiculous sellout losers working for a foreign government. Every time you ring the bell below, an angel gets his wings. Totally not true, but it does keep you updated on our live shows.
All right, y'all. So there you have it. Is all of this stuff giving you a headache? Is all of this stuff giving you a headache? If you have a headache, this is what I'm going to say. There's a link that's right above the poll where you can head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. Make sure you head over to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com, okay? If you want to get rid of that headache, if you want to sleep better at night, if you want to regulate your eating habits, and also be able to relax or be able to go to the gym and be able to eat correctly, not have headaches, have your muscles in tune, and less time it spends for you, less time it takes for you to get warmed up, and all of the, all of the above, stop expecting results and start feeling them. Head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. If you with a shorty, you want to relax, you want to chill and do your own thing, head over to hempforfitness.com. Get yourself some watermelon rings or some green hemp and some apple green hemp gummy rings or some gummies. Or if you have a vaporizer, you can vape. Do what you need. But they deliver to your state. If you want to vape, they deliver to your state. All right, no mailbox is safe in America. All right, shout outs to Chris G. You said get that, but no, man, I definitely no. Health and wellness to everyone. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if you got a headache from listening to all of this Charlie Kirk rhetoric and left and right, take it back now, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Up, down, right, all these political parties are looking like a Grand Theft Auto cheat code. It's like, listen, sometimes you gotta, jump back in the gym. Remember, worry about yourself. Wake me up when September ends. Sometimes you gotta be like, you know what? Let me go sit down for a little bit. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Something over there for everybody, even the horses. Wink, wink. Nudge, nudge. All right? I want to show y'all something that nobody talks about and nobody in these spaces will show y'all. Now, a couple of years ago, and he has a couple of them. We might see some other ones, right? And I show you this all the time when like a rapper passes away, like, Julio, Fulio, He had one with like Michael Jackson, a couple of other famous people and stuff like that. A lot of people, when they pass away, it is said that they are in a place where they're still transitioning. You know what I'm saying? They are in a place where they're still transitioning. Their body is their soul. I'm not gonna lie, and I said this when he got shot. I'm like, I know for a fact Charlie Kirk's soul is not at rest. You know what I'm saying? It happens so quick. It's like, it's like shit. You'll be confused wherever your soul is going. He was in the middle of using his body. He was talking. He was moving, and right in the middle of him answering a question and getting ready for an answer, he was pelted in the neck with a big ass bullet that probably had a bunch of stuff written on it. I was watching some gun content yesterday, laying in bed sick, and it was interesting because it was these two guys that pointed these handgun bullets and stuff at each other, and they were trying to get the bullets to like actually hit each other, which requires a lot of science and physics and stuff like that. And they showed like they actually really got it. And they pulled out like the high definition cameras, and like the two bullets actually hit each other and like melted in the middle and created like this shard, which was like crazy looking. It was wild. And the bullets like shatter and stuff like that. So, they say the bullet shattered. It hit him in a soft spot. I don't think the bullet shattered, but where it hit him, that bullet probably traveled all throughout his body. That bullet probably traveled throughout his body, hit the lungs, hit all kinds of stuff, sadly. But I know for a fact that his soul is not at peace because, he didn't see it coming. He didn't know what was going on. How can you rest in peace? So I believe sometimes too, and I'm not trying to turn you guys into a believer, but I believe that, I wouldn't say your soul goes to like I wouldn't say it goes to like a purgatory place, but an unrest soul, is an unrest soul. So there's people on the internet that use frequencies, and they use like these even guitar pedals and certain things that pick up on certain things, and they talk to people in the afterworld. They talk to people in the in the afterlife and stuff like that. And there's guides and stuff like that, because it's a different world that we live in versus the people in the afterlife. And I don't know. I'm gonna just play this. You let me know your thoughts. It's called Spirit. This is supposed to be Charlie Kirk, and he's using this spirit box to speak to him on the other side. Y'all let me know if y'all think it's him. Really, that's it. Let's go.
Are you able to confirm your safety for us and just help us understand where you are now on the other side? We would appreciate any and all attempts attempts to leave us messages tonight, Charlie.
Simple, please suspended and acted bring out these days, Democrat, calling a view of America, the problem around this time, they build one in it, defender's peace. I cross all this world online. The antimony story of me, what an ongoing debate. And memorial.
Now the crazy part about this stuff, right, is that sometimes you might not be picking up on the spirit, but you might be picking up on the fleeting thoughts that they had, before passing away. And then another thing too is some of the pedals that they use, they're reverb pedals, right? They're reverb pedals. Now, what is reverb? Reverb gives you like a echo. And there's different types of echoes. Like you have a hallway echo, you have an in the dome echo, you have an in the bathroom type echo. There's different types of echoes. Now, the irony and the crazy part about stuff like this is that, okay, are these people in like a purgatory place? Because there's other souls that will connect with them in the afterlife and lead them to wherever. But every time you hear these shows, there's an echo. Now, is that the guitar pedal, or are they in a place just waiting? And the place is so big, like there's a natural echo. Tend to wonder. Let's go.
The story ends, but not in other fingers. The story forever, all alive.
Guys, what the heck is happening around the world right now? I don't care what political views you have or come from, what's going on right now is very disturbing. Today, I'm going to start up my portal device and attempt to connect with the spirit of the conservative icon, Charlie Kirk. Now, I do want to state that we do this out of complete respect for the spirits and their loved ones. And we really just wish to give closure to Charlie's loved ones, his fans, and those who've been swept away by the tragedies that unfolded that fateful day. Guys, it's also very important for me to state right now that the views and opinions expressed by the spirits on the Cody ITC channel do not reflect the opinions and beliefs of those at the channel, whether it be me or any of the ITC team members. I'll be completely honest with you, and this isn't going to come as a surprise for anybody who's at the ITC family, but we do not like politics. We stay completely out of politics because that is a game of the physical world, and we are just not a part of that. But what we are a part of is giving spirits back their voice once again. So that is what we're going to try to do tonight. Remember, Cody ITC does not support or condone anything said by any of the spirits on the channel in any video. I tried filming a session earlier, but it just didn't seem too promising. I'm gonna try again and see if maybe we can get some audible replies from some of the garble coming through.
Then Friday early, a unit press design created a cinematograph designs it had ideas over any Bible.
Charles, my name is Cody. I just heard the news about what happened to you, and my heart is absolutely broken and aching for you right now. Are you able to confirm your safety for us and just help us understand where you are now on the other side?
Never asked so many goodness. He is still here in the the society and
Hey yo, Yo, look, I know this is diabolical, but imagine being on the other side. Yeah, he's a bloody Democrat. And this is diabolical work right here, man. Let's go.
The progressive central law between us and balancing. Any more progress or does humanity serve as balancing by competition, perspectives shifting, American and by games, bridge to the world progressing minds. Simple things, please suspend connection, bring habit. Connection, optimal.
Charlie, I know this may be very hard for you to use. I can't even wrap my own mind around how a spirit would be able to use this device on the other side for themselves. But we would appreciate any and all attempts to leave us messages tonight, Charlie.
Conservative. He's now a team peace. Trust that he will restore me out. Shit, so
Yeah, I mean, I can only imagine if you're on the other side and you got hit like that, you're probably still trying to figure out yourself what the hell happened. He was slaughtered like a damn animal. As soon as you heard the pow, he was cringed over.
Conservatives like change. And in the story, another forgotten from here. He was the big mystery.
Charlie, I never personally watched your content, but you seem like such a bright and vibrant energy. What can you tell us about what happened to you that day?
I really have dynamic thoughts, but negotiation changed. Maybe negotiation. Grass shooter, shade shooter, acid.
I don't know how strong the connection is. We usually have a very strong connection with spirits when they just cross over, but I think in this case there may be a lot of trauma involved for Charlie personally.
He says, right. Perspectives, far different than American about. Conservatives love American life. And they represent prison, near cultures, communities.
Charlie, could you describe to us your state of being on the other side? Is it peaceful? Is it safe? And have you seen a light at all on the other side?
Oh, that seeming throwing out while border conservative waiting. And memorial black and ongoing debates, voices from across that wilderness. The thing of much a calling in mind and infinite, endless. I wrote the memory. The story how Tate fell her way and saws. And vendors just getting a roof on land. The found the way to fill forever. Individual run their adventures. Metaphorical body.
I really wish.
And that's crazy because he died with a microphone in his hand, y'all.
I could tell what Charlie was saying because I can hear he's trying to leave a lot of replies right now. But I really wanted to make sure that Charlie can go back up to the light safely, and I also don't want to interfere too much with his newly started journey on the other side. He has a lot of settling in to do, I'm sure, after all that's happened to him, and we need to make sure, out of responsibility and love, that he can get back home safely.
The problem around this time, when Bill wanted it, the vendor's case, I crossed all this world alive. The man involved in the story of me, blurring alive, forever.
Charlie, my spirit guide George is there with you on the other side. I don't know if you've had any interactions with him yet, but George is going to bring in the light for you all if you'd like to go back up home now. So if you see the light, don't be afraid to go back up to the light with George, Charlie.
Great progress walks in action. Doorway from mysteries. The back endless with blur. The blur. How do we solve it? They got across the details of fuzzy on out that forever.
Charlie, thank you so much for coming through for us tonight. May you have a blessed journey on the other side, and take care.
How do you view America? The story ends. But now I'm making another fingers. The story forever.
Wow. Well, guys, this might not have been the long...
That's crazy, because usually the spirits don't really talk, and he'd be having a hard time getting in contact with them. But damn.
Longest session in the world, but I feel like we still got some pretty solid answers. There was a lot of back and forth communication there from Charlie. I'm gonna have to circle back around again in the future for Charlie, but right now he needs to rest and acclimate to his new life on the other side. If you like this video, then be sure to drop us a like and subscribe if you aren't already. And if you really like the content you see here, then I would like to invite you to come on over to our second channel, Vanish from View. Just before we go though, I would like to give a massive shout out to the ITC family. If you guys aren't reading the Eternal Block Theory, then I don't know what to tell you. You guys are truly missing out. It's completely free, and there will be a link in the description down below. Well guys, that's gonna be it for today's video. I'll see you all in the next one, and as always, until next time, stay blessed and take care.
All right, what do you think? Y'all think that was Charlie? I mean, who are we to think that technology ain't on the other side? Or wherever we go. They recently said that they found life on planet Mars. I don't know. But it's pretty interesting, all right? Let's see. See about the weapon that was used in Charlie Kirk's shooting real quick.
You're watching Deuce. Today we're going to talk about the Charlie Kirk shooting. Now, I am not a political commentator, nor am I good at reading the news to the camera. There are many YouTubers who do that phenomenally well. I'm not one of them. But what I do know is guns and shooting. And I've been asked by a lot of people the details about the shot that took out Charlie Kirk and the type of rifle used. So let's talk about that. The instant I heard that shot on the video, I knew that it was a high caliber weapon, probably a bolt action rifle, probably a deer rifle, a deer hunting cartridge. This was not 5.56. This was definitely a 308, 30-06, 6.5 Creedmoor, something of that nature. And it turns out I was probably correct. The length of the shot was roughly 200 yards, and it was a cold bore, first shot, one shot. And that would not have been an easy shot. Personally, the only rifle I have ready to go that would be able to make a shot like that is this Thompson Center that I've done a ton of work on. It has a nice scope. It is chambered in a 6.5 Creedmoor, which is inherently a very accurate cartridge. And I have a nice Harris bipod that can be adjusted for cant to work with whatever environment I find myself in, not just at the shooting range. Per the little bit of leaked information I've seen so far, this is very similar to what was probably used, except it was made by Mauser. And yes, that is the same Mauser that made rifles that look like this. But they also had a whole commercial line of rifles that were imported later on to the United States, and I'm pretty sure that's what was used in this shooting. The leak report also mentioned that it was .30-06. Well, the only modern .30-06 rifle I have is this Weatherby Vanguard, which is very similar to what Mauser was importing back in the 60s and 70s and 80s. And they had scope mounts, and usually it was a wooden stock, not a polymer stock, of course, but they had the cheek comb and everything, just like this Vanguard does. I don't shoot this rifle very often because I'm a suppressor nerd, and I bought this before I had suppressors, so it's not threaded for that. I do need to get it threaded because this is too good of a rifle just to be sitting in my safe. But just like the assailant's weapon, this does shoot the .30-06 round. This is for my M1 Garand. Here's a close-up of that .30-06 round right there. The name means basically 30 caliber bullet, and it was designed in 1906, 30-06. I did a similar video last year when Trump got shot, but in that case, it was a 5.56 round. And in comparison, that is the .30-06. Quite a big difference. This one takes down a deer very easily. 5.56 oftentimes isn't even legal for use on deer hunts. I've not seen a picture of the rifle just yet, but the leaked info says it's an older model Mauser chambered in .30-06, which would be very similar to this, of course. Some of those rifles were converted from World War II rifles, rebarreled and rechambered to .30-06, and drilled for scope mounts. And some of them were commercially made products. We don't know which one is which as far as what the shooter used. So it could have been a commercially made rifle that was imported through usually like Century International Arms. They imported a ton of them, but they also imported some of the converted rifles as well. While editing this video, they released a picture of the rifle, and it's way more modern than I thought it would be. I'm used to the curio relic, very old stuff from World War II and things of that nature. I was wrong. It's actually a modern Mauser pretty much for the most part. Has a polymer stock on it, a nice scope, and of course it is chambered in .30-06. So it is almost identical to this Weatherby. I'm going to go ahead and take this bolt completely out here. The assailant had 3 rounds left in the internal magazine and 1 spent cartridge still in the chamber. He never unchambered that round. Now, normally they hold 5 rounds of .30-06. Now, of course, I've removed the bolt for safety because these are live rounds.
Look at those bullets, y'all. Look at those bullets, man. The man, like, that shit is a whole biscuit by the time it get to you. That knocked the meat out your taco. So I'm telling y'all, man, like, they hit deer with those rounds, man. So some of y'all that celebrated, or some of y'all that's watching and looking at people celebrating, you might want to question, because they don't even get into stuff like this. You might want to question their sanity. This the type of gun that was used.
So 1, 2, and just like any Mauser-based firearm action is loaded through the top and not through the bottom, say like a AR-15 or something of that nature, or M14. That last round is kind of sticky if I remember correctly in this rifle. There we go. So it holds barely 5 rounds. So more than likely, maybe the shooter had some issues getting that 5th round in and left it with 4 rounds. Maybe he only had 4 rounds, or maybe it could be a model of Mauser that only held 4 rounds of .30-06. Who knows? But again, we'll find that out later when more details are available. A lot of people have also been asking me about the quality of shooter. How good of a shot would you have to be to make that 200-yard shot? Would you have to be a sniper and shoot an actual sniper rifle? Which, yes, this is an official Russian Mosin Nagant that was designated a sniper rifle. I would not take this one into battle, even though it shoots pretty well. The Mosin Nagants, even the sniper variants, only shot maybe 3-inch MOA, which is pretty pathetic when compared to a modern rifle. So I do not think that the shooter necessarily had to be some sort of operator, some sort of sniper, anything of that nature, but they did have to be a pretty good shot, and I'll tell you why. First of all, 200 yards. 200 yards is a good distance. I mean, go to your shooting range, look at a target that's 200 yards out there. That's pretty far. You think about maybe like a full-size watermelon at 200 yards. I mean, that's going to be smaller. You're going to be covering it up with your thumb at arm's length. The shooter more than likely had some good trigger time behind a rifle, probably even that particular rifle they used.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I mean, if you aim it at a certain part of the tent, I mean, the tent was like a beacon. So if you know any of your bullets is going under the tarp, and you know the area of where your target is, it probably really isn't hard to hit your target.
That day. So while 200 yards was a difficult shot, it would not necessarily need an operator, a sniper, or someone who was trained in the armed forces to make that shot. A competent hunter could have made that shot with the correct gear. And that correct gear would be basically a decent hunting rifle and a decent scope attached to it with some trigger time behind there to get it dialed in for a cold bore shot. And that is pretty important because if I was explaining this to my wife earlier today, if I took my wife down to the shooting range and set her up with this rifle or my 6.5 Creedmoor rifle, gave her an entire box of ammo, she would eventually hit that target at 200 yards. And she has no experience with a rifle whatsoever. But the cold bore shot is hard to anticipate because it is going to be different than all the subsequent rounds after that. So you're going to need that rifle set up for the one-shot cold bore shot, which basically means the barrel has not been heated up by previous firings. It's completely cold, not been shot that day, and you know where that bullet's going to hit because you've sighted that scope in for that particular shot. Not the warm bore shots, which basically, after you fire some rounds, the barrel will kind of settle down and get more and more accurate as it heats up to its operating temperature, which is great when you're at the shooting range, just firing some rounds downrange at paper. But when you're hunting, you want to set up your rifle for the first shot, the one shot that would take down your deer, which would be the cold bore shot. Again, it's not the most accurate that rifle can shoot because they shoot much better once the barrel's been warmed up. There was also the fact that it was not at a normal shooting range. It was not at a comfortable way to shoot. The person had to run across a rooftop apparently and shoot from a roof, which would not have been conducive to a good shooting experience, which is kind of the name of the game when you're about to commit an atrocity. In conclusion, I don't think this was a sniper using a real sniper rifle. I don't think it was some sort of operator completing some clandestine operation. I think it was someone who has some trigger time, been hunting a few times, was a decent shot, maybe got a little bit lucky on top of that, and decided to use that skills and probably grandpa's old rifle to commit a horrific atrocity. And I hope they come to judgment soon. Well, guys, that's for me today. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, give me a
Dang. Well, damn. Some people are also, and I was looking at something too. Some people were also questioning, you know what I'm saying? How did this person get this weapon, you know what I'm saying, onto the school, onto the premises? Let's see real quick. Hold on. Let's see how he would have got that long ass pistol, that long ass rifle onto the premises. You probably, I mean, that don't look like a gun you can actually break down. Even though his, they said, is more wooden, but it looked like one of those black rifles. I don't know. For some reason, it doesn't look like a gun you can break down. Because it probably would have been in the book bag, but you would have seen at least the stock or something hanging out the book bag. But hey.
When I say we, I don't mean me or this individual right here. I mean one of you did, actually. I got an email today with an image and an idea of how this stock was carried. And I grabbed my 18-year-old, 6 foot something.
What Hell Rel said, walk around like I got a broom in my pants. Now that's a fucking AK. Heavy tool in my pants. Now walk around like I got a broom in my pants. Walk around like I got a broom in my pants. Now that's a fucking AK. Heavy tool in my pants. Y'all hit the like button to support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. 4 hours and 14 minutes into the madness. Y'all know we always have a good time. Late at night show. I don't know if I want to end it soon or carry it into the morning. Y'all let me know. But please hit the like button and support the show. Trying to get to our goal. Let's get it. Player talk.
Assistant here who weighs how many pounds? 140. 140-ish, okay? I don't know what the killer's weight was, but we do know that based on the mugshot, he was about 72 inches tall, and that's what this individual right here is. And essentially, the change was carrying the stock in the front. You can see down here, these jeans are a little bit baggier, but if you pull them back, you remember that image of the gigantic cell phone sitting right here in the thigh? That's your stock. That explains why the leg motion cannot come forward, because it's completely locked in. And if you see, I'll put the video or the image up on the screen.
I mean, he might have had it going across. He might have it going across his you know what I'm saying, his body. Did have a hoodie on. I don't know. Let's see.
In the photo, you can start to see an outline of the stock, okay? This has solved the riddle that has been bugging me the whole time about the bulk of the stock. Essentially, I believe now with 90-something% certainty that the stock was carried this way and the barrel was carried on the side. Now, whether or not the scope came off or not, that's an item for debate, and we can talk about the ramifications of that later. But I think with certainty, or you can't be certain about anything, but I think as close as we can be to certain, this is how this was carried. And I'm gonna let this guy demonstrate. We're also gonna go out in the stairwell, shoot a little video of him walking in the stairs so you can see that it was possible to climb the stairs like this. So, go ahead. That's why I think he hooked it underneath his armpit. Kept his arm straight down, because if you see when he walks, he doesn't have his hands in the pockets, they're out. Keep your hands out. All right, now walk towards me, or walk that way.
Yeah, it's on the side.
Pull your hand up when you come back the next way. When you show me that other side the next time, keep your hand off of it. All right, now try. All right, walk straight at me. All right, try it again. Okay, let's turn around and walk away from the back. Huh? That's the skinniest pair of jeans you own?
I don't have fucking skinny jeans, man.
Oh, all right. All right, walk back down and then I'll get up on the other side.
Did he ever use the railing at all or not?
I've seen him with his hands on the hand railing, yeah.
Well, I mean, he got a black hoodie. I mean, also too. I mean, aren't those cameras supposed to be in like 4K? I guess not.
All right, let's try it.
And you don't really see, well, I mean, you see videos of him after the shooting, even though he probably was fleeing with the gun. But most of what you're gonna see is still shots, you know, because I got some videos. You know, I need to make a special section in the Discord so you guys can go see those videos. You know, but some of them are graphic. I'm not trying to start a whole Patreon or something, but then again, maybe I should because I'm doing shows for peanuts, damn it. You know. I'll say this, right? What's going on, white boy? I'll say this, right? If he's walking around with this rifle, I don't know if he's free-handing it because, you know, a lot of those sniper rifles, they have like stabilizers and stuff on the side. Certain parts of sniper rifles do fold in, you know. But at the same time, you know, he would have to know exactly where he was at on campus and see exactly, you know, where the cameras were angled and stuff like that, and actually know, okay, let me tuck this under my armpit, and then kind of have my, maybe the bottom half of the rifle was probably a little bit out, and the top part was probably under like his armpit or something like that. You know what I'm saying? He only shot the gun one time. So it's not like, oh, he's putting a hot revolver or a hot pistol, you know what I'm saying, back under his arm or some shit. But I ain't gonna lie, I mean, climbing up ladders and jumping off. First of all, how do you have access to a roof? That's the part that's you know. But anyway.
Go buy some tight jeans. Wow. So the thing that's been stumping my mind for the last 2 or 3 days was solved by one of you guys out there. Very nice viewer sent me a DM on Instagram with their idea of how this happened, and I just went right out and started shooting it because I wanted to get it done and out, because I'm wasting too much time now with the concealment. I was already concerned with how it was done. I knew it could be done, but I think this here pretty much indicates how it was done. I don't feel the need to start chasing their tail again over and over and over on this one. I'm ready to move on. Yeah, if my assistant comes back tomorrow with skinnier jeans on, then we'll give it a try. But for all intents and purposes, I'm ready to move on. I'm convinced now that the narrative with how the rifle got there is completely within the realm of possibility and now has exceeded itself. I'm convinced now that the narrative that we're getting about the rifle getting there broken down and in the suspect's clothing, reassembled, taking the shot, and exfiltration is all not only in the realm of possibility.
I mean, he had a book bag also. And that rifle, all you really do, I mean, other than the body, all you really need to do is like kind of break it in half. Not in half, but like, you know, fold it damn near. And like the guy said, you know, it wasn't one of those wooden ones. He was like, the rifle is one of those, it was a modern rifle.
But it's now transferred over into probability for me. So I'm satisfied and I'm ready to move on. There's some people that are never going to be satisfied, and that's fine. Do your own thing, dude. I don't care. I've put out enough that I think that the government will have a good enough case to prove that this particular individual in the videos transported a rifle in, assembled it, took a shot, and left. So I think we're ready to move on to the next phase, unless, like I said, my assistant comes back with skinnier jeans tomorrow. I'll try it, but my curiosity is satisfied and I'm ready to move on, done with it. So a lot of the requests now are about the next phase. And the next phase, a lot of it is wanting to do with checking the shot. Number one, can the shot be taken? Number two, could the shot be taken if the transport some way knocked the zero out of the scope, or if the scope had to be detached and reattached to the rifle? Now, I was getting ready to head to the range today, but I woke up late, I was tired, and I'm glad I did, because Mr. Ron Cruchin made a comment and I tracked it down, and it was very extensive, it was very concise and very knowledgeable, and we've actually emailed back and forth. But he pointed out astutely that the way that the scope is mounted to the Mauser in the picture that we have seen is using what is known as a rotary dovetail. It is a system that was designed to mount scopes onto rifles, kind of when the sporterized military rifle thing started, which Mausers definitely were sporterized military rifle, and I'll do a whole talk on that a little later. But the gist of it is that when gunsmiths were going to mount these scopes to these receivers that were never designed to have scopes, they had to drill and tap them out. What happened was the alignment wasn't always there. So what they came up with was what was called the rotary dovetail. And when the scope ring goes to seat each individual one, you have two to hold the scope on either end of the receiver. They have a T-shaped foot on the front one that goes in at a 90-degree angle perpendicular to the barrel and then is turned with a wrench. The rear one does the same thing, but the front one is in a dumb mount. It does not move, it is not adjustable. The rear mount actually has windage screws on either side of it, and that mount sets on the gun, and the ring goes inside of that and then is turned. Then you can mount the scope in, put the cap on to the ring, and those windage screws are there because the alignment between the holes when these sporterized rifles,
you're screwing on the scope at the exact right place, because it'll definitely affect your shot. And it can destabilize the gun when you shoot it, so hey.
Rifles were brought into the market.
Those rifles are powerful as fuck, so you can kind of, there's wiggle room for certain things.
wasn't always accurate, and what would happen was you would have to use up all of your windage adjustment in the scope just getting to the 0 point on the rifle. What he is telling me, and this is a very astute observation, is that you can take a windage screw off of one side of the scope, grab the whole scope, turn it, lift the scope assembly out with both rings on it, and when you're ready to go, you can put it back in, turn it back over, and as long as the windage screw on this side has not been adjusted, you can put the other one back in, and you will have a very little, small effect on your 0, almost negligible effect. You may not even lose the 0 at all. This particular rifle was fitted with that kind of an assembly. My rifle has weaver rings on it, which are very similar to how scopes are generally mounted now. And you know, you've seen, you put a scope now, like most everybody here is an AR fan or some sort of military modern sporting rifle aficionado, and you just slap your scope in the weaver rail, screw it in. It's kind of how, or the pick rail, and screw it in, and that's kind of the same function as mine, except there's no lateral cuts to lock it from moving forward and back. So if you go to take the scope off of my gun,
why people use the AR. The AR, they be having rails on that joint. You can slide, you could damn near move the scope anywhere you want to, damn near with the right setup.
and then try to remount it, you're not ever going to find
It's like a camera.
true to where you were before. So it's not A, going to be an apples to apples comparison, and B, what this scope system can achieve with remaining true to zero is much higher and much more probable than the setup that I have on my rifle. So I'm trying to look to see if anybody in my general vicinity has a high-powered rifle with a scope mounted on rotary dovetails and doesn't mind us testing it, because there is one problem with this, and that is the torque required to turn the scope has the potential to distort or warp the tube of the scope itself, so it could be destructive testing. 2, people want to address the entry-exit wound.
I don't think that bullet did not exit. I think it stopped on his, I think when it hit him, I think it stopped towards like his right shoulder. Or it was lodged somewhere in his right lung. Or it probably went downward, you know, because bullets definitely do that. They go downward and just start hitting other arteries and organs and stuff like that. Really, really nasty shit.
Controversy. And I've seen a lot of people mention ballistics gelatin, and I think ballistics gelatin is a great way to get a picture on how far a bullet will punch through a consistent medium and how it will react in a consistent medium, but a human body is not a consistent medium. So we have to find an accurate human analog. You see all the ballistics dummies that a lot of the other big YouTubers use, and they're A, fabulously expensive, $3,000 to $4,000 a piece, and B, for me, my qualm about that is you're shooting straight into a gelatin, into whatever the hell else they have in there. I don't know if the bone that is inside of one of those is consistent with the density of human bone or density of the actual person that we saw get shot. There's just too many variables inside of a human body or inside of a body.
All right, we have a Mortician. I'm not sure if it's the same girl that I know that was talking about it, but there's also an article here. Charlie Kirk's autopsy. When will a detailed report be released after Utah shooting? What we know. Charlie Kirk was assassinated on Wednesday. The 31-year-old was speaking at Utah Valley, University event when Tyler Robinson, 22, fatally shot him. Charlie Kirk was assassinated on Wednesday. 31-year-old was speaking at Utah Valley, blah, blah, blah. We know this already. Kirk's remains were flown from Salt Lake City to Phoenix, Arizona, his hometown, to Vice President J.D. Vance. and Second Lady Usha Vance. I never seen what she looked like. Accompanying the Turning Point USA's founder's widow, Erica. A public memorial service for Charlie Kirk is scheduled to take place at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, September 21st. Damn, that's a long time. He's probably been, he still ain't in the ground yet. That's tomorrow, yeah, Sunday. So what I reported on earlier, yeah, it was this Sunday. Dang, I didn't know that was the 21st though. I gotta take my test today. Alright guys, hit the like button to support the show. Hit the cash app more than 4 hours into the madness. When will Charlie Kirk's autopsy be released? Several social media users are now asking whether an autopsy will be released. Elon Musk's AI bot, Grok, on Sunday has responded to one query saying yes. The autopsy was performed on Charlie Kirk after a shooting death on September 10th, 2025, and was required by Utah law for homicide. The report hasn't been publicly released yet. So what, they flew his body back to Utah with the bullet still in him? Damn. However, the report hasn't been released publicly yet. However, officials have not commented on the possibility of the autopsy report. 5 days ago, though. Media. This more about a week ago. I ain't gonna lie, if this is all autopsy report right now, it's probably gonna spark a whole
between the densities of all your tissues and the effect of skin. And the only analog, well, I mean, the perfect analog would be to have another person, but I don't want to be in prison next to this guy. So the only other one I can think of is pigs. Pigs are a very close analog to a human being. In fact, they're such a close analog, we used to use pig valves as replacement for humans.
Pigs aren't really that's the thing I'm talking about. Pigs are definitely not a close match to humans. Pigs got thick skin. But let's say if you're gonna compare it to the thickest skinned human, let's just say like, you know, you have humans that do got thick skin. But unfortunately, y'all, your neck is not thick skin. It's one of the softest places in your body. This is why when you bop, you tuck your chin, and you know your chin should be down where your neck is. It is not to necessarily protect your neck, because at that point, when you have your chin in that position, your neck becomes a shock your neck becomes a shock absorber. You know, sometimes people get knocked out not because they got hit in the chin real hard, it's because their neck couldn't absorb the shock.
Human heart valves, I don't know if they still do that, but that was a thing when I was younger. But again, shooting into a cadaver pig versus a live pig is going to give you a heck of a lot different reaction. human skin, human body, human cells, when it, or even just any organism, when it dies, it starts to lose moisture, evaporate, all sorts of processes set in, rigor mortis, whatever. That's potentially going to change the way that the reaction is going to look versus shooting something live. And I'm pretty sure YouTube has a big thing about shooting live pigs. I don't know. That's a hang up for me to have to try to prove that one. The other one is my rifle is a 7mm Remington Magnum. It is a different cartridge altogether than the 30-06. It shoots a slightly smaller diameter bullet at a much higher velocity. So I'm certain that to prove things like accuracy of a shot, testing the scope or whatever, that's going to be similar enough to present possibility and maybe even probability for me. But we don't know what type of bullet this was used. Was this some sort of match bullet or a fully jacketed bullet? Was it a jacketed soft point? We don't know. We have not heard anything. So it's hard to make sense of something if we can't replicate it as close to possible as we can. We also don't know the powder.
Yeah, pigs don't sweat, right? But also too, their skin is like really, you know, not necessarily close to rubber, but it's kind of like impenetrable. You know, you don't see snakes biting pigs all the fucking time. They kind of bounce off of them. And this is why your body can't break down swine too well when it's in your system. You know, and then it starts to develop maggots and worms and all kinds of different stuff. You know, pigs are built different. I don't know why you said a pig. Then you got the warthogs. You got all different types of pigs that ain't shit finna affect you. Shoot it a couple of times, ain't shit finna affect you. I don't know where he got pigs from. And then plus, like how that bullet like kind of like that shit was like a football, you know, like bullets kind of have like a football effect, you know, the further distance. That joint toasted, like that joint, Brett Favre, Tony Romo, Tom Brady coasted into that little pocket in his neck. You know what I'm saying? Like damn near in that little pocket where the collarbone and everything is, you know? That's why the blood came shooting upward. And I was like, man, you know, just to, like, you know, to confirm he hit his target. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's not like dude was like the biggest. He wasn't Sniper Wolf or the End from from Metal Gear Solid and shit. It's not like he was out there taking the air and pulling out different types of watches and shit like that. The air density, popping diazepam and making sure, you know, he's not really, you know, bullet dropping and shit and all kinds of shit. Nah, man, that nigga, he took that. He's a good shot. Cause one shot, and I'm like, bro, when he hit Charlie, he had to see all the blood coming out his neck. You know what I'm saying? He had to see all that blood coming out his neck in the you know what I'm saying, in the scope. And I wonder what type of scope he had. I mean, you know, and now I'm interested. I'm like, okay, shit, what type of scope did he have? You know, and was there an actual zoom? Was there an actual zoom on the scope? crazy. Yeah, he had to see that blood shoot up out of that man's neck. It's like, but I will say this, like he probably didn't even really have the time to, it's like, okay, everybody's scattering, everybody's moving around, so it's like he probably didn't even really have a chance to really process what he just did. He had to move away from that building as quick as possible. The boogie part is right after that book stuff that changed. I heard it said it was like on backwards the scope. Probably detached it and reattached it. That's probably why it was on backwards. I don't know. Some gun that but it don't even be the gun is like highly customizable. It's just that sometimes you have a good shooter. A good shooter can damn near, you know what I'm saying, bro? A good shooter can damn near work with anything.
Load behind it or anything else. If the government would release that, that would be great. If any of you have any way of finding out, send it to me. That would be a great starting point. We also haven't really confirmed what the barrel length on the rifle is. I mean, pretty much standard for a hunting barrel is 22 inches, but did he chop it? I don't know.
No, basically, I think his folks, it was their gun. I think he said it was like his grandpa's gun or some shit like that. So the gun damn near the gun damn near stopped. The gun is stopped for the most part.
Is this rifle a little bit shorter? I don't know. I don't have that data, and that presents a challenge when we go to fix this. But I think that we're on the right track. And I think it's important to keep asking these questions. One, because we need to spot check the government. Because in 60 years, I don't want to have my grandchildren still arguing this and questioning what was told to them. So we do need...
Your grandchildren will be shooting up shit with laser guns. You gotta look at it, fellas. America is still primitive. You know what I'm saying? We're using guns with bullets and stuff like that. And let me tell y'all something. If you guys are, if I have any gunaholics in the house, you do know they have laser guns already. And laser guns, they're rangeless. Laser guns.
Need to put the effort in for the future to ensure that what we're being told is accurate and possible and
probable. Fry some shit up. They're not trying to laser guns, y'all.
And two, it's important for us to stress test this so that when this case finally comes to trial, the government can be prepared with the most solid case they have so that this guy doesn't skate in a technicality. I think we owe that to Charlie Kirk and his family. So we'll keep plugging away, keep sending information and comments. I know a lot of people sent some stuff about routing before the shot was taken and after. We do think that I've had 2 people have a really solid idea of where the murder weapon was found. And maybe I can address that tomorrow, but I've been going 12 hours a day on this for the last 3 or 4 days, and I'm just gonna go home and relax tonight. So I hope you do, and have a wonderful day or evening or whatever.
Lucky people like me working my ass off. All right, 447. Please hit the like button. Support the show. If you are enjoying the show, please support the show. It's Friday. Giving y'all some good content as always. Let's see. You can find what this corner. You never know. They can look at something and Okay, yes, this is the same girl. She's interesting. She knows her shit. Ooh, she got the way he looked in his cat. All right, hold on.
People on X are going crazy saying Charlie Kirk isn't really dead, and we need to address this because unfortunately he is dead. It's fucking tragic, it's terrible, and I can't stop thinking about his poor wife and his 2 little girls who will now grow up without a dad. And I know that it's too early for this conversation, but it has to be had because people are already running wild with theories, and the science tells a very different story. The headlines that I kept seeing were saying that Charlie Kirk didn't die instantly. He was brought to the hospital, and then we were waiting a long time for answers, right? That he was in critical condition. But I need you to hear this from me as a mortician, as someone who has seen the human body at its most vulnerable. A shot to the carotid artery is as close to instantaneous as it gets. That artery is the main supply of blood to the brain. The second it's severed, pressure drops, blood pours, and the brain is deprived of oxygen. There is no fighting it, no chance to even process what happened. If anything, the only mercy is that I don't think that he felt a thing. If you slow the footage down, you can see the impact right at the side of his neck. The force of that hit wasn't just surface level. It tore through tissue, severed the artery, and from the way his body reacts, the immediate collapse, the way the blood pours, I believe it caused internal, catastrophic trauma. It may have essentially cut off the brain's connection to the body in an instant, like that. And that's why he slumps over the way he does in the chair. Not a stumble, not a grasp for life, just lights over. Done. Here's where I want to circle back to those headlines where they kept saying he was pronounced dead at the hospital, but let me be clear, he was already gone on the ground. If there was even a flicker of life left in him, it was
gone in the chair.
That's why those early reports about him being in critical condition are misleading, not reflecting reality. Here's where I will start to put on my tinfoil hat, because we're supposed to believe someone perched 200 yards away on a rooftop. They managed to pull out a you-know-what, raise it, aim it, and in a matter of seconds, land a shot directly into his carotid artery. Do you realize how much has to happen in those tiny slivers of time? I don't feel like people are talking nearly enough about the level of precision this took, because this wasn't a sloppy act of rage. This was sniper level skill. Shout out to Lo here. The blood doesn't look real, the wound doesn't make sense, but the truth is, that's exactly what happens when the carotid artery is torn open. It's a pressurized pipeline. Once it bursts, blood pours from both ends of it. That's why it sprays and streams. Think of it like snapping a garden hose in half. That's physiology, not theatrics. Here's the math. At 200 yards, even trained marksmen hit an 8-inch target about 70% of the time. The carotid artery, that's less than an inch wide. That's not a get lucky shot. That's a 1 in a million, maybe 1 in 10 million shot. Military and police snipers train years for that kind of accuracy. And yet we're told someone just popped up, nailed it, and now they vanished? I don't buy it. This is deliberate, and this feels like it was planned. And the most heartbreaking part, beyond all the speculation, Charlie Kirk has 2 little girls at home, and they are now going to grow up without their father, and that's the real tragedy. No matter what side of the political line you stand on, a family is forever changed because of this. And I know no matter how I talk about this, people are going to get mad because his death is already getting twisted into politics. But I need to take a step back from that for a second and just say, as a human, as a species, we are so disconnected. There is so much hate. We dehumanize people we disagree with until we can't even see them as human anymore. There's a quote going around right now. You cannot end gun violence by celebrating it.
Now, I remember back in the day, cause y'all know me, I like weird women. I go after some weird women. Being a young player at the time, I went after a bunch of weird girls. Actually, I love weird women, especially some that are goofy. You know what I'm saying? I like women that actually have a damn personality. And I know I've dated two. But I remember my first one. I dated this girl and she was kind of weird, but she was kind of quiet but to herself. But when you talk to her, she was kind of quirky, cool. She opened up and everything, right? So I was, I asked her, I was like, yo, like, what's to you? Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm reading you, but like, something's off and stuff like that. And she was like, well, I really don't want to say, you know, what I'm kind of into and stuff like that. But I kind of picked up on it because she's like, she was, she, I'm not gonna lie. They, you deal with one of the Mortician girls. They're into like dark humor. They are into dark humor. But this girl, she was a mortician, and I'm like, wait, so you're a mortician? And like she was going to school to be a mortician and studying to be a mortician and stuff. Not going to school, but she's like just heavy into being a mortician. And then she was like, yeah. So I'm like, oh, so you're going to you're going to school for this? She planned on going to school for it. And she was like, yeah, but my father is a mortician. Like he works at the morgue. Like she's been around the morgue ever since she was a little girl and stuff. And I was like, damn, okay. And she was telling me stories about how he used to take her with him all the time. And she was used to being around, because we were talking about something and the topic came up, and she was talking about how she was used to being around dead bodies. And she was like, a lot of stuff happens, people get found alive, which is true. Because I was telling her, a lot of people get found alive and stuff like that. And I was like, asking her some tongue-in-cheek questions and stuff. But she was telling me, yeah, what scared her when she was a little girl was that there was a body laying on the table, and the body actually sat up and coughed and then laid back down. And I'm like, wait, whoa, wait, what? And she's like, yeah, the body sat up, looked around, coughed, and laid back down. And I'm like, nah. She's like, no, actually, people's bodies, they move. People cough, they fidget, they jump. Like, it's some real shit. And it's, just like any animal. You cut off a chicken's head, the chicken's still running around. You cut off there was this snake that got its head chopped off, and it still went around and bit its own tail, and the body was just still moving. Like, the body was still moving, that the tail ended up working its way into the snake's mouth that just got its head chopped off, and it bit its own tail. Injecting venom in its own damn self. So Chris G said, hell no. I'm telling you, these Morgue girls, and they a little bit gothic. They got a little gothy disposition. The reason why the girl that I'm telling you, the reason why the girl that I'm telling you threw me the hell off, because she was black. Because she was black. But over the years, I have met other sisters that have, or was telling me that they aspire on being morticians. you know, and it's actually not common. Some of them are baddies too. I end up knowing a sister. You know what I'm saying? I can't tell y'all how I met her, but I ended up knowing a sister that was that wanted to be a mortician, was because like, and she's bad, and she did like makeup and stuff like that. But like, she was like, oh, I do makeup and stuff, and I was like, okay, cool. But she's like, but I don't do makeup for like girls, like living girls, and like, you know, I do makeup, like she does makeup for dead bodies, you know. And I said, oh, oh. Followed up by a no, oh no, you know, makeup for dead bodies, you know. I don't know about it, man, and I don't know, that embalming fluid shit. That shit looks, man. Listen, I'm squeamish, y'all.
And that's the truth. No matter who it is, left or right or in between, celebrating death doesn't heal us. It just proves how far we've fallen. So the comment section is wild right now, so let's talk about that. I saw somebody say the shooter wasn't aiming for the carotid, he was aiming for the head. And then the bullet drop, wind, and Coriolis effect made it hit the neck. Are we really doing an episode of Mythbusters in my comment section right now?
That's
Here's
what happens.
This
Okay, all right, lady. Goddamn, you might be a mortician, but you're not and good job on the name. But you're not a gunaholic. That's what happened. I think he was aiming for his head, and the bullet dropped. But Charlie was really an open target because he was diagonally facing the shooter. So,
person landed a shot, and that's catastrophic. Once that bullet hit, it was lights out in seconds, and that's why you see Charlie
his
instantly.
eyes rolled to the back
And
of his
honestly,
head.
that was the reason I made my original video, to say that I don't think he suffered, and to kind of end the conspiracies of people saying that he's still alive somewhere. And I really appreciate the nurses and the ER staff in my comments confirming that, because the minute I saw the footage of him, I just knew in my gut it was done. And then I'm horrified by people in the comment section saying, oh, a deer hunter could have made that shot. No. Bagging a deer in the field is not the same thing as dropping a living human being at 200 yards with a shot in the Triangle of Doom. That's terrifying precision. So if you're in the comments trying to break down ballistics or turning this,
I don't know. I give his precision to the scope, because you know those scopes, y'all. You can zoom in with those scopes. You know, them niggas got them Nikon Canon scopes, one of them good lenses. Like them scopes, you can really be precise. Then those bullets are big too, you know, and sharp, accurate too.
into some kind of deer camp debate, maybe just take a step back. Because at the end of the day, this isn't theory. A man is dead. His wife lost her husband. His 2 children lost their father. And I'm going to be honest, I am so sick of people celebrating this man's death. Nothing about this is right, and my heart hurts. Charlie Kirk woke up yesterday morning full of life, ready to live his day, and he never planned on not making it back to his bed that night. That's the reality of death. It rips through the ordinary. He should have woken up this morning, kissed his wife, and gone about his day, but he didn't, because some selfish decided to take his life. And now, instead of a normal morning routine, his wife is planning a funeral. Charlie did not wake up today. He is lying in a morgue because someone made the ultimate.
Now this is interesting, because usually women like this that be moving, that be that be coloring their hair and be having these type of professions, they're usually Democrats. And I'm not going to say she might not be a Democrat, but that's interesting. Because they're usually Democrats. But then again, she probably saw how brutal that shot was and was like, yeah, that was too much. That was too much. You know? Anybody with a heart can see that that was too much. That was way too much. Too much sauce.
Unforgivable choice to end a man's life over a disagreement. And playing God like that, ending someone's life because you don't like what they have to say, no matter what side of the fence you're on, is not okay. Unless there is something bigger here. And whoever ends up taking the fall for this, let's be honest, this has all the markings of a planned, paid for hit. And I stand by that. They're gonna come out and say it was some amateur wannabe. I don't know if I believe that.
That's the thing about life, y'all.
Despite the very obvious.
Hold on. That's the thing about life. You can get taken out just as much from a professional guy, and the same with a rookie, you know? The result's still the same. She said a fall guy, though. Okay, this was the one we were gonna go after next. Okay. Yeah, his skin looked crazy. See, his skin is pale. His wife is crazy too for going up to his casket and kissing his hand and shit, you know, but hey, you can't tell her how to mourn. Hold on.
Evidence, there are still people out here convinced that Charlie Kirk is still alive. They are pointing at the photos Erica posted of him in his casket and saying, that's not him, that's fake, that's a mannequin. So let's pause. As an embalmer, I can tell you that is absolutely him, and actually the exact things people are using as proof, the yellow hands, the firmness, the waxy or silicone appearance, those are classic signs of embalming. So let's break it down. Before I dive in, I want to stop and acknowledge something really important. This is sensitive material. A man just lost his life, and his wife, Erica, is grieving in a way most of us can't even imagine. Part of me hopes she never sees this video because my goal here isn't to add to her pain. But here's the reality. People are already talking. The internet is full of rumors, conspiracy theorists, and outright misinformation. Everything from, he's still alive, to, that's a mannequin in the casket, and as an embalmer, I can't sit back and let people take these wild stories at face value. Yes, this is hard to talk about, but death is hard. He is gone, and the world is already talking about it. So instead of adding to the rumor mill, I'm here to put the facts out there to explain what's normal, what's not, and to hopefully bring some clarity to a situation that's already incredibly painful. The yellow coloring in his hands, totally normal in embalming. Circulation isn't happening anymore, so the extremities often look darker, sallow, or yellowed. Lighting in funeral homes can also exaggerate that look. I've seen that exact presentation hundreds of times. Now, as an embalmer myself, I'll be honest, I'm a little disappointed in the color of his hands. I know the embalmer who worked on him may not like me saying this on the internet, but I feel like the cosmetics could have definitely been handled better. Hands and lips are two of the hardest areas for us to restore cosmetically. Hands dry out really quickly after death, and lips lose their natural moisture and fullness.
Yeah, they
if you don't
shrivel up.
hydrate the body properly, or if you use the wrong cosmetics, you get uneven skin tones, yellowing, graying, or just that slightly off color people are noticing in the photos. Another thing people bring up a lot is, why do they look waxy? That waxy look isn't because the person is fake or a mannequin. It's because the skin itself has changed. Once the embalming fluid replaces the blood, the skin is no longer being hydrated or oxygenated like it was in life. The texture literally shifts. On top of that, mortuary cosmetics are designed to sit differently than everyday makeup. We're working on skin that isn't absorbing product. Sometimes wax is used to rebuild areas. For example, if there's trauma, dehydration, or tissue loss, then makeup goes over that. The result can look smooth, even a little too smooth, or that's where that plastic or waxy description comes from. It's one of the biggest challenges we face, making someone look as natural as possible while working with skin and features that are no longer alive.
Yeah, they
On
gotta
the
impress the family.
stuffed appearance, some people said he looks stuffed. That's likely because he probably underwent an autopsy. In most
He did.
gunshot cases, even when the cause of death seems obvious, a full autopsy is performed. That means why incision, removal, and examination of organs, then everything is placed back in and sutured up. To protect the embalmer's work, we often place the body in a plastic Unionol suit. Think of it like a jumpsuit that holds everything in place. That can give that little bit of a firm look people are noticing, or if you've ever been to a phone's arm and you feel something plastic underneath, that's that Unionol suit. A lot of people have asked me if it's even possible to have an open casket after a gunshot wound, and the answer is yes. It's very...
Yeah, Chris G, I'm telling you, look, who else gonna go this deep? Who else gonna show y'all some shit like this? This is some real shit. You know, I know where the finding go, you know. Oh man. Y'all hit the like button. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. This is crazy. I didn't know they do a suit though. That makes sense.
possible. It depends.
That's why I like her channel. Her channel, I be getting educated like shit. I be like, how they do that? Oh wow, it's a whole different art to it, you know. Now I know there's an art to embalming because the Egyptians, they have their own way how they embalm, obviously, and the material that they use is like salt. It's called natron. That's the name of the salt. It's called natron, and that's what they use to embalm also. And the god of embalming is Anubis. You know, Egyptians, they worship cats. Anubis is obviously a dog. You know, and the king of the dead is Osiris, aka Osar. You know, but y'all gotta know stuff on a deeper level, man. You know, so this is stuff that I try to introduce to the brothers and stuff like that, because like people have y'all on YouTube watching bullshit. Like we could have sat here the whole time and been watching. Man, I just think that Charlie Kirk should have acknowledged FBA and all this. No, learn about something that you never knew about. Like dang, okay, dang, that's what a bullet does. Dang, what's bullet drop? Dang, I didn't know snipers operated that way. Wow, the rifle must have been. Did he instantly die? Did he? Like that's why I wish these shows were supported more, because it's like y'all got all day for that nigga shit. Y'all about to pollute y'all mind with some nigga shit after this go off. So it's like, just want to give y'all something real to hold, Please hit the like button, double tap your screen, please hit the Cash App, please hit the PayPal. I'll be really dropping these hours, man. Chris G says Egyptians were pulling brains through the nose. Hardcore shit. Yeah. And also too, they would take your pet out. They would put your pet. They'll embalm your pet and all kinds of different stuff, and put your heart in jars and all kinds of different things and stuff how they look at it was that you were taking it with you. That's how they look at it. They're like, hey, you're taking this thing, with you. Into the afterlife, some of your favorite things, yeah. All right.
Entirely on where the wound is and how much damage was done. In Charlie's case, we all saw in the video.
And I wonder how they did the wound. I wonder if they clogged it up. I wonder how they do it, because they reconstruct They damn near got to reconstruct people. That's why, you know, it's not like he gonna have a closed casket, you know. And then the crazy part is that his neck is facing the door side of the casket, you know. So if people go visit him, they're not going to be on the side where he got shot, you know. I've never seen a left justified casket.
The wound was in his neck. Now, I can't say for certain if it was a through, but how embalmers handle
No, it
injuries
didn't go
like
through.
that.
There was no exit wound.
Embalming proceeds as normal. Blood is replaced with embalming fluid to preserve wound closures. If the tissue allows, we will suture the wound closed. In areas where stitching isn't possible, say the skin is torn or irregular, we use what's called a basket weave stitch, which crisscrosses the area so we can build on top of it with wax restoration. After stitching mortuary wax or a restorative filler.
DeGenerate says, especially if you were a pharaoh or some of the authority, Egyptians will put your belongings in your tomb as a way to take with you in the afterlife with your stuff. Yeah, absolutely. That's why there was a lot of grave robbers, you know.
Is applied over the area to smooth out the surface. Wax gives us a base like natural skin. We may use airbrush cosmetics or cream-based mortuary cosmetics that are designed to cover discoloration. Special focus on the neck and face. Because Charlie's wound was in a visible place, the embalmer would have had to carefully balance coverage with a natural look. Families prefer cosmetics, especially for a young man, so the work here would have been delicate. The family knows it's there, and the funeral director will do their absolute best to cover it. But depending on the extent of the damage, it may not look exactly like it did in life. And that's just reality. Got lots of messages about...
But yeah, I mean, when they put on his suit, they got to cover up that spot, you know, the entry wound. But see, those bullets, though, they're like tacos, y'all. You know, like I said, like a bullet like that, the exit wound will be bigger than the entry wound. Even though it'll be a big-ass entry wound, you know, but, you know.
Timing and release of his body. And yes, the quick turnaround time is also normal. The body can be released right away. Funeral homes will embalm as soon as possible. The sooner, the better. In this case, Charlie was taken to the hospital first and declared dead on arrival, which means he was in refrigeration quickly, giving the embalmer good conditions to work with, in my opinion. Some people noticed that Charlie's wedding ring wasn't on his hand.
Yeah, I saw
my
that.
professional opinion, Erica likely has it. Families often keep jewelry rather than leaving it with the body, and honestly, that's smart. In a high-profile death like this, there's probably security around his body, but still, I would advise a family not to leave valuable items on their loved one. Better safe than sorry. Now, people have also asked me if his public funeral will be open casket. It's scheduled for the 21st at Cardinal Stadium, and here's what I think. No, it will not be open casket. Why? Because Erica has already shared a deeply personal image of her husband, and that's more than the public was ever entitled to. I don't think she'll allow open viewing for thousands of people, not because they couldn't present him, but because she shouldn't have to. That's private. My guess is that the family will have a burial beforehand, and the public memorial will be just that, a memorial. Honestly, I think that's the right choice. So no, it's not a mannequin. It's not fake. And yes, embalming sometimes looks different than people expect. From the yellow hands to the autopsy restoration to the waxy appearance, everything we're seeing is exactly what you'd expect in a case like this. As an embalmer, sure, I might have made a few different cosmetic choices, but at the end of the day, the family's wishes always come first. And for those wondering about the gunshot wound, yes, open casket viewings are still possible. It comes down to wound location, restoration techniques, and the skill of the embalmer. At the end of the day, the family has chosen to share what they're comfortable with, and that deserves respect.
Dang.
That's David.
Now this case is crazy because this girl got found in the trunk of this man's Tesla. But we're not gonna get into that. Let me know if you guys are enjoying the show. If you guys are enjoying the show, please support the show. You know, definitely working hard to bring you guys some really good content, some solid content too. Oh, Candace Owens going in.
As a forensic pathologist, here's what I saw when Charlie Kirk was. The gushing blood points to a jugular vein injury. His arms pulling inward is very typical of decorticate posturing, which occurs usually during catastrophic brain damage. At 200 yards with a rifle, which is what would probably cause that, bullets don't just pass through the neck, they would fragment and destroy everything in their path. With that kind of injury, he would have lost consciousness within seconds and survived for less than a minute and probably felt nothing. Law enforcement always finds the shooter, and violence in response to speech is never justified.
The autopsy is out, and they saying Charlie Kirk did not feel a thing, sis. They saying from the moment he got hit, he was gone instantly. And that is why we gotta be real about this event. It doesn't matter if you left, right, or sit on the fence with one side of your butt cheek. Baby, this was an execution. Now don't get it twisted. Every assassination feels sudden, but history teaches us there's levels to this. Now I ain't comparing Charlie to Dr. King, but when he got in Memphis in 1968, he wasn't gone in an instant. The civil rights legend fought for hours in that hospital bed before the doctors finally called it. That window gave America a moment to hope, to pray, to cling to the idea he might survive. Same with Malcolm X back in 1965. He was rushed to Columbia Presbyterian after being shot multiple times at the Audubon Ballroom, but the doctors worked on him for a stretch before pronouncing him gone. Even Medgar Evers, struck down in front of his own home in Jackson in 1963, lived long enough to be carried into an emergency room still breathing. Charlie Kirk, none of that. If the autopsy reads like folks expect, fatal trauma on impact, no survivable window, then his case lands closer to the cold, clinical, drop him where he stood style of assassination. And that detail matters because it speaks to intent. It wasn't just about silencing him, it was about making sure he had no chance to fight back, no time for last words, no iconic deathbed speeches. And that's why Owens and Trump are watching this autopsy like hawks. If it says what everybody suspects, they'll spin it as proof. Charlie wasn't just a casualty, he was a target. The speed of his death becomes part of the story. They wanted him gone quick with no chance to resist. That framing has power, especially in a movement built on martyrdom.
People that are telling me that just within 48 hours before Charlie passed away, his top Jewish donors were pulling funding from him, demanding that Charlie take their name off of the building that they had donated to Turning Point. I guess I can figure out who that is, how many people could have donated a building. And then once Charlie was killed, they said, never mind, put it back on the building, okay? Charlie himself had alluded to a tremendous loss of money coming in.
They're gonna look guilty. They're gonna look like they fucked up. They're gonna look guilty. That's really what's gonna happen.
And we'll speak about that more. More people are going to come out with information. This is all inevitable, okay? And I'll also point you in this direction. You guys remember Bibi recently was on a PR blitz, despite the fact that he was, fighting this 96,000 front war, because it do nothing, okay? He was doing a ton of podcasts in America. He went on to Patrick Bet-David's podcast. He went on to Brennan Tatum's podcast. He went on to the Nelk Boys podcast. Anybody find it weird he didn't do Charlie Kirk's show?
Now, Candace Owens didn't waste a second playing nice. From the very first words of her podcast, she made it clear. In her eyes, Charlie Kirk wasn't just gone, he was taken out. Not passed away, not tragically lost, executed in broad daylight. And she dragged anyone she thought was spinning lies about his death. What made her rant stand out wasn't just grief, it was fury. She said straight up that she wept, something she never does, and then pivoted to fire, accusing political figures and media voices of twisting Charlie's story to serve their own ends. She even called out one leader by name, accusing him of misrepresenting Kirk's last letter and acting like Charlie died as a soldier for his country. Y'all gotta clock who I'm talking about. I don't want to be on some hit list. Owens wasn't having it though. In her words, Charlie had been under pressure, cornered by billionaires and donors, angry about his willingness to platform dissenting voices, and that pressure was reaching a breaking point before he died.
I can tell you he didn't work alone on the internet, because it seems that he became radicalized on the internet. That's just by watching same things that you're watching and hearing. It looks like he became radicalized over the internet. And it seems like his wonderful parents brought in a wonderful neighborhood, smart guy, great boards, great marks, great student. And then something happened to him over a fairly short period of time. It looks like he was radicalized over the internet, and it's radicalized on the left. He's a left. A lot of problems with the left, and they get protected, and they shouldn't be protected. But as you understand, I think very well from the tone of your question. Thank you very much.
Trump, of course, entered the conversation in his usual way. His public statements leaned into martyrdom, treating Charlie's death as part of the same storyline as his own brushes with violence. They tried to take me out, they took him out, and they'll try again. For Trump, Charlie wasn't just a fallen ally. He was another brick in the wall of MAGA persecution. The image his camp put out with Charlie's face flanked by the US and Israeli flags only fueled the conspiracy-minded buzz that Candace herself was already stoking. The result, a split screen in real time. On one side, we got Owens, raw and emotional, framing Kirk's final days as a man under siege, hinting that his refusal to bend to outside pressure may have sealed his fate. On the other hand, Trump inflating Charlie into a movement symbol, a rallying cry for the patriot who feel constantly under attack. Between them, their
Jesus Christ. How did Trump inflate him into a symbol? How? How did he get inflated into a symbol? And then, oh, Trump did it. Trump didn't do it. Bro, Trump is getting blamed for something that was going to happen anyway after that person pulled the trigger. And Charlie Kirk, he's in the wind. We showed y'all his spirit box. He's somewhere in goddamn Valhalla or some shit. He in some type of reverbish room. He got sent to the upper room, and people are blaming Charlie Kirk for making them lose their job. How? How did he make... Jesus Christ. All right.
voices drowned out almost every other conservative figure trying to make a measured statement, and then there's the media reaction. Mainstream outlets mostly highlighted Erica Kirk's widow's speech about not letting Charlie's mission die. But on social media, Candace's anger clips are what went viral. Her accusations, her fire, her vow to expose anyone trying to slap.
Because she's just along for the ride. Candace know what the hell going on. See, this shit. Y'all might fuck around and make Candace the first Black female president. Let's go.
Into Charlie's chair. That's what lit up timelines. She wasn't just grieving her friend. She was marking territory, declaring herself the keeper of his legacy and daring anyone, donor, ally, or contradict her. That's the spin battle in motion. Trump turning Kirk into a martyr for MAGA, Candace turning him into a martyr.
How did Trump turn him into a martyr?
For truth, and the public, the side that cares, are left sorting through grief laced with conspiracy.
To wake up. Because I am telling you, this is not a battle between left and right. We all thought that at some point. We believed that. You're my enemy, you're my enemy. It is not a battle between Russia, Ukraine. I don't care what your political issue of the day is. What is happening right now in the world and what just happened to my friend Charlie Kirk is a battle of sheer evil versus goodness.
Now let's get into the part that got the blogs really buzzing. The whispers about whether Charlie Kirk's death was just a random or if it had bigger fingerprints all over it. And sis, the theory that keeps circling is that he crossed the wrong people. I said their names already, but from now on, I'm gonna call them that blue country in the Middle East. See, for years, Charlie was one of their loudest defenders. You couldn't catch him on stage without hearing him hype up their government, their policies, their special relationship with America. He fundraised with them, stood side by side with their biggest lobbyists, defended them on college campuses. He was a golden boy for the cause.
Let me ask you, in the conflict of versus Hamas, who's the good guy?
I believe both Hamas and the government are evil, but I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification for the mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children. The futile.
Let's hear it out.
There is no justification, Mr. Kirk, for invading hospitals, for innocent populations, and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West's security.
You've made that point, but
well, it's not a point; it's a moral truth, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage. And when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in reaction. Let me finish, I let you talk.
But about a year ago, the tone started shifting. It wasn't loud at first, just subtle. Instead of full-throated praise, he began asking sharper questions. Instead of parroting talking points, he started platforming guests who weren't 100% in line with the narrative of that blue country in the Middle East. And if you know anything about politics, you know even a crack in the armor can look like betrayal. Fast forward to just days before his death, Charlie sat down with Ben Shapiro, and word on the blogs is that conversation got uncomfortable. He pressed harder than usual, dropping tough questions about policy, about influence, about who really benefits from the billions America sends overseas. Looking back, that interview feels eerie, almost like foreshadowing. Folks now replaying clips saying, yep, that was the moment he signed his own check.
Ben, some people would accuse of wanting to ethnically cleanse. Some people in the government are saying, again, it's all over the place, right? You have opinions all over. In your opinion, what would a good outcome 5 years from now be, and how does one respond to the claims of ethnic cleansing?
So ethnic cleansing, the idea, presumably, that population movement is equivalent to ethnic cleansing. I think ethnic cleansing is a term that's been fairly recently coined to describe population movement during war. And the reality is that's been ongoing for literally all of human history. The idea that is, quote unquote, forcing people out of the Gaza Strip, that is not the stated policy of the government. The idea is if people want to leave, they can, but they're not being forced to leave.
And here's where Candace Owens' podcast slips right into the conspiracy lane. She claimed Charlie was under heavy pressure from billionaires and donors, the very folks who didn't want him opening that door. Add 2 and 2, and the internet is saying those donors weren't just wealthy Americans, they were allies of that blue country in the Middle East. And if Charlie was really about to pivot away from lockstep loyalty, that made him dangerous. History ain't clean here either. Plenty of voice.
This is the thing, all right? And this is what I want to say to everybody here and everybody that's observing this. Yes, you can go deep and say, hey, you know what? Some people from Israel, because that's what she doesn't want to say, you know, but it is Israel, you know. You can say they paid some goofy kid with a rifle to take out Charlie Kirk and all this other, y'all, all these conspiracy theories and stuff like that. But in reality, it don't even be that deep. It's just some goofy kid off of Discord rebelling against his family, stealing their gun, going out to the campus and stuff like that and shooting them at. That happens. Literally, that happens. Israel wasn't training him as a. This isn't Metal Gear Solid. Like, they wasn't training him as a kid to use these pistols and stuff like that. It wasn't some jack off will get a shot at you and it'll be successful. Your security wasn't secure in that day. You know, some goofy will have a chance. Actually, goofy people have the chance to take a shot at you more often than your ops. Like your actual ops. You know? Somebody running up on Kanye to pull out their mixtape has more of a chance than somebody trying to get at him at Coachella or wherever he's performing. That's just how it goes. It's the craziest shit ever. Some woman will have more access to your favorite artist than you ever will have. On a boat. She could push whoever over into the water. So, I mean, it's not far-fetched. Don't bog your mind down with all this bullshit. Yes, a goofy dumbass can take out your favorite artist. Easy. Easy. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It's sad. Don't get me wrong. It's absolutely sad. You know, but it's for sure true.
Who criticize that region have said they got smeared, deplatformed, or cut off from funding. The narrative is, if you speak too loud against them, there's a price. And in Charlie's case, some are whispering the price wasn't just losing donors, it was going 6 feet under. Now, I'm not saying this theory is fact, but look at the timeline. A year of subtle criticism, a tense sit down with Shapiro, Candace herself screaming about billionaire pressure, and then boom, Charlie drops instantly. No chance to fight, no chance for last words. That's why the streets keep asking, was this random violence, or was it a warning sent to anyone else thinking of breaking ranks?
However, and I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people like you and me away. Not like we're gonna be pro-Hamas, not like we're gonna, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite.
Now let's step away from the for a second, because if history has taught us anything, it's that sometimes the real danger ain't the enemy outside, it's the betrayal inside. And that's the whisper haunting this whole Charlie Kirk story. Not just who pulled the trigger, but who stood to gain once he was gone. Think about it. Charlie wasn't some random activist. He was a brand. He was a movement. Turning Point USA wasn't just a campus thing. It was a multi-million-dollar machine, funded by donors, boosted by billionaires, with Charlie as the golden boy at the center. You remove him from the board and suddenly there's a vacuum, an empty throne, a chair that everybody claims to honor, but plenty of folks would love to sit in. And Candace Owens, sis said it straight. She warned about people sliding into Charlie's chair. That wasn't metaphor. That was a shot across the bow. She knows politics is cutthroat. One day, you're the voice of the youth. The next day, your so-called friends are already auditioning to replace you. And if you think that sounds dramatic, just remember, Julius Caesar's end didn't come from strangers. It came from the very senators he thought were allies. Betrayal is as old as power. So the Judas question here is, who benefits most from Charlie's silence? The donors who allegedly thought he was straying from the script, other conservative influencers who've been chasing his spotlight for years, or maybe political heavyweights who'd rather have his energy folded into their brand than risk him going rogue. Now, I'm not saying his inner circle plotted his demise, but the streets are side-eyeing how fast the vultures started circling. Leadership at Turning Point already talking continuity. Other voices in MAGA land stepping up with tributes that sound a little too much like resumes. And the loudest, Candace herself swearing she'll guard his legacy while staking her claim as the one who knew the real Charlie best. But here's the flip, sis. What if it wasn't Judas at all? What if this wasn't some grand scheme by billionaires, donors, or allies? What if it really was just one man with one split-second act of violence, no conspiracy strings attached? Even if that's the truth, doesn't matter. Because in today's world, perception is reality. Candace, Trump, and the movement already spun it as an execution. And once the narrative locks in, the facts don't stand a chance.
All right, T. All right. Sister did a good job. Sister did a great job. Shout outs to Night Talk. I wanted to show y'all something real quick. Shout outs to the brothers that are actually doing their research.
Alright, I was told to peep Abba and Preacher's video about the whole Kirk situation, bro. It's titled "It Only Gets Worse." So let's see what they is talking about.
Charlie Kirk, we didn't, we're what, 7 days after?
7 days.
Craig David. So. Oh, are you guys cracking jokes? Yeah, that's what we do. I think the easiest way to start this video, and I think the thing where most of us agree is that political violence should never be acceptable. The idea that you might have the most reprehensible views, the most disgusting things, you should have the right, and you should be safe enough to be able to espouse.
You know what's funny? All of these people are talking like this, but if Trump had gotten hit, you think they'd be talking like this? Or would they be celebrating? All of the people that's telling y'all right now, doing PR work, talking about some, oh, that's disgusting. Oh, that's disgusting. Man, if Trump had gotten hit, body for body. Not all bodies are built the same, y'all. But let's go.
those views without losing your life. After his assassination, the main thing I took away, most of what I've seen after the fact is folks trying to figure out whether or not this guy's right wing or left wing, so they can, pit blame on the other side. 100%. I've seen people call for violence. I've seen people have this rhetoric of us versus them.
Good to fight back against evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail.
I know we don't have a lot of time. There's so many good speakers tonight. This is a battle between good and evil. I wish we could compromise, but you can't compromise with evil. You can't compromise with evil.
I've seen people be like, well, the other side is the one that does it. And I think all of that really defeats the purpose of trying to make the world more safe, right? Because we got here, I feel as though this was a long time coming. And what am I saying a long time? We've been here for a long time. There's been a lot of political crime, a lot of political killings over the last 8 to 7 years. Bombing of abortion clinics.
An Irvine man has been sentenced to 6 years in federal prison for the 2022 firebombing of a Planned Parenthood clinic.
Different politicians who've been attacked, either attempts or assassinations that were completed on both sides, be it Democrats or Republicans.
Sources telling ABC News that 2 Minnesota state lawmakers have been shot, and when law enforcement officials say it was a targeted incident.
There have been extremists and crazies who've gone out and murdered people on a semi-regular basis for the last
I'm gonna go ahead and stop. I don't like this.
Because it's propaganda. He know Fresh and I said Fresh. He know Alba and Preach is full of shit. I'm actually glad, but it took y'all a whole week to catch up. Even though Knight he was on it from the beginning, so we're not talking about him necessarily. But
I don't like this. Every time people do these things, it's like saying but.
Like, why you gotta go out of your? If somebody, like I said, if somebody's really fucked up or bad, why do people have to extra overly do it? Go out of their way to say, man, this person was bad, man. You really gonna follow that person bad? It was really bad. Why? Anyway.
What happened to Charlie Kirk was terrible, but so now whatever you said in regards to how you feel sorry about what happened is relevant, bro, because you're trying to minimize what has happened to him because other things has happened. These ain't got nothing to do with the other, right? These don't have nothing to do with the other, bro. Yeah, shit happens. Car accidents happen every day, right? We're gonna minimize somebody just that lost their life because of this particular car accident. And Kirk's situation had the impact it has, bro. And I don't even like him trying to demonize Matt Walsh and whomever that girl is for saying good versus evil. There absolutely is good versus evil, bro. But if you're interpreting it as good versus evil, meaning the right and the left, that's on you, right? Because there's a bunch of us that just look at it for what it is, good versus evil, regardless of what side it's on. These demons, these extremists need to be highlighted and just
that Craig David song stuck in my head now. Shit.
Cut out. The cancer needs to be cut out, bro. Ain't no talking to them. And it needs to be, get these motherfuckers out of here. It is war because ain't no talking to them. Ain't nothing you say to them. They need to be deterred. They need to be controlled. They need to be fucking exiled, decapitated, whatever your cup of tea is, bro. There's no talking, bro. Like we're at it. You know what I'm saying? When you see a man, I ain't want to bring it up, bro. That shit is tragic, dog. It's tragic, bro. All these other things you're talking about ain't got nothing to do with Kirk. Kirk was taken out the way he was taken out in front of millions on the college campus, in front of his family, and that can continue to be played on forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. The impact that has had on his people, no one was meant to see that, bro. We can talk about a story that's happened. We can get a news report of something that's happened, bro. But when you actually see it, you see that man die the way that he did, bro. No one was meant to see that, dog. That's like some faces of death type situation, bro. But we've gotten desensitized to the point we're going to throw this in the pot with everything else that's happened, you know, from political violence or whatnot, dog. It ain't the same. It ain't the same. And even if they was the same, we don't need to be comparing this to everything else that's happened. Because you minimizing that. You demonizing people for feeling a certain way about this. Anyway, let's continue. I already see where we're going, bro.
Side looking at it and paying attention. Anybody who sits out there and goes, well, the lefties are the danger. In fact, this year, I feel like you guys killed quite a few politicians, for that matter. There's been Trumpers who've done that.
Over the past 24 hours, I've seen some in the media, some of the very same people who intentionally stoked murderous hatred against people like Charlie Kirk and Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, y'all gotta let me know in the comments or send me emails or whatever, man. I want to see videos or just reports of this amount of people celebrating someone's demise. Like, was there anybody out here celebrating the Democrats' murder? I mean, was there anybody out here? I'm sure there was people out here celebrating the CEO of United Healthcare. I'm sure people were celebrating his death, dog, because talking about healthcare, and that's a whole different conversation. That has impact. That has literal impact on people. Politicians has literal, tangible impact on people about what they do and what they say can affect you by what you decide to do with your life, man. But with the Kirk, it's just about speaking and how his words influence those, bro. He ain't got control over what people do to his words, man. It's not the same thing. Kirk wasn't no politician. He would have been a politician, but he wasn't given that chance.
Specifically, now saying that we need to turn down the temperature and start having conversations. Well, Charlie tried to have conversations with you on the left, and you killed him for it.
The same way some Trumpers decided to go kill those Minnesota senators, right? They weren't out there advocating violence. They were at their homes, and this guy showed up to kill them.
It's not a fair comparison, bro. These are senators, bro. They have literal impact
but Trump,
on
the same
laws
way, but Trump.
passed that are going to impact. And I'm not advocating for what happened to them. What happened to them was disgusting. And if I had known when it had happened, I would have covered it as well, bro. I just didn't know. Everybody's in my DMs and comment on me. Where was all this energy with the...
What happened with such and such? But Trump. Everything. But Trump, though. Every single thing but Trump. Damn. Trump wasn't even there. Do you like Charlie Kirk? I like Charlie Kirk, but Trump.
The two sentencing ministers.
Every single thing but Trump. Fuck.
Minnesota, bro. I had no idea, bro. I had no... Evil is fucking evil. No matter how the fuck you slice it, bro, but we cannot compare the two. We cannot compare the two. They didn't get assassinated in front of everybody for the world to see. Little kids didn't see that. I mean, the whole world didn't see that. There wasn't a surplus of degenerates out here celebrating that online for the whole world to see, going viral for it, with millions of likes and millions of comments on these videos. People celebrating this man's death because of what he said, dog. It's not the same. And yet again, he's minimizing it, bro. We can't do that, dog. As soon as you do that, it means you don't give two fucks about what happened to Kirk or anybody else, matter, because it's all the same.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't tone down the rhetoric, but apparently Matt Walsh disagrees. Let's hear why.
You're killing us in our churches. You tried to kill our president. You killed one of our greatest advocates in Charlie Kirk. You have been openly cheering for and celebrating and encouraging and committing political violence for years. Antifa, BLM, you made a hero out of Luigi Mangione, and you celebrate Charlie's death even now. It's too late to turn the temperature down. This is not a time to hold hands. It's a time for justice. This is a time for good to fight back
To be
against...
fair, see, he's addressing all this to the left, right? And that's not fair, bro. You know what I mean? And I've always focused on the evil. However that shit looks, just happens to be from the left. You know what I mean? And, you know, the left get generalized being a certain way, man, because that is the emotionally driven side. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I've called out the fact that this makes the left look bad. I've called out the fact that this makes the trans look bad, and it's not good for them being aligned with them because people are crazy. We've been at the point where it's guilty by association. I already know that, bro, and that's dangerous. I mean, so if this is what Matt Walsh is applying, trying to attack the entire left, I mean, that's not a good look, bro, because the majority of the left do not support what the hell happened to Kirk. It's just that the demons, the degenerates,
Um, let me help you out though. What's going on, T? Good to see you, player. Yeah, but Jimmy's gone. The thing is that you can't. The thing is that with your work, with your job, America has free speech. Your job is something completely different than America. America says free speech. Your job don't have to put up with that shit. That's what people are missing. Your job has its own policies. Free speech got nothing to do with your job. Now, obviously, he's a comedian and all that other stuff. I personally think that he should be able to, attempt to make a joke. If it's funny, it's funny. If it's not, it's not. But and the joke wasn't even really about Charlie Kirk. It was really about Trump. But Charlie Kirk was like the proxy in the joke. And the thing is, it's like your job. You know, uh, they can do whatever they want to. You know, crazy enough, they can do whatever they want to. They don't need to abide by free speech. If they feel that you're representing them the wrong way, even on your own personal time, it is what it is. There you go. Gave you a shout out earlier on the show. Shout outs to Party. Good to see you, player. Welcome to the show. I know it's a little bit late, but it's Friday. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Support the show by double tapping the screen. Please hit the PayPal. Please hit the Cash App. 5 hours and 49 minutes into the madness. Party says, see if I can pull this up. Party says the left is synonymous with all of that, and the B-dub placed their face as the face, inadvertently making black folks the face of this type of shit. So it will look like racism. That's a good observation. I agree. There's some truth to that. Hell yeah. Not minding their damn business. T says his ratings were bad and they were. That's what I was saying. Yeah, I did a whole video on it, T, and I did a whole pre-record on it. They were looking for a reason to get him up out of there. But me, I've been saying this. Why having all the sportscasters? Why having all the, what I'm saying? All the the real talk and television guys, why haven't they started their podcast already? But then again, which is also why us as YouTubers, definitely we definitely need your support. There ain't no insurance there ain't no insurance policy with YouTube. People can run your blood pressure up all through the sky and don't give a damn, and ask you when's the next show. But it's like, bro, there's no insurance. There's no none of that. But the thing is that they've been in showbiz for a long time, that they've made enough money to be able to do this. You know? And then a raise and stuff like that. Like, you gotta be careful. Like I said, you guys, at your workplace and wherever, bro. You never know who's looking at your plate, you know? Like I said earlier, and shout outs to LT man, you know, um, while you looking at somebody else's plate, your food is getting cold. But you gotta assume somebody's looking at your plate also. You gotta put yourself in the same theater mind that a hater is in, you know, and move with your head on a swivel. Stop befriending people at work. Somebody on your Facebook and you want to say some wild shit, cut them off. And not even. People are just, the right is taking this a different way than the left ever did. And shout outs to War Master. It's like what War Master was saying earlier. It's like they didn't wait till later. They caught them within 24 hours of the bullshit, you know? And let me tell you something. Anytime somebody comes to you and says, "Hey, your employees up here celebrating someone's death. It's distasteful. You know, it's gonna look distasteful, even if the employer agrees with you, and they may have done the same thing too. Because the thing is how it works is if they don't do something, then they're like, oh, well, what kind of person are you? You know, it's like napalm. Let's say you do something off your company's time. Definitely don't got nothing to do with your company, right? But then when they drag your manager into it, then they can say, okay, now it's on the company through you as proxy. You know, now it's on the company through you as proxy, you know. But shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button if you guys have been enjoying the show. If you learned a thing or two about a thing or two, please definitely support. You know, I want to open up the panel. If you guys would like to come up, let me know. You know, the panel's always open. It's Friday. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I'm here working. You know, I wanted to do today's show yesterday, but I was sick. I had to take the night off, and then I don't want to do too much today because you know I got a exam I gotta take later on today. So y'all pray for me. Oh man. All right. Let me get back into this real quick. Shout outs to Party. Shout outs to T. Shout outs to Cynical One and One Play 5. Shout outs to everybody in the building. Link. Shout outs to everybody rocking with us throughout the night. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Have the loudest voices because they choose to be the fucking loudest, and they do the most irate, obnoxious, disgusting things that are going to get the attention, bro. The nasty shit sells, bro. That's why they're in the forefront of everybody's mind on everybody's fucking feed, bro. Just your regular, casual liberal that has their liberal views is not supporting what the fuck happened to Kirk. The majority. The minority is a large one, but the majority, hell no.
Evil. It is time for the righteous to prevail for the sake of our country and for our families and our children.
The righteous to prevail.
Facts.
You denouncing all this shit that happened and you said this is wrong, and then you advocate for this shit to happen.
Yeah.
Perpetrating the same thing over and over again. It's never gonna stop. It's never gonna stop. But it's a sports mentality.
Fair.
My clique can do no wrong.
Yeah.
And will do no wrong. No, sometimes your clique does
crazy,
play.
bro. It's crazy. They're definitely liberals, right? Clearly. I'm not used to seeing them so biased, bro. Especially in a situation like this, I'm assuming they're gonna have like the receipts to justify, or not even justify, just to prove certain things, bro. Usually they can be biased and objective, but this is a very, you know, liberal take on things. 'Cause that's not at all what I got from the clips that they showed me. Us versus them, you know, our group is better. No, clearly our group is better than the fucking evil ones. Right? It's always gonna be a verse. Ain't no talking to them. Ain't no calming that shit down, bro. When you see it, you gotta call it out. You know what I mean? Be fire with fire, bro. That's why war is here, man. You can't be out here coddling, trying to be soft spoken and be cool with a motherfucker that want to kill you. Nah, bro, I'm gonna get you before you get me.
Not even somebody that want to kill you. Somebody gonna take your job. Let's go.
Yeah, what it is. Ain't no talking to these fucking devils. Come on now. On both sides, ain't no talking to them. Is it what it is?
Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked with hammers, and Donald Trump and his son were making fun of him after that attack.
And we'll stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi, who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know?
Or how about the fact that, you know, a lot of the people...
It's a nice little jab. That's a nice little jab, bro. That's real, though. Solid receipt there, bro.
Or how about the fact that, you know, a lot of the people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th were calling for Mike Pence to be hung.
I'm telling you, if Pence came, we're going to drag through the streets. You politicians are going to get drugged through the streets. Yeah,
they've been radicalized, bro. Those are fucking radicals, dog. Those are fucking radicals, man.
I saw Asmongold say it was like 90% the left.
I think that in the last 5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a like 90% left-wing thing. But that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either.
It's like, well, crime statistics disagree with you, and it says most of the political violence in this...
Look at that motivations carried out by the Anti-Defamation League. NGOs suggest that far-right perpetrators have committed the bulk of extremist-related murders, 76% over the past decade. And then, but most right wing, I need to fact check it though, but the majority of right wing murders are like due to like racism, right? Let me ask ChatGPT. What is it? Let's ask Chat. Which political party is responsible for the most extremist murders in the past decade, and list them, and list the most notorious ones, I guess, even though they're all notorious. Short answer, U.S. data are tracked by ideology, not by party. Across roughly the last decade, far-right white supremacists and other right-wing extremists account for the clear majority of extremist-related killings in the U.S., with far smaller shares from Islamist extremists and very small shares from far-left actors. The pattern is consistent across multiple data sets. Makes sense. Notorious U.S. extreme killings: Charleston Church, South Carolina, white supremacists. Charlottesville car attack, right wing, one killed during Unite the Right rally. Tree of Life Synagogue, Pittsburgh, right wing, anti-Semitic, 11 killed. Poway, right wing, 1 killed, anti-Semitic. El Paso Walmart, right wing, white supremacist, 23 killed. Yeah, anti-Semitic. January 6th, U.S. Capitol, right-wing, anti-government, multiple deaths tied to the event. Yeah. White supremacists, anti-LGBTQ, premium outlets, Allen Premium Outlets, Texas shooter with neo-Nazi imagery, 8 killed. Yeah, that makes sense, though. The white supremacists be getting active, boy. White power. White power. What do with that video? Is it here?
Is committed by the right. That's what the stats say. So for people to come out after the fact and just make it sound like it's one-sided is just bizarre to me. And then also people looking into the shooter and they're like, oh, I think he might have had a trans girlfriend.
Trans roommate. What does that have to do with it?
Bro.
You can't just overlook that, bro. We can't ignore that, dog. Come on, man.
There were reports yesterday that we can confirm that his roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. That's information that the FBI had mentioned yesterday. We can confirm that as well, and that he is cooperating with authorities as well.
Come on, bro. This is wild coming from Abba, man. Bro was at the right and went to the left, even though I know that's still held with much contention, but we can't just gloss over that, dog. I've never seen them be this biased.
The moment Charlie Kirk died, I saw Trump get on and he was just like, well, these radical left Marxists, so they're complaining about the fact that they call Nazis all the time. And what do they call everybody who's a radical left, Marxist, socialist, communist? It's like, okay, got it. Everybody does this kind of hyperbolic. If people don't like Charlie Kirk and want to acknowledge the fact that he had disgusting views, that's their right. And people try to cancel folks for that, I'm not with that at all. Okay, the guy did say some very disgusting things throughout his life. He said them very publicly, and people whitewashing him. I've heard people call him a good Christian boy. Maybe from your perspective. It's okay for people to have a different perspective. I certainly don't share the one where he's some good, I've heard him say some really so that's my personal opinion.
You had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped. And she was going to give birth and she would, and she was going to give birth and she was going to live. Would you want her to go through that and carry her baby?
That's awfully graphic.
But it's a real life scenario that happens to many people.
The answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So
That's surprising, bro. Yeah, I'm shocked with this one, man. I've disclosed that video in its entirety, giving it context, bro. And I'm coming from Abba, who's the king of receipts, trying to convey a point, bro. And he intentionally shows you that clip leaving out the context, dog. And you look at that snip, it looks hideous, man, but he gives his reasoning behind, regardless if you agree with his decisions, his reasoning behind it is stand up, bro. I'm just this evil man is gonna force my 10-year-old daughter to do it. And I've already debunked a lot of these videos. And that's a video that I debunked, and I know Abba's seen that entire video. So he's trying to paint a narrative, which is something that I'm very surprised and disappointed with Abba for, bro, because I usually can count on him having the receipts and being objective, bro, but this ain't it, bro. And I seen this one too. He's about to talk about, you know, the starving kids or whatnot, man. Yeah, this is whack, bro. Damn, Abba. Damn, dog. This is eye-opening, homie. Yeesh.
Answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So
He cooked her the rest of that conversation, bro. He cooked her the rest of that conversation, man.
That's insane.
Let me tell you why. No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. There's two ultrasounds I have. One is a baby conceived in, one is a baby conceived by a living couple. Which one is which?
Your daughter was probably hopefully conceived by a
which person here was conceived by? Tell me which one was conceived by.
You don't know.
Exactly, because it's all human rights.
But that doesn't matter. But it's about your daughter who has to give birth to it and is going to be tortured by that for the rest of her life. That's going to take away every freedom she's ever going to have. That's going to ruin her life. She's going to grow up and she's going to be attached to another thing.
The point is how you were conceived is irrelevant. What human rights you get. Hold on a second. If a person conceived walks outside the street, it's not like they don't get First Amendment rights or Second Amendment rights.
It's not about that person.
The worst thing to do to that daughter is then say, hey, we're going to go murder the being inside of you.
They wouldn't even know. Like, listen.
They wouldn't know.
Listen.
But wouldn't it be a better story to say something evil happened and we do something good in the face of evil instead of saying we're going to do evil and then murder the being because we're going to pander to the evil? No. What makes the West great is that we do good after evil, not evil after evil.
It's not about the being and the cell. It's not about. No. I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking. Thank you.
If you ain't seen it, go watch it, man. Go watch it. That's Jubilee. I'm not gonna get demonetized, but go watch it, bro. Regardless if you agree with him, bro. It's like that's terrible.
Do you think that there should be free school lunch for all children?
No.
Why?
Of course not. Because parents should feed their kids, not the government.
What if they can't?
Go get a job.
A child?
The parents should go get the job.
Yeah.
This is important. First of all,
shout outs to Party. He said, you know what's odd? They be calling white on white crimes white supremacist terrorism, but will never say anything about black on black, even in color language. It's really surprising like that. Well, no, I mean, when black people, when a Crip shoots a blood, nobody says, man, that blood was a Democrat. You know, that blood was a Democrat. You know, or that Crip was a Democrat. You know, they don't look at our political aspirations and stuff like that. We just some ignorant people with guns. Which is another thing funny about this situation, because it's like, you know, people had to put a racial motivation behind it, which there is one. You know, I don't like Charlie Kirk. I don't like what he says. Why? Because I'm on the left. But your dad's a conservative. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. I'm rebelling against him. I really don't like him. I don't see eye to eye with him. He's stupid. I'm off to school. I get a chance to be me. You never know. I mean, like I said, college could be the worst place you send your kids. Now they're around drugs. They're around all kinds of stuff that they normally wasn't around before. They're around certain people, different ideologies and stuff like that. Sometimes when they go to live on campus and stuff like that, they're away from you, so they get a chance to be who they really are. Whereas under your roof, you probably have to be you probably have to abide by certain things he didn't like. You probably have to, So, yeah. Gang banging. He was a Crip, cracking that whip. Oh, goodness.
This is really... I want children to eat? Of course I do. Show me a single child in America going hungry. Doesn't exist. Number two, we have churches, we have food shelters, we have billions, and it does not. We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country.
How is that not true, bro? As much of welfare the government provides to dog. If a motherfucker is starving, and I'm sure, so I'm speaking generally here. What he said was facts. We don't have a starvation problem in America. We have a obesity problem, right? If homeless or hungry, they can go get some fucking food, dog. Food stamps, bro. Man, I be surprised as fuck, jealous as hell when I be hearing about the amount of money the broke folks get on from fucking food stamps, dog. Be racking it up, bro. That's available to them, dog. And then charities and churches, bro. Like, there's literally no reason for a motherfucker to go starving unless your ass is just too you too stuck up to go get it, bro. And that makes no sense, dog. Right? We live in America, bro. It's a capitalist country, man. Like, that's his opinion, dog. What's evil about that? What's evil about that? The government should not be feeding kids at school. That's on the parents, right? That don't mean he's evil. How is that disgusting? How is that disgusting?
We have a child obesity problem, not a child starvation problem in this country.
I mean, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled Alzheimer's, corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America.
I know we don't have a lot of time. There's so many good speakers tonight. This is a battle.
Those are the disgusting things he said. Yeah, man. Yeah. I definitely disagree with bro. I mean, he's entitled to his opinion. I'm just glad he's not out here dancing on Kirk's grave, spitting on it, talking shit, bro. He doesn't think too fondly of Kirk, bro. But manufacturing these narratives, dog. That's whack, bro. And he's part of the problem, bro. He's contributing to the problem. He's contributing to the degradation of Kirk's image, which is, if I was talking big shit about how disgusting Kirk is and the things he said, bro, I'd expect to see much more disgusting clips than that. You have all the receipts. I'm expecting to see some things I ain't seen before. It's gonna fucking shock me, bro. And that's it.
Raven?
That's all you had, bro. I can pull up worse snips than that paint Kirk is disgusting, but then you give him context and then you get it, right? But people already had their mind made up Kirk any motherfucking way. I can show y'all what y'all need to see. Y'all not gonna rock with any motherfucking way because you already made up in your mind that he's fucking enemy of the state. Anyway, man, that's whack.
All right, so you have Candace Owens. She going crazy, trying to defend Charlie, and I feel bad for Candace because Charlie, Charlie was her friend. I think Charlie and her, definitely was super close. I'm not gonna lie, you do got Nick Fuentes kind of tap dancing on Charlie shit, even though they was beefing and shit like that. But I understand how that goes. But I'm not gonna lie, man. Black people don't be knowing what they talking about when it comes down to this. They don't even watch these debates and stuff like that, and they're confusing Charlie Kirk with Nick Fuentes. Because what was supposed to be for Nick Fuentes, hate to say it, happened to Charlie. And the crazy part is that Nick Fuentes knows that. So I didn't know. Recently there was a couple of people that ran up on Nick Fuentes. They was at his house. Somebody tried to break in his house. So they actively trying to take him out. You said they Canadian and tether. You said it was funny. Somebody made a funny ass joke earlier. Luther King being a tether. You said Charlie made Candace, so it's warranted. You think so? I heard Ben Shapiro made Candace, but I knew Candace for a long time actually. But even Ben stepped out of the woodworks. But let's see what Candace got to say. If you guys, I gotta go find it, but if you guys can find it before I can, that'll be perfect. If you guys can hit the like button and support the show, I will definitely stick around for a little bit longer. Cause Andrew Tate, if you guys can find this for me, Andrew Tate did a interview. Andrew Tate did an interview, and I heard it was interesting. You know, I just I don't got the link for it anymore, so I gotta go find it. But if you guys can find it in well, actually you guys can't put it in the chat because we're in vertical. All right, but listen, I'm gonna see if I can find it. Give me 1 second. Let me throw this on real quick. Please hit the like button and support the show. You said Nick dodging like crazy. Yeah, he knows. He knows that bullet meant for Charlie. Was it actually, guys? Like, let me tell y'all something. I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Let me tell y'all something. Guys like Nick Fuentes don't get killed. I hate to say it like that, but guys like Nick Fuentes don't get killed. And I'm not calling for it and stuff like that, because I'd be sad if he went. But it's like, well, he kind of, you know, was looking, he kind of was enticing it. But if somebody was to ever pop at Nick Fuentes, best believe it would have been another white person. That's just how that goes. Oh, he kicked me out the Groypers like 6 months ago or some shit. Or I don't know. You know, what I'm saying is, oh, turning point. What's her turning point? Oh, so that's how she turned. Okay, because Candace used to be Democrat. Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna finish this real quick. Give me 1 second.
All right, you guys. I hope you've been having a good Friday. What are we going to discuss today? Well, it has been going viral. A mere minutes after Charlie Kirk is shot, there are two men that look rather mysterious. They appear, they move his chair, and they take down the camera that's directly or was directly behind his head. Why did they do that? Well, fortunately, I was able to establish connection with one of those individuals, and I was also able to see the footage with my own eyes. What I saw was very interesting, but what I didn't see was even more interesting. So let's jump right back into this. Welcome back to Candace. Okay, rare Friday episode. Got to do Friday episode here because this is just so important, and the vultures are circulating above, man.
Well, this is the thing. Like I said earlier, Charlie was MLK. This is funny why they're making these MLK comparisons. Charlie was MLK. Nick is Malcolm. All the way. Charlie was MLK. Yeah, I remember that. Charlie was MLK. Nick was Malcolm all the way.
They are.
Damn, Malcolm got taken out before MLK. They took out MLK before Malcolm.
Are definitely insisting that we stop investigating this. I should at first let you know that the Senate has voted and they have passed a bipartisan resolution to designate October 14th, which is Charlie's birthday, as Charlie.
They said, "I love you, Candace."
Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day.
And people need some new heroes now. People need some new heroes now, y'all.
I have to say that is a very government maneuver. Like, we get a Martin Luther King Day, we've got Martin Luther King Boulevards. John F. Kennedy gets a library, a national day of mourning. But you know what? You know what I was thinking? I'd like to just find out first. That's interesting to me. Who killed them? Before we get them a library, I'd like to know who did it. I think that's the best way for us to learn. The best way for us to remember is to study, right? That's what I learned at grade school. That's what we're doing right now, and learning everything. Let's at first address what many people have been emailing me constantly, asking me, Candace, you gotta look into this, you gotta look into this. Look at these two strange men. We're gonna refer to this as Cameragate. It's Cameragate. And I wanna say this, shout out to all of the internet sleuths, the TikTokers, the YouTubers, those of you who are not playing around and you noticed this, because I did not in the beginning. But yes, as I said, there's an individual who is at first, in the moments just after the shooting, he's like up on the rocks near the car that Charlie gets taken away in while he's being carried away. Let's take a look at that footage actually first. So let's look at that footage. And don't worry, there's no gore in this episode. It's difficult for me to even look at that sort of footage. Take a look. You can see Charlie's there. And one of you guys caught this. You probably didn't even see it there. And we can get in a little closer.
None of this matters. If he had gotten hit, he would have fell back and hit that camera. None of this matters.
Do you guys have it slow it down, or do you guys just want to circle here? Okay. Right there. Right there. An individual standing there. Again, I am just amazed at internet sleuths, as I was like, wow, that is very strange. That person appears to be calmly talking into their phone. It's like a circus around them. What's he doing? Who's he speaking to? Then, just a couple of minutes afterward, that same individual appears alongside another individual, and he moves Charlie's chair. Like, that's a crime scene. That's not good. And he moves it because he wants to stand on it as he takes down the cameras, or the camera rather, that is just above Charlie's head. That's the camera that I'm talking about on the right-hand side. That's a camera that I'm referring to, and we are going to now take a look at him. And he is also the individual, as many of you pointed out, that was near Charlie or just before the assassination. But let's check out that footage of him in the immediate aftermath, kind of switching around the cameras, the two of them. Take a look.
Out fireworks.
Man, y'all need to worry about the camera to see how that fool got on top of that damn roof. That's the camera you need to be worried about. Ain't nobody worried about this. Worried about the wrong things, y'all. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Safety team is here. I just heard them say the active shooter, Charlie Kirk, has been shot. Charlie Kirk got hit, is what the security detail just said.
Don't worry, guys. We're going to get closer. But this is just a wide shot so you can see what's going on here, and then we'll get a bit closer. I know you guys have pulled apart this footage a million ways, and thank you for that. And here's the closer version of that. You can see, slowed down here, he pulls out the chair, he stands on it, and yes, that would be a big no-no for a crime scene. You don't move anything. He takes down the camera that is directly above where Charlie was sitting and would be able to provide, therefore, a lot of insight. And then you can see he kind of sits the camera onto the desk, and it looks like he removes the SIM card from it, or the SD card, if you will, which we're watching right here. So I'm going when I saw this footage, who is that? Like, actually, I should be able to figure this out because I've got a pretty big network at Turning Point USA. The person's wearing shades. I'm not recognizing the individual. And I reach out to somebody on the inside and I'm just like, who's this person? And they tell me the person's name and I go, oh, wait a second. And I look again, I'm like, I know this person because it's been a few years, but I know this person. This person's been around Turning Point for quite some time, for years. Like I said, back when I was working at Turning Point, early days. So I'm like, I'm just going to reach out. Obviously, I know this individual. I'm going to reach out and I'm going to say, hey, what's up with this? Where is this footage? Why did you do this? What were you doing up there on the rocks? What's up? Like, this is not the first thing that I would do if I had just witnessed Charlie Kirk being shot. And I'll say this right now, he was extremely forthcoming. Like, as soon as I reached out, I just sent a text because I still had his number. And he was extremely forthcoming, immediately got onto the phone. And first and foremost, I should say, obviously, he's seeing all of these clips going viral and he is fearful for his family. He doesn't have any security and people are looking, you know? And he said, look, as you can see in the footage, I was sitting right to the left or to the left of Charlie when Charlie got shot, and I instantly knew that he was not going to be okay. I instantly knew that he was dead. And I then, like, as you can see, people that are running, anybody that was in that zone, ran to the back, and he caught his breath. He wanted to check in with and communicate to other people that were working with and around Turning Point USA. That's why he's on his phone, communicating to them what had happened. That's what he told me. Then I asked, okay, well, what about this camera thing? Why would you grab the cameras? And he says, because the first thing that I thought is that I better secure the footage and be helpful and give that footage, hand that footage over to the feds. Well, obviously, that's where things get into a pickle with me because we don't trust the feds, right? I'm like, no, we don't trust the feds. We don't got to do that. Just let me have the footage. I'm like, just send me the footage. Please let me look at it. There's a lot of conspiracies that are floating around right now. People don't know what to believe. People are doing very, what I would say, credible videos. People that certainly have the credibility are ballistics experts that are saying that what we see in the front is an exit wound, not an entry wound. I don't know one way or the other because I'm not an expert. I'm getting inundated with messages from people that hunt, people that are in the military saying that this had to have come from another direction. This footage could help. As if nothing else, let me help you. Let me formally debunk that by seeing this.
It's gonna help confuse people. Man, if some shit pop off, hell yeah, if I got an expensive ass camera, I'm grabbing that shit and running.
Footage, like, could you send this footage over to me? Well, he didn't want to send the footage over to me without checking with Turning Point lawyers. I said, look, technically you own the footage, like you know, you and some other people own footage, like let me just see the footage because why lawyers? Like, I just want to see the footage. And also I asked the question, why not just release it? We've already seen the worst thing that you could possibly see from the front, right? Like, the front is what is a traumatizing video. And I understand that he wants to afford his wife some protection, like this has, you know, to experience that, Erica, so many people watching the love of your life in the last second of their life. It's traumatizing. I'm traumatized by it, right? That's not my husband and the father of my children. And so out of a loyalty to Erica, he also doesn't want to give more footage to the internet. But I said, look, I'm not going to publish it. I just want to see it. And I think you should let me see that because people trust me. They know that I'm very serious about this. I don't care about anything right now other than figuring out who killed Charlie Kirk. So in the short run, he agrees that rather than send the footage, he will get onto a FaceTime call with me and he will show me the footage on his computer. He did that, and I watched the footage, and I'm going to tell you what I saw. And to the people specifically, the people that are in the military, people that know weapons, I'm telling you this because you might be able to add more color or more clarity here. What you would expect to see if given the weapon that they have said did this, the bullet they have said did this. I don't know anything about any of this, so I'm just telling you what I saw. Okay. First and foremost, there is nothing gory about this shot at all. And so again, I am still going to work with him to get me the footage so that I think it should be shared. There's nothing gory about this footage from the back. The thing that really stood out to me, and I just kept asking him to replay it over and over and over again, is that there's no blood. There's no blood. From the back. There is no blood. So I think a lot of people were wondering whether or not that bullet pierced and
The bullet wasn't on the side of his neck. He was facing diagonal. So when the bullet hit him, it was in the front corner. But then at the same time, the blood was shooting out. So what footage did she get? Okay.
Went out to the back. I think I vaguely even remember, and Skylar, you can maybe live look this up, but I thought the feds were saying they were looking for a bullet at some point, which is now very alarming to me. I don't understand that. How could they have been looking for a bullet? Because if I'm not seeing, and there isn't, I'm telling you, what happens in the front is not what happens in the back at all. If I'm not seeing any blood, what are we to take from that? The only thing that could make sense, if what they're saying is true and that person took the shot from the place that they are saying that individual took the shot from, it would suggest that it was inside of Charlie, right?
But your friend is gone. Your friend is gone. So what are you like? It doesn't bring him back. Doesn't bring him back.
And they would know that. The feds would have known that. So they would have communicated that they were never looking for a bullet. Because remember, one shot. So I'm very confused. I'm very confused, not by what I saw, but what I didn't see. Okay? That's pretty much all I can tell you right now. And I am going to try to get all of the footage. And I understand that right now he is very fearful. But I am going to continue to try to privately push him to just release it. I believe that transparency is the only way. I'm much more, I think all of us would agree, I have much more trust in the people than I do in the feds. The feds are lying about everything, so they should not be the only people that have access to this. And I understand not wanting to have that lived from another angle, but given the fact that there is no gore and there is no blood from this angle, I don't see why not. And so that's what I wanted to share with you guys. I know some of you guys were insinuating, I got a lot of emails that it could have been a flechette. I had to look that up. I don't even know what that is. I was like, guys, I don't know anything. Flechette shells, that something could have been a lot closer that hit him and that everything else could have been a distraction. All I can tell you is that there's no blood. That's it. There is no blood in that video. So give me your thoughts on that. Now I want to get to another tip that I received that is pretty interesting because, look, as you guys know, when I began investigating this assassination, at no point did I ever speculate that any other country was involved. I never speculated that Israelis were involved. So it was surprising, to say the least, that they're simply pretending that I did, pretending that I blamed Israel, pretending that I said Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. It is now, like I said yesterday, it feels like they are trying to get ahead of something, like they know more than we know. I don't know why you would say something or accuse somebody of saying something that they didn't. I do believe that there is very clearly, we all believe there's very clearly a government level conspiracy that is involved. Okay, there's no other way to assess those disastrous text messages. Absolute disaster of a Fed operation with those messages. Yesterday, I pretty casually mentioned to you guys something, that the doorbell cam footage, which TMZ happened upon somehow, was from a street upon which a ton of employees that work for Caldera Engineering live. We showed you, I think, one or two of those employees, the husband and wife I had mentioned, worked for Caldera Engineering, and it is a country that purports to manufacture valves. And I said this, I said, I know nothing about the valve industry. All I know is that every time I start investigating a government conspiracy or looking into people that are really shady, like Harley Pasternak, thus far 3 people who I've investigated who oddly, either them or their families had backgrounds working in this very niche valve and piping industry, like manufacturers of valves and pipes. I'm like, is everybody doing that? This is very strange. Well, many of you emailed me something that was quite surprising. Maybe I'm just ignorant, but they let me know that this is a very niche industry. And by niche, I mean that you asserted that it implies major government contracts, likely the CIA. Those of you who have worked at those industries telling me that there are even certain valves exclusively manufactured in Israel, and that they tend to be involved in this. The government and the military tend to be involved in this. And that even, by the way, on Caldera's website, they noted that they have worked in Israel. They have a map that they note every country that they have done engineering projects in, and one of them or 2 dots are in Israel. And somebody explained why the government gets involved when it comes to valves and piping. And I'm just going to read you this email because maybe there are people at home who are just as ignorant as I am about government level engineering, okay? This person wrote, "Hi, Candace. I wanted to share some detailed information regarding valves, piping, and their relevance to critical infrastructure and intelligence communities. Valves as critical infrastructure assets. Modern industrial valves are used in pipelines, water treatment plants, power plants, and chemical facilities, are often automated and networked, forming part of operational technology and SCADA systems. This allows remote monitoring and control of the flow of gas, oil, water, and chemicals. Cybersecurity implications. These valves are part of systems that could be targeted for cyber attacks. Compromised valves can cause pipeline ruptures, water contamination, or industrial..."
Right, Candace, you going into... Let's get into some fuckery. Hold on, y'all.
Women are
I got a whole video that I'm gonna show you guys on the next show, you know, of Godfrey and Jesse Lee Peterson going at it. And Jesse Lee Peterson is red pill all of a sudden, but let's go.
permanent prey every single time they leave the house because of all of these liberal, femme-minded.
Why do you think?
Girl Fields,
okay.
Girl Boss.
And why do you?
Morgan,
and what? Okay. And why do you think? And Andrew Tate, why do you think it is that people think you're a misogynist?
Nobody thinks that.
A couple of nights ago, I interviewed Andrew Tate in what may have been our most explosive interview yet. Just a few minutes after I left the Uncensored studio, news broke that Charlie Kirk had been shot and, as we now know, assassinated. We're going to bring you the Andrew Tate interview in full, unedited and uncensored. But first, Andrew Tate returns to give his reaction to his horrific story. Andrew Tate, welcome back to Uncensored. This all happened just after we finished our interview 2 days ago. Just first of all, your immediate reaction when you heard what had happened to Charlie Kirk.
I was devastated. I was very, very sad about it because he's one of the good guys, and he's one of the people who believed in discourse, and he believed in speaking and trying to explain with logic why your worldview is better than the opposing. And if we don't have discourse, then all we have left is violence and war. The point of conversation is to avoid the war. The point of conversation is to be able to sit down and be logical enough to come to a conclusion without the need for violence. And it turns out that that's becoming less and less likely in America today.
I mean, it was, as we get more and more information about the shooter, he's 22 years old. He had bullet casings with "Hey Fascist," "Catch," "O Bella Ciao," which is a reference to an Italian song adopted by the anti-fascist resistance during World War II. And then several sort of slightly ambiguous ones. "If you read this, you're gay." LMAO, "Notices bulges," OWO, "What's this?" which is a meme from internet culture associated with the furry craze. When you look at all that in totality, what do you think we're dealing with here in terms of who this person is?
I think America has a lot of problems. I think that it's an extremely politically charged environment, perhaps the most politically charged environment on the planet. Politics is all anyone talks about all day, every day. The judicial system is politicized. The educational system is politicized. You couple in with the fact it's the most medicated country in the world. It's very unusual for someone who grew up in Europe to know a large percentage of his fellow students to be on some kind of anti-anxiety medication, some kind of depression medication. These SSRIs remove the humanity from the mind and just wipe their brain. You couple that with a hateful media, which is constantly spitting out hateful rhetoric, and you're going to have a whole bunch of drones walking around without humanity waiting to receive their slave instructions. And they're going to believe that they're doing the right thing by murdering people as opposed to just talking to them. So America's a very, very interesting place with a lot of problems. It's easy to just blame guns. I think that's pretty shallow to do because you can kill with a car, you can kill with a knife. We need to find out why there's such a spiritual sickness across all of the Western world, especially America.
The governor in Utah gave a pretty powerful address today in which he appealed to people to tone down rhetoric, to get off social media, actually, as much as you can, get back to the real world where 80% of the population exists in America. You're very active on social media. You can be very inflammatory on social media. I mean, some of the tweets you've done since Charlie Kirk's death, the left are evil, murdering scum who kill people or let others kill people. They must be held accountable. They're not the good guys. The compassionate, nice guys want you dead, and they'll do it or encourage us to do it. I get 1,000 death threats a day from these people. We are at war. Civil war was another one. Some people will say, all right, Andrew Tate, you are part of the problem. You are yourself spewing pretty toxic stuff out to millions of people, whipping up rather than calming down the problem. What do you say to that?
Well, if you have a point of view, somebody can be radicalized by it, right? If you have any point of view on the planet, somebody can be radicalized by it. And social media, like all things, is a fantastic tool that can do amazing things. But if it's used the wrong way, it can also do very destructive things. I don't think the answer is to start telling people to not talk. I think the answer is more discussion, more debate. Because if you remove debate, the only answer is violence. So I think that it's also my tweets, which you just highlighted, the fact that I do receive death threats. Somebody did try to kill me only a few weeks ago. And then a friend of mine, a guy who I respected, was blasted and I had to watch him bleed out. I think it's pretty fair to say that, of course, my tweets are going to be emotionally charged. We can't get into an area where we say that we can't talk anymore, because that's only going to lead to more violence. We have to be able to speak to each other. And I think that you would agree, perhaps I'm wrong, that it's the left which seem to be the ones who are so obsessed with assassination. It seems to be the left which are more violent. Antifa and their riots trying to assassinate President Trump. An attempt was made on my life. An attempt was made on Nick Fuentes' life. They just killed Charlie Kirk. For us to sit here and pretend that this violence isn't going one way is disingenuous.
I certainly don't think it only goes one way. I certainly think it can go the way of any extremist. That the far right has its own problem with extremists. There have been lots of left-wing politicians and public figures who've been targeted. So I think it's a problem that goes both ways. But I have said for quite a while that the woke mind virus, as Elon Musk calls it, that ideology is extremely dangerous, because the irony of it is you've got this kid who is, purporting to be anti-fascist, but actually using violence and a gun to silence permanently someone whose views he doesn't agree with. The point being, that is the epitome of fascism.
Well, that's exactly it. So the reason this is so dangerous from the left, and it's not as dangerous from the right. It's because the people who are on the right live in a version of objective reality. We live in the real world. These people do not live in the real world. If you're going to believe that a man is a woman, and you're going to believe that we should have no borders for our country, unlimited in the numbers of people can turn up and just steal from us, if you're going to believe that criminals shouldn't go to jail, you're not a person who's sensible. You now have no parameters from which to operate your logic. So if you're going to live in a complete fantasy land, it becomes a lot easier to justify murdering a political opponent than it does if you operate from a frame of rationality. So for that reason, the left are far more dangerous, because all of their ideas are dangerous because none of them are true. None of them are real. For the same reason it's dangerous for me to say to you, gravity isn't real, you can jump off a building. If you start believing in things that are completely falsified, completely fantasy, then murder is the end result of all of it. So the left is a serious problem across the world. It's a serious problem across America, especially. You add in a spiritual sickness where we have nothing unifying us in the West anymore. We don't share respect for a flag. We don't share respect for the country we're in. We don't share language. We don't share religion. We don't even share economic prosperity anymore. There's literally nothing unifying us. And if you're going to remove the capability to debate and discuss ideas, then you're going to have an absolute civil war. And that's what's so sad, that Charlie Kirk literally was the #1 guy trying to speak. He wasn't trying to inflame tensions. He wasn't trying to push violence. He was the guy saying, look, let's talk this through and let me show you why you're wrong. He was the good guy who did the right thing, and he caught a bullet for it. And that is truly devastating.
But when you post civil war, literally one post just said civil war, what do you mean by that? What do you expect?
I mean that civil war is coming if we can't talk to each other.
Well, that's a different sentiment. Had you said that, then fair enough. But just to say civil war is...
Well, did I give a verb?
Well, what you're saying by civil war, you're saying to your followers that you believe there is a state of civil war here. Now, as you know, the Civil War in America was one of the most consequential periods in its history. And
No, he's talking about something completely different between the Democrats and the Republicans. There's been a civil war that's been going on, and people are trading sides and all kinds of other stuff. It's a civil war. It's a different type of civil war. That's not being talked about. And people are losing people on each side.
Was waged with gun violence.
Well, I can answer that in two ways. Firstly, if conservatives can't give their opinion and they can't talk openly and freely without catching a bullet, then I guess it is a war. But that wasn't what I was inferring. I was inferring that a civil war is coming if we can't speak to each other and unify behind an idea, especially the idea of being an American. You've now added a verb saying that I was trying to incite civil war, because very much like all other media figures, it's your primary intention.
I didn't add anything.
It's your primary intention to just spin up negative clips and find things that get you
What do you mean I
views,
added?
and that's exactly what the liberal media has always done, which is why conservatives are under permanent attack.
Hang on.
We're going to now sit here and say I'm a violent person.
No, I
and
didn't
then
say
when
that.
someone else turns up at
Why
my
are you
house
putting
attempting
words-
to kill me like I did 3 weeks ago,
Why are you
you're
putting
gonna pretend
words-
that has nothing to do with you, Pierce.
Why are you
the liberal
putting-
media in and
Okay,
of itself
you can
is
keep
truly
talking.
disgusting. It's the reason why Charlie Kirk had to eat a
if you let
bullet.
me respond
because the
to
liberal
you-
media convinced this guy who's been probably looks like he's on SSRIs to me, that Charlie Kirk was the heart of evil when he truly wasn't. So please do not, in this conversation about a fallen comrade, do not do the exact thing the media always do and the exact thing that ended up getting him killed. Do not say I said something I didn't say, and do not give some
Can I
garbage
get a word in?
inference trying to get a bunch of clicks
Can I say
on your
something?
channel. You made money, but I don't, sir. So I don't.
Man, he crashing out. He didn't even hear what the hell Pierce said.
Care
Let me
about
just
clicks.
respond.
You may be broke. I'm not. I didn't say let's go to civil war.
If I may
didn't say let's
respond-
start a civil war.
If I may
said this will
respond,
end it. I
you
said
can keep
civil war
talking,
because
Andrew,
that's
or
where
you
it's
can
gonna
shut
end.
up. I never added any verb. I literally read your post was 2 words.
And neither did I.
Civil war. I never
Neither did
added
I.
a
You
verb.
inferred.
So the whole pretext
You
for
inferred.
your whole pretext, your little rant about me, is based on a lie, which the viewers will know was a lie because they heard what I said. I never added any words to your post. I read out the words civil war and asked you what you
Do you
meant
know what
by
the word
it.
infer
You then
means?
clarified it. You then clarified it, and I would say to you in return that if you don't want people to misinterpret your post, then maybe post what you actually mean rather than posting the words civil war, which I think are
posted what I meant.
incendiary.
Thank you very much. It's clear that conservatives are under attack by a rabid left-wing sect of the population which is being radicalized by media figures, very much like yourself. That is clear. We just saw a man bleed to death in front of his wife and children, purely because the media convinces everybody at home that he is evil somehow for having an opinion.
There is an irony. There is an irony. Okay.
And MSNBC and all of these people.
All right, hold on, guys. We should be back. Hold on.
We're constantly trying to make excuses for the shooter.
Yeah.
It is disgusting.
Okay.
And I know you don't care, Pierce, but a man tried to come into my house and stab me 3 weeks ago. For you to infer I'm saying that we need to have a civil war, it's actually quite heinous. So please be careful, sir.
I'm not the one who said civil war. You are.
I said civil war, and then you tried to infer, you tried to sit and ask and infer that I'm trying to promote violence.
I asked you what you meant by it.
First, you talked about how my tweets are inflammatory, and you're trying to say that I promote violence. Then you read those tweets out because you're inferring I'm a violent person, so that some idiot at home is going to watch this and believe that I deserve to die. And I'm telling you that I'm here. I understand you need views. I understand you need clicks. I understand you're poor. I'm not. I'm here. I don't give a shit about the views. Do not infer I said something I did not say. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I didn't, as everybody who watches this knows, so you just lied. Andrew Tate, thank you very much. Well, now, here is that extraordinary interview from earlier this week.
Nobody would have been able to save him. I played a mortician that was talking about it. He was gone. His eyes rolled to the back, but he was gone.
Week, as it was recorded in real time. Today's show is brought to you by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optical supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day for energy and support weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. And don't just take their word for it. Here are just a few of their England football legend, Michael Owen, Robbie, the face of
He wouldn't have survived it at all. That's like a hospital, and he was alive. I'm like, no, he wasn't. You know, sadly, no, he wasn't.
The line between social media scandals and real-world anger is increasingly non-existent. Instead, they're codependent. A small movement can rapidly become a nationwide phenomenon. A shocking but local incident can trigger global indignation. But the root cause of it all and the motives behind it can both get lost in the noise. This summer's Raise the Colours campaign is a case in point, a big push to hoist the English flag across the country has entangled fair-minded protest and patriotism with propaganda and prejudice. People are angry, but not everything they're angry about is true. The same can be said about the brutal murder of Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska on a train in North Carolina. Justified online fury over the appalling footage has sparked a massive furore, prompting even the US president to intervene. But some people believe it's only become a racial scandal because of bad faith actors on social media. Andrew Tate understands these issues well, and he joins me now. Andrew Tate, welcome back to Uncensored.
Cheers.
I've not spoken to you since, obviously, a massive development in your life. I need to talk about the elephant in the room off the top. Charges, including rape, actual bodily harm, human trafficking, and controlling prostitution for relating to 3 in the UK. And your brother Tristan faces a rape, actual bodily harm, and human trafficking. What is your response to that development in your life?
It was the UK Foreign Office that wrote to the Romanians in 2023 and said I was a national security threat because I had too much influence over the young men of the country. They told the Romanians to get me off the internet. The Romanians arrested me and, as you know, spent 3 years accusing me of things that were not true. The Romanians threw the entire case out because it's garbage and there never was a case. Once the Romanians throw their case out, then the British state brings up some garbage. I'm considered a national security threat to the Matrix, and all they do is lie. You have seen, and we have spoken multiple times throughout this fiasco of what's happened to me in Romania, and I've yet to have a court case or ever be convicted of anything ever. This is a deep state operation by the UK trying to stop me from doing the one thing I'm intending on doing, which is saving the British state from themselves.
Kingdom to stand trial?
Absolutely. I'm scared of these people. They're lying and they know they're lying. I beat the Romanian system, sir. You do understand this is the most corrupt country in Europe. You do understand 1% to any of their accusations, I'd be under the jail. Well, they couldn't even find a victim. It is all invented. The UK Foreign Office specifically wrote to the Romanians and said, get him off the internet. I have the paperwork. The second I'm there in the UK, I'll be sitting with you, unless I'm remanded, with that piece of paper showing you this is a setup from an intelligence agency because I'm considered a national security threat because young men listen to me and their propaganda. It is a lie. And anybody, after Lucy Colony, after Lucy, everything else they've done to everybody after the Southport attacks, anybody has any faith left in the British justice system, they need their head checked. All of it's a lie. All of the accusations a lie. All of the media is a lie. It's a scam. And Piers, you know it is. You know I've done nothing wrong.
I don't know that.
Yes, of course you do. Even you.
I don't know.
Even
I don't
you,
know. I don't know.
Even you,
I
with
don't
your,
know. Just to be
with
clear.
your limited faculty,
Listen, Andrew.
understand very well that I
Andrew,
am clearly a target of the system.
Andrew, I know what you say about this. I also believe that everyone's entitled to a fair trial. I believe everyone's innocent till proven guilty. And I believe in the British justice system. If you say you're going to come back and face trial, that seems to me to be the best way for the evidence to be properly examined in a British court of law, and your fate will be determined in that way, as it is for many other people. I don't know.
Still believe in the British
I've not been
justice
around
system,
you
there's
in
something
your
wrong with
in your environment. I don't know. I don't know whether you're innocent.
You do know I'm innocent. I can see it all over your face, Piers.
No, you can't. Know what you're guilty of or innocent of. But
well, you sat there and told me that Israel wasn't committing a genocide and you were wrong. And you told me that the vaccine was important and you were wrong. And you told me that I was going to go to jail in Romania and you were wrong. So your whole life you've been wrong.
I didn't get it. Just to be clear.
That's a setup and a scam.
Just to be clear.
I'm innocent completely.
Just to be clear. I did not. Just to be clear.
You're educated. And I am telling you, listen to me.
Okay. Just to be clear, I never told you anything about what would happen.
Raven said, bruh, if I were caught up in something like that, I would go ballistic. They would just have to be crazy to do something like that. You said if Andrew was serious, innocent, he would be cussing like crazy. A lot of people gonna get mad, man, about or to people that that feel that they're gonna dip their hands into the OnlyFans bag. You know what I'm saying? When in reality, it's a lot of these women looking for little boyfriend pimps. You know, I done told y'all about this countless times. You know, I don't know, man. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm tired. No one listens. Everybody now this week trying to pretend they all confused and didn't know that Cardi B was pregnant. I was telling y'all this 2 weeks ago when she threw that shit at that dude. No one listened. All of a sudden, oh my God, Cardi B pregnant with Stephon Diggs' child. Now, I literally told y'all she pregnant. Her album just dropped, so you're gonna have a lot of fake reactions to that too. Nobody listens. Giving y'all the game. Misused, man. Let's go, y'all.
The Romanian system, other than I would await the justice system to play out there. On genocide with Israel, I still don't think it is at the bar of genocide because no other official body has said that it is genocide yet. I will wait and see how that plays out. So you have a lot of claims about what I've said, but none of it bears relation to reality. You said about vaccines. What did you say about vaccines?
Firstly, I think we should actually, I'm going to do you a favor here, sir. I think we should move on. Because for me to destroy you over vaccines in Israel again, I mean, this will be the fourth iteration of these conversations. If you're waiting for the official body of Israel to admit they're doing a genocide, we're going to be waiting for a long time. And if you believe in the British justice system after everything they've just done and the bullshit they've locked people up for, you're an idiot. So let's just move on from this into something that's actually interesting to discuss because everybody at home knows you're wrong.
Okay, that's actually demonstrably not true.
What's going on? You said, are you talking about retardy B? I already told people that she was pregnant. I got to like a goofy ass argument with black women, and they were like, "Oh, but he was cheating and he was doing this, that, and the third." And I was like, "Yeah, that's probably true." You know, oh, they've been separated and blah blah blah. And I'm like, bro, you can't show up to court pregnant with another man's baby. That right there is just crazy work. You know, but then, you know, they were arguing with me, and I'm like, man, even if they were right, I'm like, dang, this is crazy how women will argue, you know what I'm saying, for dysfunction. And I get it, like they don't like Offset anymore. He's like the villain and all kinds of stuff, you know. You know, cuz women this is how women think. Like they'll emotionally link their emotions to you or somebody or a muse. You know, it's like a muse. So Offset reminds them of their quote unquote baby daddies and shit like that. So they, you know, they try to take that stupid shit out on people on the internet, which is funny as fuck. And it's like, bruh, even if it's true, she still didn't win. Like Stephon Diggs got like he literally got 3 kids on the way. You know, and she's like in the mix. I mean, I get it, you know, cause see, I was just looking at her album, right? And I don't know if she's trying to get out of her deal with Atlantic, cause I'm like, okay, let me see how much tracks she got on this album. But it could be anything, cause you know sometimes they drop a bunch of albums to get out of their, you know, cause she got WAP on here, which came out like in the height of the pandemic, right? We're gonna talk about this though on the next show, or I might do a pre-record or whatever, you know, because this show ain't getting that much love. You know, we already 5 hours and 58 minutes in, but I'm gonna tell you some real shit. You can't like back in the day. You know what you used to can do? You used to can look at how much tracks they're dropping and be like, okay, yeah, they trying to get up out of they deal and stuff. But now, like the songs are so short. You know what I'm saying? The songs are so short. It's you know, the songs are so short they could easily drop 20 something tracks. So I think she got like 23 tracks on this project, and the last track is WAP. You know. But I think she beefing with her label, or she got something going on with her label or whatever. You know, she hasn't dropped the album in like 7 years or something, and whatever. And damn, she been in the game for a long time. Now that I think about it, but you know, she might be trying to lock herself into some of that, you know, that NFL money, you know. So she trying to probably lock herself into some of that wealth, but hey, I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't think he's going to Russell Wilson her and buy her out of her music contract and all this other stuff. What's going on, UFO? You said they still playing relationship ghetto games with that same with all that fame and money. She's still an insecure hood chick on the inside. Yeah, that's true. And then, you know what's crazy too is that they you know they're just happy, and it's like, I get it, but it's like, bro, you're bringing another kid into this bullshit. You know, think about the kid. Like, the kid got to get born into the BS. That kid got 3 kids, 3 siblings with you, and then however much more Stephon Diggs is gonna have. You know, that child is gonna be confused. That's not no love baby. That's a one night stand baby. You know? And he got 2 other women pregnant. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. The R&B singers though, they be stuck in some weird contracts. Their contracts is a little bit more weird than the rapper contracts. You know. What's going on with my girl Tony Storm, Raven, and Athena? I ain't gonna lie, Athena kind of grew on me, man. You know, Athena kind of grew on me, man. I'm like, you know what, Athena ain't that bad. But then they got that other girl, some other black chick. I don't know if she in AEW or the WWE, but she does that Stephanie Velcro thing with the swinging of the face and the butt and shit. That shit is funny as hell. I forgot her name, and she looked weird. All of those wrestling girls, other than, even though she kind of looks like the type, all of those wrestling girls look like they date white dudes, which is hilarious. You know, Athena definitely like she date white dudes. I didn't know she's 37 years old. All these wrestlers are old, man. But not old, but you know, older for, you know, wrestling. But I guess they're protecting the athletes more, so shit, you can join the wrestling at 30, 35, 36. You said, why you keep asking me about AEW? You said, I don't know. I'm waiting for this AJ Lee and Punk match. AEW is fire, man. Timeless. Oh, man. You said that don't matter. Her kid is her next weapon. I don't know. Where's the child support gonna come from, man? Stephon Diggs a fool. Yeah, I saw her. She look in shape too. Definitely look in shape.
But I'm happy to move on. And for what it's worth, as I think I said to you last time, I believe the COVID vaccines saved a lot of lives. They weren't perfect, like all.
Oh yeah, but I was saying, hold on, before we get back to this, I was saying about Offset though. He people, the girls was trying to argue with me about Offset. He didn't get no other girls pregnant that we know of. So I don't know how women just abandon their responsibility and Offset's the bad one. But anyway, he said, yeah, she from Dallas. Yeah, I heard she just turned 37 in August. Strong black background. Okay. Tina definitely dates white dudes. You already know, man. The certain sisters that they have a look. You know, they have a look. Like if she was saying I'm divesting, I'd believe her because I'm like, yeah, you got that look. You know, I'm not even gonna lie. Crazy enough, what you call it, look like she can date a white dude or two. What's her name? Fuck. Why am I lapsing on her name? Proceed with caution. What's her name? But she got one of the Usos. That's weird too, cause she don't look like she would date. You know, it's weird to see a Samoan cat. You know what type of woman he would go for? Cause them Samoan cats, they can get all types of women. You know. He said, "I'm happy to see that AJ Lee is back." You know who they be hyping up? Ric Flair's daughter and Tiffany Stratton. They love Tiffany Stratton. Tiffy time.
Vaccines, there were problems associated with it, but I believe they saved a lot of lives. You don't agree? I believe that. So we can, I hope, respect each other's opinions. But let's go on to why I think you wanted to come on Uncensored today.
I feel you, Raven. It's just that a lot of those girls, just the sisters, they look like they date white dudes. Hell, even Bianca Belair look like she date a a white guy or two. You did? Mercedes Monet, absolutely. You can tell she date white dudes.
Well, why don't you tell me?
Because what happened to that poor Ukrainian girl on the bus is absolutely disgusting. And I'm here because I think it ties into the Raise to Colors campaign. And I'll be actually perfectly honest with you. The reason I am here is to hopefully, as a half black, half white man, inspire white people to once again defend themselves and defend their nations, because they are clearly being genocided. They are the most subjugated, the most prejudiced, the number one race which has to suffer from the most prejudice on the planet in the world today.
Yeah, I was just
and I'm
about
waiting
to
for
say, I was like, that Snoop Knee shit don't fly. She'll still date a white guy.
stand up for themselves and stick up for themselves. And I'll tell you why. I have children from multiple women, and I am racially ambiguous in many ways. When I go to Egypt, people talk to me in Egyptian, and some people say I look white, some people say I look mixed race. I get called all of these things. But when I have children with a black lady, the children are black, and I have Chinese children, and I have Turkish children, and I have many white children. And I know that my Turkish children have a place they can go where they will not be subject to violence because of their skin color. As the same with my Chinese and black children. There's many places on the earth they're going to be free to grow up when I'm gone. I'm very worried for my white daughters because I don't think they're going to have a country anywhere left on this planet in less than a decade where they're not going to be a victim or a target for potential rape or violent crime purely because of the color of their skin. And it is down to white people to finally grow a backbone and stick up for yourselves because you're being genocided. This is from a mixed race man. You are being genocided and you know you are. That's why I'm here.
So you don't think that black people suffer from similar crime? There's nothing more important than good sleep, and it's probably time you upgraded yours as I have.
What the hell is fucking Piers talking about? You said Mercedes Monet is a half breed that dates Asians and Mexicans.
With our sponsor, Brooklyn Bedding. Brooklyn mattresses deliver top-tier quality, honest craftsmanship. They've won awards, and they are one of the very few brands to be endorsed by the Chiropractic Association. My Aurora Luxe mattress was handcrafted in their Arizona factory and delivered directly to my door. You can start with their sleep quiz to find your perfect match in just minutes, and they offer a 120-night comfort trial. If you don't love it, they'll help you to return it or swap it hassle-free. Go to brooklynbedding.com and use my promo code PIERS, that's P-I-E-R-S, for up to 30% off site-wide. This offer is not available anywhere else. Go to brooklynbedding.com and use promo code PIERS for 30% off. And make sure you mention Piers Morgan Uncensored at brooklynbedding.com, promo code PIERS.
In what way? Do I think black people kill black people?
No, do you think black people suffer from crime? Do you
I think
they are
everybody
also
suffers from crime, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I would argue, and perhaps I'm wrong, but that's never happened before, that a black person, they're going to be killed because there's some other drug dealing debt for them to deal with in inner city Chicago. That young girl was killed because she was white. It was a hate crime and she was targeted.
We don't actually know that.
Of course we know that.
No.
I'll show you how we know that.
No. I know what you're going to say because I've already debated it. The reality of the situation, you had a severely mentally ill, probably schizophrenic.
I don't give.
I'm about to tell you.
People are mentally ill.
Let's deal with some
This is
facts.
a
Then you
cop-out.
can. Let's deal with some facts. Then you can give me your opinion. That's how this works, right? He is heard on tape saying, "I got the white girl." Okay, that suggests a potential racial motivation.
Potentially.
Yeah. Okay, but we don't actually know. And I do think, as I've said publicly, I do think the mainstream media has behaved in a very hypocritical manner. If that had been the other way round and you'd had a white man killing a beautiful young black girl and saying, "I got the black girl," it would have instantly been a huge story covered by mainstream media in a very aggressive manner. The fact that this was ignored for several days was an indication to me that there was
That
a
white
decision
people are a victim
taken.
of prejudice.
Yeah, so I think there was a clear bias exposed in the way it was ignored. So I would agree with you about that. But I do think it's important to point out this guy had been in and out of prison 14 times, should never have been let out, but is clearly mentally ill, probably schizophrenic. We don't actually know what motivated him to kill this poor Ukrainian
Yes, we
woman.
do.
And the reason it's important is that once we do establish more information and more facts, we can make a more considered considered opinion. One of the issues I have with you, Andrew, and a lot of other people, is that there's always a rush to judgment. And the problem with rushes to judgment is later information may contradict what you're feeling in the moment. I remember in the riots that erupted after we had a young black boy killing those poor white girls, right? There was a rush to judgment that he'd come in illegally on a boat on the south coast of the UK. It turned out that wasn't the case. So I believe in waiting for facts and information and then casting a judgment. And I think my criticism of you in these situations is you have immediately decided that was the motivation, therefore it's a racist hate crime, and that's it. And I would argue to you, why don't you give it a bit of time? Why don't you wait for more information and make a more considered opinion?
Okay, first things first, if we're going to talk about waiting for information, you shouldn't have told me that Israel was not committing. You've been proven wrong. That's the first thing. The second thing, he said, I got that white girl. You're going to pretend it doesn't matter as if it's not proof.
I didn't say it didn't matter.
Third thing,
I said it suggests a racial motivation.
Everybody who stabs somebody is mentally ill. This mentally ill bullshit, I don't know where this has come from, where someone's a criminal, but they're mentally ill. Every single person who commits murder is mentally ill. Every single person who commits necrophilia is mentally ill. Every single person who believes they can get in and out of a bank with money without getting caught has some kind of mental disorder. They're all mentally ill. I don't care about mentally ill. And here's the final nail in the coffin to your asinine argument, sir. Why did he not stab anyone else on the bus? Because he was already on a bus with 4 people and he didn't touch them. If he's so mental, if he can't control his mind, why didn't he stab any of those?
Well, why didn't people on the bus help? That was number one. Why didn't the people on the bus help? You know, that right there would be, you know. Yeah, I saw somebody was talking about that UFO. Somebody was talking about that, and he's under fire for that. You know, people are trying to chew him out for that, and it's like trying to cancel him. How can you cancel somebody that's already canceled? Anyway.
Is it because everyone else on the bus was black? The first white he kills and says, I got that white girl. And believe that's enough proof for a court of law to determine that was a racially motivated act?
It wouldn't be enough proof at the moment for a court of law, no. Absolutely, I believe that. But that's because I covered many court cases and you haven't. No, as a journalist, I just prefer. I prefer in waiting for more information.
People on the bus.
I think
this person, who I will agree was probably deranged, although I give no merit to that, although it does not garner any sympathy from me, he clearly had something wrong with him. This person was radicalized by a leftist media machine, which blames every single thing on white people, which says that white people are the devils, that everything white people have done is wrong, that their entire history is wrong, and that they deserve the bad things that happen to them.
You have no idea. You have no idea that he
demonized an entire race endlessly. We're going to end up having a few idiots who act on that.
But Andrew,
and that's what this man did.
But
because
Andrew,
of the media. The leftist media are complicit in what happened to this poor young girl.
Actually, you have absolutely no idea if anything you've just said is remotely true.
I have absolute certainty that it is a fact.
None of it. It's not a fact. If it was a fact, we'd all be.
It is a fact.
No, it's not a fact yet. That's the point. This is my point. Again,
the
off you go.
Media has done
off you go,
but
making a series of assumptions.
For as long, okay, all right. If you want to be smart, let me prove you wrong.
I'm not being smart. I'm just saying it's not a fact.
Wrong once again, this is Piers. I'm well versed in you by now. This is easy. Let me ask you a question. If there's an Islamic terror attack, like the London bombings, and then Abu Hamza, Mr. Hook, Captain Hook, he ends up going to jail for a very long time. He didn't blow anything up, but no, he was talking about how Islamic terror attacks should happen because he believes that people deserve them because of his personal worldview. He was instigating so that some idiot would listen to him with less brains than him and then go and murder.
Yeah, but you know what they're looking at it at? Because niggas can't see past color. They're looking at, oh, the baby sitting up there saving a white girl. He didn't save a sister, though. Like, the fuck?
What is the difference between that and what the leftist mainstream media is doing by constantly demonizing white people constantly and endlessly.
Well,
There's always going to be
no,
some
you're
idiot
raising. Okay,
who's impaired
allow
on
me to
some
respond.
level who's going to act upon
Allow
it.
me to
So
respond.
we're locking up Islamic extremists for discussing violence against
Allow
people
me
who
to
are not
respond.
Muslim. We should also be locking up anybody who is demonizing an entire race, demonizing all of their history, and demonizing them to the point where they cannot get on a bus. They can't get on public transport without worrying about being murdered. And I have a future on this planet where I'm not here. There's a future on this planet where my white daughters exist and I am gone. And they will be victims and targets unless white people start standing up for themselves, standing up for their beliefs, and standing up for their nations. Because you're the only race which is being erased. You're the only one. Nobody is invading and erasing any other race. Only you white people. And you seem to sit there and wonder, oh, maybe it's not too bad. Maybe it's because of this. Maybe it's because of that. It doesn't matter. The world is tribal. You're not going to exist much longer if you don't stick up for yourselves. And you are clearly targets of an orchestrated campaign. There is a campaign which is designed to demoralize and eradicate you. And there are a few idiots who listen to this campaign and act on it savagely in real time on your public transport systems that you pay for with your taxes.
When you stop shouting.
Let me ask you a question, Pierce.
Well, why
Would
don't you just
black
stop shouting for a
people
moment
ever
and
pay
let me
the
respond?
majority of taxes
Yeah.
to import white people who don't work to replace them? No other race on the planet would commit suicide to this level besides the white man.
Yeah.
And I'm here to encourage the white man to stand up for himself.
Since you mentioned taxes, you could explain why the police had to seize more than £2 million from your brother for failing to pay tax on revenue from your online businesses.
Great way to change subject. Why did the British state try and steal my money? Well, considering the British state, the Foreign Office meddled in a foreign country's prosecution service and wrote them a letter and asked the intelligence services of Romania to get me off the internet. I guess, since I'm a national security threat, all bets are off. Of course they stole my money. Of course they do. They do anything they can to me because they consider me the enemy.
But you avoided paying tax, so you raised the issue of being a taxpayer.
They do.
Well, you raised the issue of being a taxpayer.
They want to get rid of the man who talks about the problem.
All right,
As if the UK doesn't have enough issues.
At some point, you need to stop
talking. Let me ask
talking.
you a question, sir. All of the knife crime that's happening in London.
At some point, you need to understand, Piers, that you have a delay on your microphone. You have a delay. He got a whole delay on his damn microphone. It's called latency. Alright? So what happens is like mid-sentence, you have no choice but to cut him off, and then it's gonna have this weird... Never mind, you know what?
All of the blood that's running on the streets, considering you can't even wear a nice watch in that city anymore, is it white people or black people who are doing the stabbing?
Well,
I'm half white, half black. You just tell me the truth.
And who are most of the victims?
Who's doing all the killing?
And who are most of the victims?
Well, some of them are black. Some of them are white. It doesn't matter.
Actually, the vast majority are black. So your
I don't
whole
care if
argument,
blacks kill
the whole
only
argument
blacks.
you've been
Blacks
shouting
shouldn't be
about,
killing people.
the whole argument you've been shouting about for the last 10 minutes, you've just exposed yourself as being a misleading argument.
Absolutely not. I don't care if black people kill only blacks. I don't care if black...
If you guys could please do me a huge favor and double tap the screen and hit the like button, and please hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Please support the show. 7 hours and 20 minutes into the madness. Let's get it. It's player talk.
Black people only kill Chinese. Black people shouldn't be killing. There is an issue within the black community which is leading them towards violence. We can discuss whether it's genetic. We can discuss whether it's cultural. We can discuss whether it's systemic. We can discuss that. But it is asinine and ignorant to pretend that there is not a culture within the black community which is leading to violence. There clearly is. There clearly is. And that needs to be addressed. I say this as a half black man myself. My father was black. Half of my family is black. But I'm not blind.
You've all heard me talking about Jacked Up Fitness and their incredible all-in-one home gym. It's a perfect solution.
Oh man, he said was. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we're gonna get to a couple of years where black people are just gonna be racially ambiguous. You know, that's the term for it. You know what I'm saying? You got a lot of sisters, and black men are following right behind the sisters. If you don't believe me, you got people right now listening to kids wearing fucking bonnets and shit like that. Like, you know, a whole man get on here with the bonnets. I ain't gonna lie, some of them bonnets A dude was like, man, this shit comfortable as fuck. I'm like, I bet it is. You know, because some of the niggas got the more higher priced bonnets, but they look like a black Quaker man. So watch that futurism and colorism and stuff start to make its way over to the black community. I mean, to the men. You know what I'm saying? Racially, they call it racially ambiguous, and the reason why they call it racially ambiguous is because, to a certain degree, if you're too light, if you're yellow boned or you're whatever, they're gonna say that you didn't experience or never have experienced the actual black experience. They're having a conversation about that with Drake and his dad and all that other stuff. Like they're claiming that Drake ain't FBA. And if you guys notice over the weekend, everybody started getting mad in the FBA sector because Floyd Mayweather said his granddad was Jamaican. I can't keep up with the internet nowadays, man. Okay. Let's go.
This may explain why you keep saying genocide about Israel from October the 8th onwards. You said it was a genocide. It may be you don't understand what a genocide actually is.
Of course I do. I very clearly understand what a genocide is.
Well, if you think it's to do with white people in England, you don't understand what genocide is, do you?
That is a genocide. The level of psyop, which has been orchestrated upon the white person to give up all of their love of their history, to believe that all of their ancestors' work doesn't count, to believe that their God-given lands aren't theirs, to believe that they have no right to live in harmony or racial cohesion with anyone around them. The level of psyop that's been inflicted upon the white man is absolutely monumental, perhaps the largest psyop in history. Let me ask you, why did the British Empire give its lands back?
What do you mean?
Well, the British Empire, the British are the largest empire in history. Why did we give Uganda back or the Caribbean? Why did we give it back?
Because we took a lot of that land to start with.
Because we took it. Because it is their land, given to them by God. This was the assumption that the British state came up with. We can't take someone else's land, it's theirs. It was given to them by God and they have an ancestral right to that land. So what right does that give the white person to the countries that they settled?
What's going on, Bobby?
What right does that give the white person to England? Because it's his ancestors and his land. He has a God-given right.
If you're so exercised about England, why don't you come and live here?
Well, I intend on being your prime minister soon,
Prime Minister.
Well, you're going to find that quite hard if you're living in Romania.
I'll be the prime minister of the UK.
No, but you decided to live in another country. You left the country. You purport to be incredibly concerned about how we spend our taxes, but you yourself didn't pay the taxes that you owed, according to the authorities. That's why they took
according to
$2
the
million.
corrupt authorities.
Okay, you denied.
Yes.
You deny. I just assume you deny every wrongdoing you've ever been accused of, and you may well be the victim of the greatest miscarriage of justice ever seen in the history of mankind. Or maybe you're just a bullshitter and you are guilty. I don't know.
If I was guilty, why am I not in jail, Pierce?
I don't know. We'll see, right? I believe in letting justice do its course, right? But we'll see, right? But on the relation to the...
Was Julian Assange guilty of rape?
Let me just come back to a point I want to make.
No, let me ask you, because for 12 years he was a
I'm
rapist.
actually doing the interview.
Let me ask you about... No one talks about his imaginary victim anymore.
I want to make a point.
Turns out they just made it up to get rid of the guy because he was a problem for the Matrix.
Let me just...
he raped someone in Sweden.
Let's talk about the Matrix in a moment.
Who's his victim?
Okay.
And she never existed.
Okay.
As soon as he deleted WikiLeaks and agreed to their little plea bargain, she was gone. Very much like my victims never existed.
I want to make the point to you.
It is a scam, and you should know better by now.
Okay. I want to make the point to you that when you talk about the issue of the Ukrainian woman killed in the train incident in the United States, that actually when you go off in your huge rant that this person was motivated by a left-wing agenda of hating white people and blah, 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 it reminds me of what you did in the UK after that young black boy killed those 3 white girls.
I can be right twice.
Is that you made? But you were wrong there in the assumption.
I wasn't wrong.
You were wrong in the assumptions you made that he was an illegal migrant come over on the small boats.
No,
right? You were wrong.
My assumption was that he shouldn't be there.
Fine, that's fine. He was born in. He was born in the UK. You might have a view.
Nations that you are not native to.
My point
you
is.
Behave well
my point is, you rushed to judgment and you were wrong. And you're rushing to judgment with this guy, and I don't know the truth, and nor do you. What I do think is it was a heinous murder, a disgusting incident, and that the mainstream
Said heinous. Heinous? Pause. Let's go.
Media failed the American public in refusing to report it properly. And even now when they're reporting it, they're trying to do it through the prism of right-wing MAGA people trying to turn it into a race row, when in fact the guy is on tape saying, I got the white girl. I want to know more about that. I want to know more about his background and whether he did this for racially motivated reasons. And the tape is certainly a part of that investigation. But I think when you rush to judgment and you have your platform, it's incredibly dangerous, Andrew. I get so many young men in particular, teenage boys, early 20s, who come up and ask me about you and our interviews and what I actually think about you. You know that. You have a big influence and a big reach. But you
Perhaps the largest.
But yeah, all right. But they hear you make a big rant about protecting women's rights and so on, right? But only today, on your X account, to millions of people, you've said this: stop letting women vote. Stop giving women position as judges. Stop giving women political appointments. As soon as only men run government and law, all the problems disappear. Women now understand that without male protection, they're nothing but victims. You are not a girl boss. There is no such thing. Crying for Iriana is a wake-up call for females. And honestly, I don't think I've ever read a more ludicrously misogynistic, hypocritical load of claptrap in my life. How can you pretend to be standing up for women's rights when actually what you want to do is subjugate women of all their rights? How do those two things sit without you being a brazen hypocrite?
You are conflating subjugation with protection. It turns out that it's the big, evil, mean misogynists who say that his woman shouldn't have to work in a pizza parlor or that she can't defend herself on a bus.
The patriarch protects women, to tell you the truth, but hey, nobody want to believe that.
Or that she shouldn't be walking outside alone, I should go with her. It's us big, evil, mean misogynists who actually care about
don't even want women to vote.
It is the
you don't even want to give women the right to vote.
The liberals, the Democrats, the idiots who are going to sit there and pretend that a woman should be able to make her own money and take a public transport alone and sit next to a black guy and not worry about it. All of their worldviews led to her murder. I remember when I spoke to you on October 8th, I said why women don't have jobs. You said, why don't your women have jobs?
What you're saying,
is simple, because if they have a job, they might get stabbed to death.
Yeah, but Andrew,
because society is broken down.
Andrew,
we built society specifically.
What you're saying
reason that women used to have to walk around with their own. And society was built so that women could go outside and interact with the world without a chaperone. Society was built by evil.
He said what simps can't admit.
Misogynistic men. And then these feminists came along and destroyed it all. I believe in protecting women because I don't believe they can fight. If that makes me a misogynist, so be it.
Okay, let me respond.
No woman wants to be seen as a man's equal in the realm of martial combat.
The reason
me saying that is women who vote for these DEI policies,
I'm going to try and talk.
Women who vote for liberalism.
I'm going to try and talk.
Women who vote for open
let
borders.
Me talk.
A female judge let him out. And this is a wake-up call to all women to listen to the bad guys.
They've had the wake-up call.
The bad guys want you alive, and the good guys, the wimps, want you stabbed in the neck and dead.
Stop talking. So you, again, just to repeat, you said this today in your rant. Stop letting women vote. Stop giving them positions as judges. Stop giving them political appointments. As soon as only men run government and law, all the problems disappear. Women now understand that without male protection, they're nothing but victims. I can't think, do you even understand how misogynist that is?
Well, let me ask you a question. Who votes for liberalism? Who votes for soft on crime? Who votes for open borders? Who votes for...
Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button. If you guys been enjoying the show, please support the show via Cash App, via PayPal. Give me 1 second. I'm monitoring the stream. Player Talk Radio. We back in the building. Let's go. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
For DEI, by and large, male or female, which sex is?
Wow, you're really doubling down, aren't you?
What was the gender of the judge who let this man out his 14th time in court? Male or female?
Wow.
Female.
Wow.
Why was this woman going to work and riding the tram late alone at night instead of thinking this is dangerous or I need to find a man to take care of me? Why was she doing this? Because she probably believed that she can go and fend for herself and deal with herself out in the world. She doesn't need male protection.
Now, this is the thing, though. I don't think like male protection would have helped the young lady on the bus. I mean, obviously she could have had a boyfriend and stuff like that. Of course, a male's presence is like a deterrent. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like you ever been in a neighborhood and you just see a police car just sitting there, and it's not necessarily because the policeman is sitting inside of it, but it's to say, hey, we're around, tighten up, or they put the police car on the side of the road just to, stop people from speeding. Well, I'm not gonna say that, a man could have de-escalated it, but see, a lot of men don't understand, and a lot of women don't understand that a man's presence would definitely and can definitely save their life. You know what I'm saying? But that goes to say that, like, who's to say she wasn't in a relationship anyway? She could have been on the way home to her boyfriend or a man that she was talking to. And I just don't understand how that black man just got up and did that. Like, just, she wasn't doing nothing. She had on her little hat and looked like she just, was just, getting off, from work. That's sad, man. And they said that she probably, I think they said there was like a story saying that she just, she just bought, or was on her way to purchase a car and stuff like that. So she wouldn't be on, on the train or in those, fucked up conditions and stuff. She didn't deserve it. She definitely didn't deserve it. And you got so many people saying, well, who's freeing all these people? Your government? Your state? They're freeing all those people. They could be having 60 mugshots and shit like that. They have a whole album full of mugshots. But no one cares. Like, no one fucking cares. He says strip clubs have male security for a reason. That's another thing. That part. But the internalized misandry, it's like, women can say, F men, we don't need men, and then go dance for a bunch of men that fund their lifestyle. I just saw a what you call it, an OnlyFans model talk about some, hey, can you hear me clap? And she had this like big ass backyard, and she ran all the way to the back of the backyard to the gate. And then she does that stupid shit, where women start jumping up and down and their ass start clapping and shit like a dog. And it's like, somebody was in the chat like, OnlyFans allowed these women to live, a crazy lifestyle. And it's like, those girls need a bookkeeper, number one. And number two, it's like, hey man, while it's good, try to start a business or put that shit away, But like I said, the OnlyFans girls, they want these little pimp boyfriends. Trust me, the world is going into a dystopia, and everything socially is gonna need to, especially with AI and shit. Everything socially is gonna be necessary. Hey, I'm just a guy on YouTube. Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Dedication, man. Let's get it.
Bad things happen when we ignore reality. I'm not a misogynist.
And Andrew Tate is one of those cats, the boyfriend for the online cam fraud. Let's go.
And I'm not a racist. I am a realist, sir. I am a realist. White people are being subjugated
So
and genocide.
you're blaming this.
Clear.
So just to
And
be
women
clear,
need to understand it takes a bad guy to be a bad guy.
Okay.
And the big, evil, mean, toxically masculine misogynist.
Andrew Tate was one of those kids too, but you know what's funny? He's super smart. I put his Tate Hustlers University in the Discord. 5-6 hours of straight up content. Actually, that's what I need to listen to. I was like, man, I need to listen to something while I study. That's what I'm putting this. But anyway, we were talking about unruly kids. Talking about how the shooter of Charlie Kirk, rebelling against his father. A lot of these quote unquote meddling kids. Andrew Tate definitely was a meddling kid, but I will say a lot of people aren't as innovative and smart as him. You know what I'm saying? And also, too, man, we living in an era where one could say it's damn near the villain era. You got all these rich people, these astute people, these people that actually know how the real world works. That's how much times the world's been fucked up in front of people that's paying attention. Some people adhere, some people go back to sleep, and some people like wake up forever. And the thing is that if you wake up forever, well, you become a villain if they can't sedate you or give you a job or a position that's going to confuse you. You end up waking up forever. And like I said, you don't want to have enemies like an Elon Musk. You don't want to have those type of people. People like an Andrew Tate. People that can influence the world for generations to come. And it doesn't necessarily have to revolve around their money. But anyway.
Tell you something. I'm the only guy on that tram who would have killed that guy before he got off of him.
Yeah.
I would have took the knife off him and stabbed him in his neck.
Sure.
Only me. No one else did.
Very
so
macho.
It takes a bad guy to beat a bad guy.
Very macho of you, but what you're basically inferring is that she brought this on herself.
No, what I'm inferring
is
that society was built to protect women. And when you protect something, you must restrict something. We have taken that restriction, we've taken that protective instinct, conflated it into subjugation. You did it at the beginning of this questioning.
And that's what feminism did also.
Yeah.
You tried to say
when you remove a woman's right to...
If you're pro-man, you're pro-protection of women. And this a lot of people don't understand. Men protect their families. Men protect their daughters. Men protect their aunties, their grandmothers, their mothers. Men protect their family. Women aren't protected outside of a patriarchy or whatever the hell the goofy term they want to come up with. Anyway.
Vote. When you remove it to work and vote and all these other things, you are reducing women to your chattel.
The society we live in now, women are permanent prey every single time they leave the house because of all of these liberal, femme-minded, girl feels, girl boss,
and why
Netflix,
do you think?
Piers Morgan,
okay, and why do you think? And Andrew Tate, why do you think it is that people think you're a misogynist?
Nobody thinks that.
You don't understand why, do you? You can't even get it as you spew this stuff.
Oh, I understand that there's weaponized virtue. I understand that
it's
liberals,
not weaponized virtue.
I understand, sir.
You don't believe in women's rights.
I understand the
you
same
don't believe in women's rights.
Refuse to report on this woman dying. Say I'm a bad guy.
Yeah, but you're trying to portray yourself.
I just don't care.
You're trying to portray. Okay,
corrupt.
stop shouting. You're trying to portray yourself as the savior of women.
No,
but you at the same time.
No, I'm not.
Time you want to remove all their rights. You're a despicable misogynist. That's all you are.
What I'm trying to say to you is that protection comes with a degree of restriction. That is the basic
They can't
premise
vote.
of protection.
They can't work. They can't have meaningful jobs.
You're going to say
they
that
can't
the media
help run
governments.
What can women do in your world? What can women do in your world,
Andrew? It's the same
Andrew?
media who won't even report about this poor girl's killing.
Yeah, never mind poor girl. What about the way you're talking about women?
Liars.
What about the way you're talking about women?
How am I talking about them? I'm saying that women voting and women not listening to men or letting men protect them or female judges put us in this position. That is true.
You think women should be
a man's job?
You think women should stay at home, do you?
And if we
women
do
should
that,
stay at home, yeah?
Control. Pierce,
should women stay at home, Andrew?
What time to be home? Is it because I'm a horrible misogynist and I subjugate them?
Should
or is
women?
It because I care about them?
Do you believe that women should stay at home and just be?
I ask you a question.
I wonder when are people gonna learn? If someone is truly a bad person, you don't have to go out of your way to make them look bad.
And you've asked a
lot.
No,
I'm asking you the question.
I tell my daughters what time to be home.
I'm asking you the question.
Because I'm a misogynist.
You can shout as much as you want. It won't make any difference. Do you believe women's place is at home, no work, no job, no right to vote, no right to be in a government, no right to be a judge. Do you believe all those things?
I believe a woman has a different set of skills than a man. And I believe that when it comes to the protection of society, and society is primarily the protection of women and children, that is the duty of men. Decisions around that, e.g. judge, should be made by men. Enforcement, e.g. police, should be made by men. And the best prevention, the best cure is to avoid something happening in the first place. Therefore, restrictions should be made by a man who cares about the woman. That is why my daughters have a curfew. Not because I'm a misogynist, not because I want to subjugate them, not because I'm an evil person, because I care about them and I love them and I protect them by keeping them away from possible scenarios instead of having trying to run in like Rambo. The scenario's already begun.
Yeah, by keeping them at home.
Yes, if I want my daughter to be safe, she has to be home at a certain time. If that makes me a bad person, Piers, you can call up the rest of the liberal media, the same media who don't report on a woman getting stabbed in the neck. And you can do a big expose about how Andrew Tate's daughters have a curfew.
What skills do you want your daughters to have?
I want my daughters, very much like the other women in my life, to be as happy as possible, to feel protected, to feel safe, and I want them to focus on the number one thing they're good at. I really pray that my daughters have children with a man they love, ASAP, and focus on motherhood. I think that's the best thing for my bloodline. I think it's the best thing for their happiness. I think it's the best thing for society. Because, you know, this conversation could go on for 6 hours. There's many things you don't know. But the only reason these savages are in our country in the first place is because in the Western world, the native people have stopped reproducing. And that is a conversation which is 3 hours long about all the reasons why. White people don't have babies anymore. GDP is all made up. The Ponzi scheme, which is pensions, is about to collapse. We now have to import a whole bunch of psychopathic third worlders, and people are going to get stabbed and die for it. So what I will do, because I will do my very best to try and contribute to society by every metric, is encourage my daughters to find a man they love and have as many children as they possibly can. That's what I'll encourage my daughters to do.
And what if one of them wants to
job? To have kids that need to be alive.
What if one of them wants to go out and work?
Past 8 o'clock because Dad says so.
And what if one of your girls says, "Hey, Dad, can I go out and get a job?" Your answer is no, is it?
My answer is, why do you need a job?
No, your answer would be no, right? Just to be clear.
My answer would be convince me, but most likely no. But maybe they can convince me. Maybe they can say we need to save the turtle.
And if they say, I want to have a right to vote in my country, your answer, if your daughters say, and if your daughters say they want to vote,
the answer would be no.
And if your daughters,
what's so tragic, Piers? You know what's so tragic about this case we're not talking about? The majority of women who ran away from Ukraine ended up in Dubai as a sugar baby to a millionaire. This poor girl tried to do the right thing. She's the only one who wasn't chasing money. She wasn't the only one being a sugar baby. She wasn't the only one selling herself. She went to a terrible part of America, North Carolina. I don't know why she's there of all cities. And she's working in a pizza parlor, making minimum wage, probably trying to retain her dignity and respect instead of selling out to some rich guy. And she gets stabbed in the neck. We are forcing women into basic prostitution now because they can't have a job. Why do all these women do OnlyFans? They can't go out and have a job. Why do all these women share rich men? They can't go out and have a job. Why do all these women move to Dubai? They can't go out and have a job. If you're a pretty girl in Memphis, Tennessee, you can't work at a pizza parlor. You can't go outside. You can't walk down the street. You can't get a taxi.
What's a load of...
He kind of has a point there. You got to turn into Glorilla. You gotta make sure you're yelling and pissing and shitting in the streets just like any other chick. You get your scratch.
Crap.
The 7th girlfriend to a millionaire, do OnlyFans.
What a load of absolute crap.
Have a rich father.
And by the way,
how destroyed our society.
Look somewhat decent and go to a gas station without looking for attention. See what happens.
By the way, how could you?
Holla at you. Let me holla at you. What's the mathematics? UFO said, I'm cool with it either way. They can receive protection in exchange for losing some freedoms, or they can vent for themselves and do whatever they want. Not really my problem. Yeah, when it boils down to it.
Sorry.
Women can't even work jobs.
Sorry. Forgive me.
So sad about
okay,
this
stop
girl,
talking.
she was doing the
stop
right thing.
talking. Forgive me, but irony just died. Are you really lambasting people for doing OnlyFans when you ran a webcam operation?
I didn't lambast. I said that's what they're going to do.
Right.
Because women are not safe to do anything
But you literally
else.
paid them to do a similar thing on webcam.
10 years ago, I had a webcam company,
Yeah.
correct.
So you literally did the same thing.
I'm not anti-OnlyFans.
That's how you employed women.
That women cannot work jobs anymore. This is why nightlife has died. Women don't go out anymore. You know why London has absolutely no nightlife? What girl
When
in
were
her
you
right
last
mind
out in
on
London?
a Thursday night is going to walk around at 2
When
a.m.
were you
in high
last
heels
out
and
in
a short
London?
skirt? None. The whole city is
When were
gone.
you last out in
America's
London?
the same. People aren't going to meet anymore.
I was
Our
out in
entire
London the other
societies
day.
are gone.
It was
The pub is
packed with
gone.
people,
Birth rate's
including
down. Nobody
many
does
women.
anything but sits inside on their phone, and it's because the streets are running with blood.
Really? Well, I was out in London the other day, packed with people having a good time, including many women, most of whom will find your views utterly ridiculous. Utterly
Absolutely not true. There's not a
Dickensian
female
and
who lied,
ridiculous.
who's not
A
obsessed
woman's
with
place is at home, no vote, no job, no power. But you, Andrew Tate, believe that's the way to protect them and to save women for the world. What a joke.
I believe if we were
Honestly,
to
what
bring
a
up an
joke.
electoral map
What a
right
joke.
now,
I hope
fact.
young men,
No, this is your
I
chance
hope young
to
men
do
who watch
something
this
incredible.
interview
This is your
realize
chance to
the
prove me
emperor
wrong
wears
for the
no
first time in
clothes.
history.
Because
Bring up
actually
an
all you
electoral
want
map
to
of the
do is
United
subjugate
States
women.
with only men vote, and let's see if it's Democratic or Republican.
Only
let's see
men
if it's Democratic,
vote.
liberal, left-leaning, or
Yeah.
Republican.
Only men vote.
votes the American Constitution.
I
Please
want
bring it
young
up,
men.
Trump.
I
Please.
want young men to watch this
Please.
interview. I want them to watch it back several times and understand that actually underpinning your whole shtick is brazen, really damaging misogyny. You are a terrible misogynist, and that is the truth. And you may pretend you're not, even maybe to yourself. But when you talk about the way you want to subjugate women, no vote, no job, no power, but you, Andrew Tate, will take control of them and take charge and protect them. Do me a bloody favor. Why would any
My
woman want
daughter
to do
has
that?
no vote, no power, listens to daddy, does everything I say. She's alive, well, and drives a Bentley. Let me
Really?
tell you something, Pierce. I've asked you many single questions. I've asked you many questions on this interview, and you answered absolutely none of them for a reason.
My job is the
You are
interviewer. I
complaining
ask the
vote.
questions.
You're
You
complaining
don't.
about the vote. Bring up an electoral map of men only voting in America. Let's look if men are voting for these soft on crime, open border policies of the Democrats, or if men are voting Republican. Prove me wrong. This is your chance, Mr. Piers Morgan,
I know.
legend of the legacy
You're
media,
mistaking
Mr.
me.
Smartass.
You're
Pull up a
mistaking
map.
me.
Prove
You're
me
mistaking me for a fellow misogynist, and I'm
wrong.
not.
No, you don't want to prove me right, sir. But
I don't
everyone
have
already
to-
knows
I don't
I'm
have
right.
to prove
Like every
you
other time
right
you've
or
ever
wrong.
spoken. Every
People-
single time
people have
the comment
heard you.
section is nothing but
People-
decimation of your decimation
Okay.
of the little bit of legacy you have left, the little bit
People-
of credibility that you've
People
retained.
will watch. Well, we'll see how your credibility fares after your court cases, right? And like I say,
The same as it did in Romania.
Like I say,
Same as it did in Romania.
I don't know the
I am
out-
innocent. I am the victim of a deep state
I think
attack
it's going
by
to
the
be
British
very,
Foreign Office.
very.
No, if you were a real journalist, Pierce, if you were a real journalist, I just told you that the British Foreign Office wrote to another sovereign nation declaring me a national security threat and asking them to get me off the internet. Don't you think you should have asked a single question about that? How I know it? What proof I have? Is it on paper? Why did they do that? Is that legal? Why were you in jail without charges? 4 years locked in your house, never convicted. You never even went to court. If you were a real journalist, you would have asked me 20 questions. And you know what? I told you that. I told you something breaking, that the British Foreign Office broke international law, just like they did with Julian Assange, and you didn't care because you are an establishment figure. All you are is a figurehead for the Matrix itself. You don't care about the truth ever. You say what you're supposed to say.
The beauty of what
you
you've
say
just,
what you're supposed to say.
The beauty of this interview is that you've revealed the truth about yourself. You just don't even really realize it, or maybe you do and you don't care. But everyone watching this can now see you laid bare as a brazen misogynist, somebody who wants to remove all women's rights. And I say that makes you a dangerous misogynist with an unhealthy influence over young men. And they should watch this interview and understand very clearly that actually women should have the right to vote. They should have the right to work. They should have the right to hold positions of power. And that your kind of misogyny is actually taking us back 150 years to a place where women stayed at home
Women should have the right
and had
to ride
children
the subway
and took
without
care
being
of their
stabbed in
man.
the neck.
And if we went back to that
Women
far,
should have the right to go outside without being raped by third world
Yeah, you know
migrants.
what? The
Women
vast
should have
majority
the
of
right
women
to have
do go
children
outside without
because
that happening to
man
them.
they're having kids with can earn enough money to pay for the family. Women have more important rights than being psyoped by the media into caring about abortion, watching too much Sex in the City, and voting in a whole bunch of psychopaths who stab fellow women on the bus.
Right. Andrew Tate, appreciate you coming back on Uncensored. Thank you.
No problem.
Breaking news, woke is dead. The war on...
Oh man, that's crazy how they just go at each other's necks. Give me 1 second. Let me switch over. I gotta switch over real quick. Hold on, y'all. I was saying, hold on. Yeah, I was saying that's crazy how they go at each other's necks and then have a nice day. You have a nice day too. Hold on, guys. Please hit the like button, support the show. As you guys can see, a lot of the world is losing their mind over Charlie Kirk and stuff like that. Andrew said that he's going to be next. I don't know why people keep calling it, but I mean, if you go through a crazy week and you see people are losing their lives in very violent ways, and then, you know, you turn around and you're seeing attempts on other people, you know, what are you supposed to think, you know? Give me 1 second, real quick. Candace is up there talking about some who moved the camera and all this other stupid shit.
What do you do? You know.
Hold on.
So it's like the one thing I noticed about Charlie Kirk's death, it wasn't in the streets like it was after George Floyd.
Hold on, guys.
This is personal to me because I've been one of those people that have been demonetized because apparently 2023.
Talk about some he been demonetized. Shit. Welcome to the manosphere side of the game. Nigga, you can wake up demonetized.
My comment was incendiary and harm.
What the fuck? Hold on, y'all.
Is our power. Donald Trump doesn't notice about Charlie Kirk's death. There wasn't rioting in the streets like it was after George Floyd. That's the one thing that I noticed about Charlie Kirk's death.
This one is personal to me because I've been one of those people that have been demonetized because apparently in 2023 my content was incendiary and harmful to my viewers. Now we are 2 years and a half later, and there were 2 assassination attempts to President Trump. There was an assassination that carried out to Charlie Kirk. There have been many other political mishaps or violence, for lack of a better word, on YouTube that I don't want to get banned again. And now, looking back at this, we have leftist streamer Destiny now gets banned off the YouTube partner program, or apparently he's suspended. I remember all that stuff happened after I was demonetized. I was the one harming my viewers. I was the one. Apparently, me, good old kid from the Bronx, not even that many followers, because it wasn't just me that got banned. There was many others. And we have now seen that these were the people that never got banned. These were the people that never got kicked off the YouTube partner program. These people never got demonetized. Their income never stopped. Mine stopped for 9 months because I was incendiary and I was harming my viewers. I guess YouTube made the right choice. Now, we're going to be talking about leftist streamer Destiny, but I had to let you guys know exactly what happened to me in 2023. That kind of leads us to this point right here, right now. that all of the things bad that have happened with leftists, why weren't they demonetized then? Were they keeping the eye on the wrong people like me and others that they demonetized? Leftist streamer Destiny, who recently refused to disavow political and motivated assassination of Charlie Kirk by YouTube. But it's not just that. He literally is on camera saying some of the wildest things. I'm actually going to play them for you so that way you realize where this comes from. And Elon Musk is now claiming responsibility for getting this guy off platforms to not get paid. On Twitter, he also got banned on Twitch. A lot of people are saying that he got banned from Twitch a long time ago. Some people are saying that it was now. It doesn't even matter. He's banned from Twitch, and now he's kicked off the YouTube Partner Program. But here's why. Here's why. Because Elon Musk is now calling for...
They're trying to say he's like progressive, whatever that means. Whatever that means.
Streamer Destiny to be thrown into prison.
Yeah, the manosphere is supposed to be far right. When whole time we got a bunch of Democrats in the manosphere, but let's go, you know.
For inciting murder following the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The comic goes and comes after. Destiny says, you need conservatives to be afraid of getting, you know what. Actually, there's a clip that I want to play here. There's a clip that I want to play here during one of his streams. And I promise you, this is not the wildest thing that he has said. And mind you, this dude has made millions of dollars off YouTube. These people have made millions of dollars off talking like this for the last 4 or 5 years, probably longer. Again, I just come on here, I make political content, I give my side, I try to keep it calm. I never ever talk about being violent. In fact, I do otherwise talk about Jesus and talk about being good. But here, what got him banned. Also, we're going to go to what he said on Piers Morgan. That was the icing on the cake for America. Take a listen.
The crime statistics? Not exactly like...
You need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events so that they look to their leadership to turn down the temperature. The issue is right now, they don't feel like there's any fear. I don't know. It's like memes. It's just memes to everybody, I guess. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't care. I'm playing video games. Okay, I'm done today. I don't care.
Guys, before we continue on, I need you guys to listen up. This is very, very important. We recently covered a company called Western Star Resources here on this channel, a gold and silver exploration company we believed has serious potential for U.S. expansion. Tungsten. This isn't just another press release. This is a game-changing milestone. Western Star is now officially planting its flag in the demand for critical mining association, meaning Star is delivering right now. Western Star Research, he is trying to lead everybody to see what's going on here. Incitement to murder and domestic terrorism is a felony crime. For that, I should go to prison, said he should go to prison, said Musk about Destiny and about what he had to say about conservatives. Here is recent arguments. He's getting called out by a Republican, getting called out here. Right to his face. Take a listen. At his Un-F America. By the way, he has a tour called Un-F America. Take a listen.
Charlie Kirk's fucking life matter.
I'm sorry. Kirk's fans want revenge. What do we do?
And you know what's so interesting as a black man? One thing I noticed about Charlie Kirk's death, there wasn't rioting in the streets like it was after George Floyd. That's the one thing that I noticed about Charlie Kirk's death. And it's so interesting that you want to cherry pick and nitpick and use odd examples that benefit you, but you deliberately want to have blind vision to see that the radical left ideology that has been influencing this country for the past 20 years led to the death of Charlie Kirk.
Why did the DOJ remove from their website the study on radical, politically inspired violence over the past decade?
I have no knowledge.
You don't know anything.
He was getting confronted, and that's how that ended up. They just ended up going back and forth. But people are coming out to this tour that this guy has. Well, he's just been mocking Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Kirk. He's been mocking everybody. He's been saying some wild things. And he's even getting called out by a leftist. She now calls herself independent and a Kasparian from the Young Turks. And here's some of their back and forth, because even she believes that this guy has completely lost the plot. Take a listen.
I don't understand you, Destiny. You have so much hatred in your heart, and at the same time, you
it's such a
judge
simple thing.
others
If you're
as being
going to
hateful.
weaponize somebody's grief against the other party, well, then of course people have a right to fight back against it. I think that she has every right to grieve in whatever way she wants, but when that grief is going to be weaponized to do recruitment, political recruitment, and further radicalization of the other side, then of course you not only have the ability to mock it, I think you have the obligation to mock it. It's insane.
Let me understand. Let me understand your argument. So since others are using her grief to politically recruit, you think that it's okay to mock her specifically?
Since others
How
are
does that make
using
any
her grief,
sense?
she's the one who gave a 17-minute speech on TV where she talked about good versus evil. She's the one showing up in
Destiny, let me
TPUSA
explain-
ads to
let
1
me
or 2
explain
days
something to
after.
you. If someone assassinated my husband, I would not be able to have the level of composure she had during that speech. I would be out for blood. I understand why she's angry and why she said the things that she said. Okay, you need to understand what being a human is, what it's like to actually lose someone that you love, that you chose to spend your life with, that you chose to raise children with. A person who
He had a wife, and she ran off on him. So some people, some people, he might not be that much in touch with reality right now. So, hey.
honestly assassinated like that. This is why I've moved
That's fine.
away
And when
from
something I know, yes,
identifying
because
as
you
a
got bullied online. It's so funny. It's so funny
are
that you just
so
said that
embarrassing
you
on
don't
the
think about
left.
how other people act to define your behavior. Your entire political ideology now is somehow defined by the people that were mean to you on Twitter.
No,
if somebody
it's
cares
not.
about somebody who's
No,
grieving,
I
then
understood
you tell that
what
person,
flaws
you
on
tell
the
that
left
person,
happen to
hey,
be. The
maybe you
weakness
should
in their
step back for a
arguments.
couple
No,
weeks.
no, it's
Maybe you
not
should
about
take
the
some
way
time
I
to
get
grieve.
treated.
You don't
I get
say,
treated
hey, let's
like
throw a
crap from
camera in
both
front
sides
of
of
you
the
and have
political
you do
aisle.
mass recruitment for our political party while everyone over here is calling for civil war. It's unhinged. When you've got people like Matt Walsh of the Daily Wire, the
we're
president
talking
of the
to a
United States
guy
calling
who
for
said
civil
he'd be
war.
okay with his own parents getting killed if they went to that Trump rally where that assassination
Yeah,
attempt
and we're talking
happened.
to a
There's
woman
no
who went
reasoning
on and
with
did
you,
the whole
Destiny.
conservative media
There's
outlet with
there's
Tucker
no
Carlson
reasoning
and
with
Glenn
you.
Beck.
There you have it. They go at it. She's calling him out directly to his face. He is just flat out laughing at Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Kirk, being nasty, saying wild things about conservatives, that they need more violence. He's over here putting crying, laughing emojis at the grieving of Erica Kirk, the way she's grieving, the way she's mad. She's speaking about evil versus good, as if what happened to her husband was not evil at all. Bad part about it is not this guy just being demonetized by YouTube and he plans on appealing this. It's now gone to politics. Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, all these people have gotten online and on TV to talk crazy. They're not bringing down the temperature at all. The same way that he would love for Trump to bring down the temperature, it's actually gotten much worse. In fact, I'm actually going to share with you a few clips of people following the example of a Destiny. In fact, these people aren't streamers. They're actually politicians. And here's what they have to say. Here's Maxwell Frost from Florida. Here's what he has to say. He's doubling down, literally saying exactly the same rhetoric that got us to this place. Take a listen.
Donald Trump doesn't want a democracy. He wants a throne. And his cronies.
See, this is the thing. This is why Charlie Kirk and a couple of people a little bit more, you know what I'm saying, say powerful, but up there kind of with the politicians and the politics and stuff like that. There's nobody really over them to hold them accountable. And not necessarily hold them accountable. But I'm saying they don't have people to answer to. You know what I'm saying? It's like they can be unhinged. Like if your mindset is dope, you know your politics and stuff like that, and you're a good speaker and stuff like that, man. You don't gotta face the repercussions half the politicians do. But then again, if you get to a certain level and you get big, you're gonna have a politician type death. And that's what happened with Charlie Kirk. And most people don't know what the hell going on. They calling him a politician, and he's not a damn politician. But then again, people don't know the difference. Let's go.
President and his lapdogs here in the United States Congress, the Vice President, the FCC Chair, the Attorney General, Secretary of State, and congressional Republicans are implementing a dangerous agenda to punish their opposition. Fascism is not on the way, it is here. The First Amendment is how generations of Americans, from civil rights activists to labor organizers, American worker, LGBTQ plus activists, have fought for progress, and it is our power. Donald Trump doesn't want to.
So there you have it. There you have it. Flat out, this is what I think, in my opinion, got us to the place that we're at today. This is it. This is the type of, you think someone hearing this is not going to think to themselves that there needs to be something done about, hey, in our country, there's fascism. We don't want that. We have to exile that. Well, there's more. Tim Walz directly goes at it again. He goes off again. I'm not going to tell you what he says, but I just want you to Tim Walz, Tim Walz clearly didn't get the memo that basically about turning down the rhetoric. He's ranting about the apocalyptic episode of Jimmy Kimmel getting yanked off air. He is saying this is apocalyptic. And he quotes, and I quote here, this is what he said. He said, if you ever wondered how democracy dies, you're witnessing it again. He says this is North Korea style stuff. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, what in the world do you think people are going to imagine when you say stuff like this? But they've been saying this for the last 10 years, but really in the last campaign from Trump, that they really been pushing this and onto and into the American people to get these results that we're seeing today. You want to talk about incendiary? This right here saying that this is North Korea style stuff, and it's being done because this is a weak, thin-skinned man who's failing as president, and all things that he has promised are not happening. And this is exactly what dictators do. This is a terrible president, a terrible human being. You think that this is not incendiary behavior? I ask you to think twice. Destiny goes off and he's talking about conservatives saying all these things, but he's not the only one. He's the one that's been saying that conservatives need to be the one to bring down the temperature. But in fact, they haven't brought down the temperature on the other side. And last time I checked, as the young man said to Destiny's face, there aren't cities burning down. There isn't a civil war. There isn't anything happening but mourning and people praying. Let's not let it go any further than that. But I don't think your party is the one that wants to do it. But yet you argue on behalf of your party that they do want to be as peaceful as possible, or that they should be. But in reality, you don't want them to be. You want them to be exactly this. I pray for this country, man. I really do. I pray for this country because what we're witnessing is actually unbelievable.
The claim that Candace...
All right, hold on, y'all. Now, I want to show y'all something that I was watching with these guys. They pointed two guns at each other. If you guys haven't noticed how bullets work.
Very close, first try. It looks...
I'm going to show y'all how they pointed these two guns at each other and try to get the bullets to hit head on. And of course it's a handgun, but I wanted to kind of show you guys what a gun, like a bullet, actually does. Let me show you.
Possible to take two handguns, fire their bullets directly at each other, collide them midair. Through the power of electromagnetics and custom written software, we're sure gonna find out. I think so. Welcome back to Ballistic High Speed. If you guys remember, just over a year ago in April of 2023, we put out a short that was essentially a proof of concept that we could technically collide two bullets midair. It was two .45 caliber bullets on a really shallow angle. Nothing super exciting, but it essentially proved this could work. And since then, we've been developing the best and safest way to do this with the hardware that we know how to work with. So a lot of you may have also seen later on that year, Smarter Every Day put out a really solid episode that was essentially a similar premise, colliding two bullets, different calibers. I think he used machine tubes essentially with electrical detonators to collide two bullets. Really awesome high speed. Our setup is going to be 2 actual handguns firing 2 normal box ammunition rounds, and this will essentially emulate if you and I aimed at each other and fired at the exact same time and our bullets hit, like in the movie Wanted essentially, what's gonna happen?
I was thinking the same thing.
Right, so we got all the high-speed cameras out here and it's gonna be a good time.
So it's a pretty complex procedure, but it's relatively simplistic in nature. I started with having my buddy Cody at R&D Metal Fab cut me the base plates on a plasma CNC. So I had a reference point that I know is dead straight and a perfect 90-degree angle. And then from there, I just kind of built out 2 of identical holders because we have 2 identical pistols. The whole premise is to get 2 electromagnetic actuators to move the trigger bar at the same speed to hit the trigger, which drops the hammer and fires the pistol. And since they're electromagnetic, I can run it.
I don't know how I would do this. I would think one gun is more powerful than the other. Anyway.
Through an Arduino, which means I can write my own software for it. Bryce helped me do a bunch of the math with the cameras, and I can program it down to the microseconds. So that one will fire. We have these deflection plates because we did an episode with these exact rounds studying the effects of ricochet on 45s. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. But that let us know exactly what's gonna happen to that round when it comes down range, so everything can be accounted for. I've got a drop away shield just so as I'm leaving set, nothing can come out of this barrel. I'll drop that once I get back behind. I'll yank the string. We'll get them firing at each other, and somewhere right around my helmet that I'll be wearing is where the collision should happen. We've got it set up as safe as we can, but for added layers, I'll be wearing a level 4 helmet, level 4 plates. I'll have my riot shield. I think that about covers it.
Yep, so our caliber of choice, like I said, is the 45 ACP. It's a really fat, slow round, so best chance of success here. I think we're gonna be in the low 800 feet per second. Okay. And just as a reference, this is what it looks like if you fire a 45 into another one that's just stationary. So double the impact speed, this might just explode, but we're hoping we get some remnants of this.
Which would still be kind of cool.
Right. So as you can see, this is gonna take a...
All right, so let's fast forward and see what they got.
Yes, we can.
All right, Bryce, can you give me a sanity check that the toggle switch is safe?
Correct, yep, toggle switch is clear.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Well, one of them definitely hit the back deflection plate.
Yeah, looks like both guns fired. Let's see our first playback of potential collision. Dude, that's close.
Okay.
That's really close. Let's see what the 2512 looks
All right.
Okay, that sounded like the first one.
Yep.
Yeah, look at the shadow.
Basically kind of skinned each other.
Everybody ready? 3, 2, 1.
I don't know.
Why were things skipping up on the barn?
That's it. I heard spalling all over.
Why was there spalling landing on the barn? Why, Bryce? Why?
Tell me why. Go ahead and stop the red if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah. Okay, this plate definitely got hit.
Okay, didn't collide. Nope.
All right, no collision.
In 3, 2, 1.
Okay, sounded about the same. Let's see what the delay needs to be now.
One of them do hit each other. All right, watch this.
I think they touched. So we've got 50,000 frames a second just to make sure. Yes! Dude. All right. We were off by a degree.
See, it's crazy how when bullets hit each other, it's like glass. At the rate that it's going, the bullets when they hit each other, it's like glass.
What was that, 5th try and we got a hit? 5th or 6th try?
6th?
Not bad, dude. If we can pull a degree back on the black gun, I think those will hit dead on.
Okay.
The timing is close enough, I say we just leave it.
Okay. All we had to do was bring out like the best shooter ever.
I haven't done a single thing, but I'm glad you said that.
Let's do it. This is the one.
All right. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Definitely some stuff flying around out there.
I didn't hear no pings though.
Really?
Nope.
Oh, I didn't even think.
Yeah.
2, 1. What is that? Oh, it's just a piece of wood. Piece of wood.
Falling in the table, that's good.
Do what?
Yeah, on the whiteboard, it's falling here. Yeah.
Oh.
Something.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm coming. Get some cardio in. Something, because the sheet's all ripped up.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yes! Woo! We got that at we got that at 100,000 frames a second too. Oh my god.
Dude. Hundreds of hours.
Let's see that one more time. So copper fired early, but they still met almost perfectly in the middle.
Yeah, see, one of the bullets fired like earlier. They gotta be at the same time.
Dude, it's like a galaxy.
Yeah.
That was our 7th try.
Oh, hi G-Man. You have no idea how good that feels. But also, I'm like just as happy that it's over.
So I also have to triple check that this was like in frame and focus and stuff. It should be. Come watch this closer version.
Okay.
I'm hoping these are in frame. One bullet. Where's the other one?
Yes. Yes.
Dude,
yes.
This is gonna be good. Oh man, that's beautiful.
They're just destroyed.
Oh my god. That looks fake. Okay, so it wasn't a perfect collision by any means, but that is good.
Look at the shrapnel. Now watch this.
I feel it in my bones. Last time I said I feel it in my bones, we got 2 explosions to collide.
It's happening. I feel it in my bones. 1. Oh!
What do I know?
Ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1. 1. I heard a plate.
Heard a plate?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, let's not get discouraged. Let's see.
I think it's still hit.
Really?
Really?
I think it's still hit. It just went slightly under.
Oh yeah, something happened.
Oh, they hit.
There's a hit way bottom right on that plate now.
You might have been correct. It was slightly too low now, but it still hit.
So that was too much shim.
Might have been.
All right, look.
Dude.
It's satisfying every time.
All those ripples across the background. Let's see that closer shot.
Yeah.
What
do I need to change?
Give us a much better idea of what needs to be different. Shout out to G-Van for recording most of our video today.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
What's up, G-Van?
Hey, buddy.
Don't talk, just record.
Don't speak. A very interesting shot.
It's almost like the last one, just the other way now.
Yeah, so how much shim did you put?
It's the thinnest one I have.
Live.
Do it.
Said it's like watching the modern Mythbusters live. This is great.
With less budget. I predict nose on perfection.
Really good at turning the red on.
That's good. That matters more. Okay, high speed's ready.
3.
I feel it in my bones.
2, 1. 1.
Damn.
I think that's a good one.
I didn't know ping.
I think that's a good one. We might have just got tip to tip.
Tip to tip.
Tip to tip, baby. There's a lot more action out there.
Is that it? Bro, get over here.
I just heard Bryce freak out.
Dude. I caught the most split frame while I was fast rewinding, and I think it was like near perfection. I predict nose on perfection. Ready?
All right, here we go. Bam. All right, let's see if it got it.
Yeah! Oh! Look at that piece in the middle. That was like a perfect kinematic physics equation. The middle just stopped and
It looked like
it's still spinning.
It looked like a freaking universe exploded or something.
Holy.
Now look at that piece. Look at the piece of the bullet still spinning in the middle.
Swear word, man. We need the close-up of that. That has to be in frame. We're hitting it every time now.
Nick's like, yeah, I do that every time too. I think I just saw what I wanted to see.
Bro. Oh, holy. Oh.
Look at that piece. It looked like both of the bullets collide. Look at that piece in the middle spinning.
Look at that centerpiece, dude.
I bet that's both of them.
That's most of the lead inside with a little bit of copper in there. That was perfect.
That's still there.
It has to be on the table or...
Now imagine all those shards in someone's body. Now, obviously this is a handgun and the caliber is different and it's not going to break up the way, well, not necessarily, you know, believe it or not, bones do the same thing. But hey.
Close.
There's gonna be copper on both sides of it. Oh, is this it? This looks big. Nope.
What's going on, Anti?
No. No, I don't think.
Shout outs to Antisocial Socialite Podcast. Welcome to the show. I didn't even notice you were in here. Good to see you, love. He said when women think that men are cheating, but this is what they're getting. Yeah, they think they're cheating, but this is what they're actually out doing. And this is why y'all live longer too. Let's go.
I think we both just have spalling from.
Oh, okay. So you said it went towards the sheets?
It looked like it. I'll check again. I'm watching the 7-Eleven to see where that chunk went. I found it! Oh, we did it! Dude, let me see it. Is it hot?
No. Copper?
Bro.
And copper.
That's it. You can see like where one bullet stops and the other one starts.
Right, because like these were,
dude,
how there's not copper on both sides. That means that is.
Look at this line.
Yeah.
Right here in space and time, we just got one of the best shots we've ever gotten, ever.
There's nothing we could do to do that better. That's it.
That's it.
It's done.
Wait. We got, so hold on. We got a collision by take 7, and by take 10, we had 3 collisions, 1 was perfect.
Yep.
Good job, dude. Holy crap. What do we do now?
We do a sweet James Bond roll.
Okay, we need to like frame this or something. So I don't know what to say.
I don't either, man. That was sweet.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe.
Was that a world's first? Because it's actual firearms?
We're gonna word this very specifically. We believe we have captured in ultra high speed, for the first time ever, 2 standard box ammo rounds fired out of 2 actual handguns at each other, colliding midair, finding the fused pieces. I think that statement is the only time that's ever happened, captured in ultra high speed.
It's gotta be.
It's gotta be.
I'm stating it as a fact. It happened.
Yep. And if you disagree, subscribe. No. This line, dude, it's perfect. You do a lot of trick shot stuff. You ever seen anything like that?
No, absolutely.
All right. So, like I said earlier when we were talking about the guns, we had this guy right here. He was talking about how did Charlie Kirk's shooter, get on campus with one of those guns in their pants, and then now he has a video talking about how he hid the gun in a towel. That should be easy. Looks like an umbrella. But let's get into why Jimmy Kimmel got fired. Let's see what Bill Maher has to say. I guess his competition getting eliminated. Hopefully he's not next. Let's go.
Thank you very much. I know why you're happy tonight. I'm still on. That's pretty much, I tell you. Man, talk show hosts are going down like blockbusters in the 90s. I mean, well, I guess you all heard Jimmy Kimmel, my friend, my compatriot. He's canned by ABC for comments he made about Charlie Kirk's assassin the day right after the FCC guy came out, head of the FCC, said he's going to revoke ABC's license. Let me just tell you something. I am not intimidated by the FCC, and if President Trump is watching, I have one thing to say to you. Have you lost weight? You look terrific. No, that's not me and never will be, and we're gonna get to all of it, but I think life is fucking weird. It was 24 years to the day that I made comments on ABC that got me canceled from that network, and Jimmy Kimmel took my slot. Did you know that at Politically Incorrect? Oh yes, I got canceled before cancel even had a culture. Show the headlines. Yeah, this is on my wall from the Variety. White House keeps heat on ABC's Maher. This shit ain't new. It's worse, we'll get to that, but ABC, they are steady. ABC stands for Always Be Caving. So Jimmy, pal, I am with you, I support you, and on the bright side, you don't have to pretend anymore that you like Disneyland. That was always a great part of it for me when I got my ass canned over there. But I mean, this intimidation on the right is just so hypocritical. I mean, everyone is scared now, and they're all trying to kowtow. Good Morning America is now changing its name to Good Morning America, even the scum who didn't vote for Trump. I mean, listen to this. Next year, the Golden Bachelor is Rudy Giuliani. I mean, come on. No, I'm telling you, everybody's scared. Wolf Blitzer is broadcasting live from the capitulation room. And the FCC says they're going to go.
Well, I think, it was mentioned, and we talked about it, and I didn't know the next day, because usually snipers do work in pairs. But he was telling his roommate to come pick up the gun and where he left it. But it looked like he did the shot by himself. Whoever did the shot, they knew what they were doing,
After maybe next, The View, they got a new show lined up. It's going to be great. It's called Morning Wood with James Wood. And, but I got to say, and I'm friendly with the ladies on The View, but they didn't say anything about this week. Nothing. Because it's never been their thing to weigh in on the issues. It's just, it's just an upbeat party show. That's why they hired people named Joy and Sunny and Whoopi. Girls, let me go out strong, okay? It won't kill you. I promise. It's happened to me, and I may go out after this show. We don't know. We don't know. And, Jimmy, look, I don't think what he said was exactly right. I don't. We don't agree on that. He didn't lose his job for it. He said the MAGA crowd was trying to characterize the assassin as anything but one of them. Because the 22-year-old kid, his family was MAGA. As if a 22-year-old with a trans girlfriend never rebelled against their family. I mean, but was he on the left? I don't know that either. And I hate to do this. I'm tipping the end of the show, which I work so hard on to keep a secret from the rest of the show. But it's too relevant. What I'm talking about at the end, I'm going to have to say now, which is that it is a fool's errand to try to say that these nuts who do these things are any team. Jimmy's wrong, I think, to put him in one team. But, look at what this guy is doing. I mean, Jimmy has every right to be wrong, but look at this guy. He was doing porn video games with furries. He was on a game called Furry Shades of Gay 3. This kid is in his basement with VR goggles on, getting virtually ass-fucked by a cartoon wombat? And you're gonna put politics into this?
I know this can't
This kid doesn't belong in either party. He belongs in a straitjacket. He's an outpatient who should not be out. But you have the right to be wrong, or to have any opinion you want. That's what the First Amendment is all about. I was defending it last week on this show against what they're doing in England against the left. Come on, guys, be fair. Now Trump is going after the New York Times. He sued them for $15 billion. He said they're a mouthpiece of the Democratic Party. You know what, Don? They are. You're right. And that's their right to be that. Like there's not 1,000 people on the right who are your mouthpiece? Okay, that's how we work this country. And he is mad at the New York Times today. He put a tariff on Wordle. But we can't go down this road, guys. We really can't. I mean, today Trump said he was designated Antifa a major terrorist organization, and they were shocked. They said, we're organized? They're not. There is no organization. Antifa is a broad designation with no identifiable leader and no observable plan, like the Democrats. So Jimmy, let me just say, pal, you did a great, funny show for 2 decades. You should be proud of that. If this is for me, you'll get 23 years on a better network.
All right. That's it right there. HBO. I knew he was on some type of Christ. I knew he was on some type of different network. All right, guys. It's Player Talk Radio. Yeah, we already did a full shift. All right. I might come back in the next couple of hours. Probably gonna do some hip hop news. Move on from this topic. We covered Jimmy. We covered Kirk. Covered a little bit of stuff. Might do Cardi B next. Please hit the like button. Support the show. Player Talk Radio. Peace.